1, 2, 3. Good evening, and thank you for joining us. Before we get started, I'd like to remind Councilmember Valdivia that our closed session starts at 4 o'clock. Appreciate it if you could please make an attempt to be there on time. Ask that you please silence your cell phones and other electronics and refrain from creating any disruptive sounds. At this time, I'd like to invite Captain Russ Fritz from the Salvation Army to come forward and lead us in the invocation. Please arise.
Just let your spirit fill this room, touch each one of us. We pray that you'll be with the council members in their deliberations, that you will give them guidance, that you'll give them wisdom. We pray for this city. We pray that you'll be able to again become one of America's great all-American cities. We thank you for the leadership that this city council has shown, the mayor has shown, and so we ask now that you will continue helping and blessing this city. We ask now, God, that you hear this prayer. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. We'll now invite Wayne Anderson to come forward. He will lead us in the pledge. Wayne is a fourth grader at the Captain Leland F. Norton Elementary School.
Good morning, Mayor Davis and good morning, Mayor Davis and members and council members. And residents, I'm Wayne Anderson. I'm in the fourth grade at Captain Leland Norton Elementary School. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Chaplain Fritz, and thank you, Wayne Anderson. We appreciate your participation in our council meeting. I'd like to ask the city attorney to report out closed session actions.
Thank you, Your Honor. The cases of Bubba Likes Tortillas, Kush Concepts Collective, MJ Dispensary, Inc., Catherine Redman, Carmel Rowe, and Kiang Yi. The council voted to authorize an increase in the attorney fees by $50,000 by a vote of 6-0 with Councilman Valdivia abstaining. On the People of the State of California versus MJ Inc., the council voted 7-0 to give negotiation settlement directive. And on the County of San Bernardino and City of San Bernardino versus the High Desert Partnership, the council by consensus gave us negotiation direction.
Thank you. We have several citizens that are being appointed to the Official Compensation Commission. And if your name is called, if you would come forward, and you in aggregate will be sworn in by the city clerk. Rosina Moda, James Hall, Peggy Hazlitt, Michael Takia, Tom Pierce, and Cynthia Ludvigsen. Jim Hall. City Clerk, if you will swear them in.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
I think all the moving and second was unanimous.
Yeah.
So I heard actually Fred first, and sorry, Mr. Charette.
Thank you.
And Mr. Valdivia.
Fred is fine. Oh, but I haven't voted yet. Fred, would you please push your vote?
Mr. Charette. And Mr. Sharp.
The item was moved by Mr. Charette, seconded by Mr. Valdivia, and passed 7-0.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I Peggy Hazlett, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, to bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Thank you. So, Rosina? You can just sign there. I'll fill out the rest.
While there's signing, I'd like to invite Councilmember Marquez and Councilmember Charette, Councilmember Nickel, and Councilmember Mulvihill to come forward. We have some certificates. I thought you might like to present them. So if you will stay here for just one moment, I would like to present to the two citizens that I've nominated, Tom Pierce and Cynthia Ludvigsson. I want to thank you for taking on this challenge, and it's moving our city forward. And so I want to present these two certificates to you. Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. It is with great pleasure that I appoint Ms. Rosina Mota for the Elected Official Compensation Commission representing the First Ward. She is a great find. We thought she was in the 6th Ward, but she's actually in the First Ward, which is a blessing to the entire city. She is currently employed by the County of San Bernardino and assigned to the Workforce Development Department as a staff analyst. So this position will be right down her alley, and she is on the 5th floor. So anytime I need something, I can just go downstairs. Congratulations for serving our community.
Councilmember Charette.
Thank you, Mayor. It's with pleasure that I am appointing James Hall, a neighbor of mine, as well as the pastor of the Generations Church, who happens to be in the 5th Ward, Henry. His church is in the 5th Ward, but he lives in the 4th. And he lives in the 4th and has been a dear friend and a great neighbor and a great pastor. He's been here before giving our invocations, and I'm glad that you've accepted the responsibility and job of giving us raises. Hopefully. But anyway, there you go. There's a certificate, and thank you very much for your participation in this committee. Thank you, Jim. Thanks.
And next, Mayor Pro Tem Nickel.
It, too, is an honor to appoint Ms. Peggy Hazlett to our compensation committee. I think this is something that she is more than qualified for. As the president and CEO of the Ontario Chamber, longtime resident here, a former employee of the city, it is my honor to appoint you to this commission and appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Appreciate it.
My name is Jim Mulvihill from the 7th Ward. I've known Michael Takia for almost 20 years. When I was moving into my house on 25th Street, the first person to come, as I was moving in with my sofas and what have you, the first person to come over and ask me if I had dogs and so forth to kind of, baby or dog sit in the future. But Michael is a 25-year veteran of the San Bernardino City Unified School District. He continues to teach music on a part-time basis, and he's the main pianist for the San Bernardino Symphony. So I think he'll do a great job on this commission. Thanks, Mike.
If we could gather around in the well here for a picture. Next, we'll invite Councilmember Valdivia to come forward for the presentation of Citizen of the Month.
Thank you, Cheryl. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to have the distinct pleasure of honoring our Citizen of the Month this month, in the month of May 2018. I'd like to call forward Mr. Art Davis. And as Mr. Davis comes, if you'd like to join your son. This is from the December 26, 2015 article in the San Bernardino Sun, written by our own Mickey Nolan. The city is rich with generous people sharing their resources and their time, giving from their heart. The spirit of giving was in full force on Wednesday in San Bernardino due to a philanthropist and former San Bernardino resident, Art Davis, doing what he does best, and that's to give. Thanks to Art, 100 children and teens were invited to shop at the Target store on Orange Show Road in San Bernardino. Each young person had $100 to spend. The caveat, they had to spend at least 10 of it on someone else, a parent, a caretaker, or another special person in their lives. We want to teach that kids should give as well as receive, said Art Davis, who grew up on Enos Street in an unincorporated area of San Bernardino, east of the National Orange Show grounds. After a successful 33-year career at General Motors, the 6'4" Art was a star basketball player at San Bernardino Valley College before he transferred to New Mexico State University. Art was certainly very, very generous in his donations to our community. And on behalf of the City of San Bernardino, Mr. Davis, I'd love to honor you as our Citizen of the Month for the month of May. A few words? Yeah. Also, we have a special State of California certificate from Senator Mike Morrell from the State Senate Office, 23rd District, in recognition of being named the May 2018 Citizen of the Month by the Mayor and the City Council of San Bernardino. Thank you, sir, for your commitment, compassion, and devotion to your community, the City of San Bernardino. Your efforts are to be admired and commended. Congratulations and best wishes to you.
My name is Arthur L. Davis, and I grew up primarily in San Bernardino. Moved out of Texarkana, Arkansas in 1952, so you can put the numbers to it and you can see I'm not a young kid. So I've been around for a little bit. But for the last, and I'm humbled by the recognition. And for the past 20 years, and it's a family affair. It's not just Art Davis. It goes to my son, Troy Davis, as well, because we're a family. And Action Partnerships, Patricia Nichols Butler, and Clarissa Howard, and my wife, Frida, his mom, and my son in Northern California, was a lieutenant on the Sheriff Department. So while we've been doing this for 20 years, we wondered where all the time went. And we've donated something like $400,000 to this cause. And he picked up an article that happened in 2016, but we've been doing it much longer than that. And great, John, thank you so much for the nomination and whatnot. And we're honored by the nomination and the recognition that we got received. But we want to know what happened to the other 19 years. And I know you can't answer them, we're not asking you to, but we're going to continue to work here in San Bernardino with the economically challenged youth. I mean, that is my mission. It's always been my mission, my son's mission. And my son is have a great business out in Pasadena, California. And I'd like for him to express that himself. And thank you very much. And he probably won't take no more than a minute if you guys don't mind. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to all the council members. Thank you for Mr. John Valdivia, who nominated our family for this award. We're extremely humbled to be a part of this organization in this community. We grew up here, and as my father just said, we're going to continue as long as we can helping the citizens of this community with our philanthropy. Thank you.
Yes, come on in. Yes, sir.
Awesome. Good evening. Good evening. How beautiful it is to have a legacy of support with your father and you all and your whole family. We just wanted to recognize you on behalf of Assemblymember Eloise Reyes and the state of California. We also want to give you a certificate of recognition.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman Valdivia. Thank you, Mr. Davis, and your son for continuing to support the city of San Bernardino. Next, we will now have Chamber of Commerce announcements.
Hello, good evening. My name is Leslie Stevens. I'm the Director of Sales at the Residence Inn in San Bernardino and also a board member for the San Bernardino Area Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here with the announcements for the next 2 weeks. Beginning today and running through Sunday, it's the National Orange Show and Citrus Fair at the National Showgrounds on East Street and Arrowhead Avenue. On Thursday, May 3rd, it's the San Bernardino Unified School District Making Hope Happen Foundation Gala at the Arrowhead Springs Resort. Call 381-1294 for more information on that. On Saturday at 7:30 p.m., the San Bernardino Symphony Orchestra Cinco de Mayo celebration at the California Theater on 4th Street. Call 381-5388 for reservations. On Wednesday, May 9th, the San Bernardino Chamber of Commerce holds their monthly government affairs meeting at the Chamber office on 546 West 6th Street. Everyone in business is encouraged to attend this important forum, followed by the monthly social luncheon at 11:30. This month, it's at Mimi's Cafe on Hospitality Lane. Inland Empire 66ers home game at the San Manuel Stadium on May 11th at 7 o'clock, May 12th at 6, and May 13th at 2, May 14th at 3 p.m. San Bernardino City Unified District Board meeting takes place at Indian Springs High School on Tuesday, May 15th at 5:30. That number to call is 381-1245. Don't forget the Chamber of Commerce 42nd Annual Law Enforcement Appreciation Dinner, which takes place at the Scottish Rite Hall on May 31st at 5:30. This is the public's chance to honor the sterling work of our local law enforcement provides to our community. So come and give tribute to the San Bernardino Police Department and the San Bernardino County Sheriff, CHP, police from Cal State, Valley College, and the school district, San Manuel Board of Mission Indians. Call the Chamber 885-7555 for more information or reservations. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the Chamber keeping us up to date and current on calendars. However, I do have to make one correction. You announced that the Orange Show was starting today, but you forgot to announce that it rained today.
Without a doubt.
It definitely did. And I was there, and it's freezing, but there's a lot of people there still in the midst of it. I wanted to make a quick announcement about, as we know, this month is Mental Health Awareness Month. So we're doing a mental health conference this month. It's going to be on May 19th, 2 weeks from now, Saturday. Workshops include signs and early intervention, fighting the stigma, suicide prevention, how mental health affects our homeless. So I do encourage you all to come out, spread the word to a friend, to advocate for those who may be struggling. And that's going to be May 19th. I'll spread some flyers out before I leave. And that's going to be at the SAC Health System in the city of San Bernardino, of course. All right, have a good one.
Thank you. We will now turn to public comments. Robert Porter. This is on item 11.
Mayor, Council, good people. Robert Porter from San Bernardino, California. Fourth generation living here. I was just, I like to look through the agenda, check it on out, what's going on there. And rolling through there. And I know we need vehicles bad. I mean, we need utility trucks. But when I saw Ford, and not enough information to figure out what the company or who owns the company or what company's selling the vehicles to us, it confused me a little. Because sometimes I see the name Ford in the 460 forms and like for donations and things, and I don't like to see those names mixed with names on the agenda for new items where we're giving out monies. Unless there's some serious information to explain how the process was gone about. And who? Why are names left off some of those forms? It just says the owner, and it doesn't say a name, but all the other things, it says city attorney, the name, and then also that the last city manager signed it means it's old. So is this to pay back for old? Or like I wish that when we looked at these things, it was very clear what the process was to pick the vendor. I mean, if it was a San Bernardino vendor and they deserved it, I love that part. But I'd like to know more about these vendors, that you're using our money to buy vehicles that our workers need really bad. I mean, 1994 is just way too long to wait for new vehicles. But when I see names on forms for elections and campaign contributions and names on the agenda, I don't like that. So if it does happen in the future, I'd hope that you'd put an emphasis on explaining exactly how the process went about, who was denied, and who had a good proposal that you didn't pick. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Ravina Yanisas. All right. Lorraine Kennedy.
Thanks, Mayor, council members. My name is Lauren Kennedy. I'm a 30-year resident of the city of San Bernardino, been active in San Bernardino for most of those years. I wanted to talk to you just a minute about the situation with potholes in the city of San Bernardino. And not necessarily just the potholes themselves, but the process by which we are processing claims for damage caused by the potholes. Currently, the city of San Bernardino uses a third party to process the claims for damage. And I've had a couple claims that I've had to file personally with that organization, and I wanted to explain to you the process and why the vast majority of the claims that are getting submitted by residents are being declined. That agency uses a government code 835 as reason to deny claims, and that code basically states that if you don't report to the city of San Bernardino the pothole exists prior to hitting it, then you won't be compensated for your damage, which, like I said, it pretty much kills every claim that's submitted. That code, I contacted the state of California, and they said it was never designed for that purpose. It's made for catastrophic losses, large losses, personal injuries that are significant, not to mitigate the liability of pothole repairs and pothole damage. And I wanted you to see the face of what happens when you deny those claims. My first vehicle that was damaged some months ago rendered that vehicle inoperable. It sits in my driveway now. I fought for a long time to try to get the repairs paid for by the city, and they've declined them. So my wife and I started carpooling. We're fortunate enough both to still have jobs here in the city of San Bernardino. So we started carpooling, and on my way to taking her to work just a couple weeks ago on Mill Street, I hit another pothole. I had to take my vehicle to Toyota Redlands, and they told me that the vehicle was unsafe to drive. So now we have no vehicles. I filed another claim with the city. They sent it to this third party, and they told me once again that your claim is denied because I didn't report the pothole prior to hitting it. I think it's kind of ridiculous that you have to report it prior to hitting it, because if you report it, you know it's there. I think enough people have come forth and explained to you that the city has a pothole issue. We're really trying to catch up, and we understand that. So the question from me to you is, what becomes prior notification? If someone stood here or someone has filed a claim and said that there are potholes in the city and they're causing damage, is that not prior notification, number one? And number two, do I have to notify you about the specific hole that I hit prior to filing a claim? But it really is a burden on the taxpayers. It really is a burden on us. I understand the city's going through challenges of their own and trying to keep up, but I don't think the answer is to put the burden on the taxpayers, on the city, the residents, to carry the load of having to pay for their vehicles. It's causing costly repairs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ravina Yanovsky. Yanovsky.
Hello, my name is Ravina Yanovsky, and I am here to address the complete and total unacceptable closing of marijuana dispensaries in the last couple of weeks. I have not been able to acquire any from a place that I trust, and I must say this right now: if I don't smoke, I don't eat. And just a little brief history on the history of why marijuana became illegal in the first place. Henry Anslinger was head of the Prohibition Agency, and in 1933, when Prohibition was repealed, he would soon be out of the job, so he went looking for another substance to prohibit. So he began pointing out the dangers of marijuana, and these are just some of the things that he said. marijuana has been the regulation of marijuana has been completely racist from the start. And I'm not even going to read the things that he said, because basically it said that marijuana made white women want to have sex with black men, and that was the basis of, and it's like, I hate public speaking. I love it, but I hate it. The point is, I use it for health reasons, and so many people use it for health reasons. And yes, I could also say that, yes, also some people use it for recreation, but it is a medication that works. And when you need it and don't have access to it, there are things that don't happen, like nutritious food going in you or seizures happening. There's CBD oil is something that can help seizures in children, and they have to fight to use it because it's marijuana related. Big Pharma has a synthetic version, and in their recent human trials, people have died, and in their systems, rat poison was found. So when the plant, the healthy plant, is regulated this much, Big Pharma cranks out their poison, and however you feel about Big Pharma, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Brandon Carter.
Hello. This is like my third time coming to the city council meeting. Simply saying that I represent the youth in the city and understand that we have no prominent or even attractive business due to the fact that the city is making it complicated for new businesses to start, including that woman right there. And I actually created a video with a plan for the downtown San Bernardino. It's titled The Status of Downtown San Bernardino. I made a new one this Monday. I went throughout the whole block from D Street to E Street, talked to the business owners as well to get their opinion on what business is in San Bernardino. And one of the owners told me that the city council is making it hard for new businesses to begin because of charges or whatever restrictions that you are setting. So I have a plan to help, and I've been reaching out. I keep coming here. One of the council members received my phone number, never called me. I was emailing. I've emailed and tried to contact your office as well. Never received any contact back. And so I care about the people in the city, so I'm putting all my effort, not asking for anything besides an opportunity to help develop the city and the children that need service and attention. And so I don't know what to do. We keep coming and we keep saying the same thing, and I don't know what you guys' focus or intention is for the city. I would like to know in a clear manner, and then we understand where you're at the table and how to address you, because we don't know where your goals are or I don't know who else does. So I thank you for allowing us to speak to you, because we care too. I know you have children out here as well, maybe or maybe not, but we all deserve to have a great life and have a society that cares about us and that has a healthy foundation, so that when I come to this city, I'm actually being enriched or empowered when I come here, not dragged down because of the history and the pain that you could feel in the street. I come to San Bernardino, and you could feel like, wow, there's like a bad energy out here. And it takes us to resurrect what is here, because people are dying. So out of love, I'm sending this message and telling you what it is, and that I have a plan to actually help your city develop. So if you're serious about developing your city, you will reach out to me and others that are actually reaching out. So one love. I hope you have a great day and a great week.
Thank you. James Tillman?
How y'all doing? How y'all doing? Good. Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I want to hear something. Thanks. Everybody called me JT. I don't like using James Tillman. That's a government name, so I love using JT. I'm here is because I work for San Bernardino Community College District, which represents Valley College and Crafton Hills College. May 11th at 3 to 6 p.m., we are having a block party. And I emailed every council person on here a flyer about the block party, and I have a couple of them that responded, but the rest have not responded. I want to make sure that I invite everybody personally because you need to be there because of the community. We're going to have a lot of people there, and I do want to thank the mayor because he did respond and said he was going to be there. And same as you, Mr. Benito, and same as you, Virginia. Thank you. I really do. We're going to have hopefully 2,000 to 3,000 people that's going to be out there. I have 86 vendors that already confirmed and that's going to be there. The police department is going to be there, so I want to thank the chief for making that happen. CHP is going to be out there for making it happen. The fire department is going to be there, and hopefully Stater Brothers is going to be out there with us as well. I just need for y'all to come and support the community. We're going to be giving out food. We're going to be having a bunch of video games out there. So if y'all can take the time on next Friday to be out there, come out and turn up with your city, okay? Because so far, the city's been turned down out here with all the crime and the crap that's going on out here. So hopefully this event right here is going to start bringing some happiness to some families and changing some lives. So please be there. All right?
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I will check with the staff, but this is not a city-sponsored event, and I don't anticipate that the staff, without coordinating with my office, will be there.
Thank
None
you.
of them.
Any other speaker slips? All right, thank you. You already spoke? Right. So yeah, that was your time then to also speak for both, yes. You didn't understand that? All right, so yeah, that's fine. And so we'll make an exception, Mr. Porter, if you'd like to come back and speak. But do read the agenda. It does say there's a 3-minute per person time limit for all comments, excluding quasi-judicial hearings.
Okay,
All right?
so I'll speak on that for 1 second. If I want to speak on things that are on the agenda, that's my money I'm talking about. So I have the right to talk about that stuff. Then I want to come up here and talk good about the Legends of the Arrowhead book that I just completed today, but I almost get prevented, Mr. Mayor. So I have a good speech for once, but now it turns into an angry speech. Who caused that? Me? Maybe I just don't understand how the time just keeps getting lower and lower and lower for our public speaking, but this is my right to speak. That's the main issue of the whole United States of America. Freedom of speech. And I only have 3 minutes to give ideas to you all. Now, I could be talking about Legends of the Arrowhead, how I'm going to try to fix this city, where I'm going to spread the Legends of the Arrowhead to every corner of this area, to every single Pioneer Society and Historical Society. Make sure they all know San Bernardino's Legend of the Arrowhead. And it's a lot of work. And I don't get paid, and I'm doing it all for donations, and I'm giving them all away. But when I can't come up here and make myself heard properly, it hurts sometimes, Mr. Mayor. It hurts me deep inside because I love this city. And sometimes I have a hard speech, and sometimes I have an easy speech. And when you make me combine them, it only sounds really mean. And that's not right to me or any of the speakers up here. We deserve to be able to speak. So please consider increasing our time. That would be very nice of you. And we all would appreciate it. We don't have to use all the time. But don't keep cutting it away. That's not right. I went to college here, right here in San Bernardino. And I took public speaking for a reason. Why? So I can come here and participate with everybody else. A lot of people are scared to come up here. And you make it even more intimidating. Please don't do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anything to pull?
Not today, Your Honor.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrios?
No.
Councilmember Valdivia?
Yes, sir. Items number 10 and 12, please.
Councilmember Charette?
None, sir.
Councilmember Nickel?
No items this evening.
Councilmember Richard?
None tonight.
Councilmember Mulvihill?
None, Your Honor.
All right. We have a motion and a second.
On the consent calendar, Mr. Mayor, the motion to approve is made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and it passes 7-0.
Thank you. Item number 10 is a recommendation to adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, authorizing the execution of an agreement between the City of San Bernardino and Center for Employment Opportunities for citywide landscape maintenance services. Mr. Rogers?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a presentation, or did you just have a question? Yes. Councilman Valdivia?
Sure. On packet page number 148, there's a statement there, there's a phrase that says it's a retroactive contract from 2017. The staff narrative, the report is quite skimpy. So can you help us understand what's going on in this? What are the scopes of services, and what's the benefit to the taxpayer?
So I will have them address some of the specific questions about the work that's
Sure.
being done in the community, but I think it's important to note, because I want to make sure we're really very clear with the council, there's a process that we're going through. You're aware that we have several new staff members. You have a new city manager. We're going through all the agreements that we currently have for services because we're finding that there are some that have been expired for some period of time, and establishing systems within our accounts payable system so that we can no longer pay on contracts that are terminated. So this is one of those contracts that we've identified that expired some time ago, but we do see that it has value, and I'll let them talk about how that actually occurs. But we want to, from now on, when we're bringing these things forward to you, I want to make sure that we're very clear. We're asking you to approve something retroactively because it has not been brought to you, and then in the future, I don't anticipate contracts expiring and us continuing to pay on them. And with that, if Arlington and Trish want to talk about this is a great service to the community, augments our programs, and answer those questions.
What the CEO group does, as Councilman Marquez knows, they are the group that goes out when the city is not having enough staff. They go out pretty much daily. One of the projects that you saw was the work they did up on the 30th Street, the thoroughfare there, and then the partnership they had with Caltrans on Waterman, going up all that. So they do the work that we just don't have the staff to cover.
And I would just add, it's more than just not having the staff to cover. This is a vital program where you have individuals that have been incarcerated for a period of time. It's difficult to have them reenter. This is a great program to begin to assist them in reentering into the workforce so that hopefully when they are ultimately out of the custody facilities that they have work skills that they can then rely upon, other than being released back out onto the streets with no visible means of support, no employment.
What's the normal course of schedule? How many individuals typically frequent our streets, and are they under the supervision of Public Works? Walk us through some of those.
So there's a van, and there's currently about 5 to 7, I believe, crew members on a daily basis. They have their own supervisor through the organization, and then they work closely with one of my supervisors to make sure that they're getting to the locations that we're interested in having them help us, pick up. They do a lot of litter, weed abatement, those types of things, kind of the lower level work that allows our crews to be able to do kind of the more skilled work. And it's a win-win.
Are they typically Monday through Friday?
Yes.
Or are they weekend crew?
No, it's just regular
Monday through
work days, Monday through Friday.
And these are full-time individuals that are working?
exact employment status is with their agencies because they're coming either through like probation or parole. I don't think they consider them full-time employees because of their incarceration status. But again, they maintain the professional relationship with them. We contract with the agency to supervise them. The other thing that is really important, we're really careful about where we deploy them. There are some sensitive areas of the community around schools and things where we wouldn't deploy them. So we're pretty careful about what their work assignments are.
And my last question is on packet page 149, the fiscal impact. You have a breakdown of 2 fiscal years. Why not just take the first recommendation, which would be this fiscal year, and then let's discuss about the next appropriation for the next fiscal year? I mean, why is there a need to bundle both? Why can't we just separate the two? Is there
There's no particular
rationale,
reason other than it's been a really good service to
Okay.
augment what we're doing, and so rather than taking a chance that we don't have it in place, or because it would have to be another agenda item. But
Okay.
if you want to look at it again, we
And
certainly can do
we
that.
have the budget, and your recommendation
We're
is to
gonna be
approve this. Okay, very good. Thank you. Move for approval.
Second.
Councilmember Nichols.
Yeah, no, I think this is a great program, given the limited resources of the city, given the fact that we are giving opportunities to individuals that may otherwise be on the streets, potentially doing things that aren't as productive for the city. So I appreciate the work that's being done here. I did have some questions, though. There were some questions from constituents related to performance. You know, how when it comes to weed abatement, are they abating city properties? Are
Yes.
they abating privately owned?
Right away, and city property.
So only public
Yeah.
public facilities and public sites, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then in terms of their overall performance, are we keeping any kind of metrics in terms of, you know, how much they're accomplishing? I see how much we're spending, but I don't see exactly what exactly is getting accomplished.
I would say that we don't have probably a formal tracking,
Okay.
but they work closely with the supervisor. Do they,
Okay.
Lisa?
This is our second round with this organization. We had a pilot program last fiscal year, so this is a continuation of the last part of that program.
Yeah, and what I would like to see, I think that the amount of money that we're talking about is extremely reasonable, given the potential service that we're getting. And I would not be opposed that if they are in fact giving us much greater value than what it would cost us if we used a fully burdened city employee. Certainly, I'm in favor of that. And so I would like to see, as time goes on with this relationship, that perhaps we develop it, have a mechanism to really assess what we're getting for the money we're spending, so that we have a good basis. I mean, it might be that I want to put, you know, many times more this amount of money into this if, in fact, we're getting a much better return on our investments. So I appreciate what you did here. I'll also support this. But I think this is a relationship. I'll be honest, I love the idea of finding, you know, outside resources that we as a city can leverage that perhaps give our taxpayers even greater value for the dollars spent and give us that added benefit of potentially taking people off the streets that may be committing crime or other things and giving them opportunity to become contributing members of society. So I'll approve this, but I think next time I see this, I'd like to start seeing a bit more meat in this in terms of what their performance is. Thank you.
One of the other things long-term that we're doing is, I mean, it's clear, you know, we have a lot of contracts for services. We're going to spend some time training now that we're staffing all of our director-level positions, training the mid-managers and staff members who administer contracts and monitor contracts, give them some better tools to be able to determine when someone is meeting the contract expectations and when they're not. And may very well be that we terminate some contracts along the way for non-performance, but we're going to start training the staff in how to monitor those. It's not enough that you contract for the service and then say it's not my responsibility. Someone in this organization is responsible for monitoring the service. And so again, we're building those skills. It's going to take a little time to get there and to have good metrics, but we're getting there.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Yes, Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I do, it's not really a question, but maybe a concern. I just want to be assured that their scope of work for CEO is not duplicated with Burtec, Public Works, and Quality of Life, that they know specifically what they need to do, and more importantly, that they are supervised at all times. I have not been advised of any problems out in the community. These people are ex-felons. They deserve a second chance, but I do understand they work hard because they want to end the cycle of that kind of a lifestyle. So I fully support this item. I know when it first came to us a couple of years ago, I completed my due diligence. I called the cities of Oakland and Chula Vista, the public works directors, and both just raved about how they're used as a huge asset for their communities.
Yes.
So thank you.
No other comments? Thank you.
Can I make a comment?
On
while we're
item-
voting?
I'm sorry. You have a comment?
I do. This kind of relates also to the discussions that we've had about the homeless population. We saw an increase in our homeless count, and a lot of it, I don't remember the exact number, but many of them were people being released from custody facilities straight onto the streets without any real work experience. We're hoping that one of the other byproducts to programs like this is that people have some work experience that hopefully they can translate very quickly into jobs rather than, being released out onto the streets with no visible means of support, and now they've become a part of our homeless population.
Thank you. City Clerk?
On item 10, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Mulvihill, and it passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next is item number 12. It's a joint use agreement with Southern California Edison for the Waterman Industrial Center south of Dumas Street. To adopt a resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino approving a joint use agreement with the Southern California Edison Company for the relocation of company facilities in connection with development permit type D-15-11. Councilmember Valdivia?
Thank you, sir. I always ask myself in my business life and business career, how can I do things better? And so I'm going to ask that question to our city manager. My understanding, this agreement was taking quite some time. I don't know all the nuances and minutia of it, but how can we replicate this, and how can we improve our services? Could it be that there's just miscommunication on behalf of the city and Edison? What steps are we taking to really improve these types of agreements and facilitate a quicker, faster build? At times, I get complaints from developers and business all over the city, not just specifically this project. It only provides me a platform to talk about how we can do things better. So, Ms. City Manager, how can we reassess and reevaluate opportunities to increase the efficacy and impact of getting projects done quicker?
I'll have to look into the specifics of this one, and I haven't, because I apologize. This is the first time I'm hearing about this. But so I will look into this one specifically. I will say just generally, though, I think that given the fact that we have filled an awful lot of positions with people who really understand how to process agreements like this and make development happen, we're starting to see a change in terms of things coming forward in a more timely fashion. There may very well have been some specific issues related to this one, but even that comes back to the idea that if you have people who are trained in particular areas and are staying in their lanes,
right,
and people playing the right role on the team, I think things like this become much easier to process. I think as I look back at some of the earlier things that have occurred in the city, and you think about the amount of time issues took, or you even look at the quality of the analysis that was done and provided to the council and the community, really didn't capture all the data and information that the council needed to make good policy decisions. So I think this may be one of those situations where really demonstrates the need to have people playing their role on the team and having the requisite background and experience to be able to make sure these things happen.
Well, and I absolutely agree. We need to allow our staff members, and I appreciate what our staff does, expediting projects and permits and plans so that we can get these businesses back to our community. So without further delay, I'll move for approval on this. And I appreciate our staff for their hard work and what you're doing to inspire them and motivate them to really get this done quicker.
And professionalize
Thank
them.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? We have a motion and a second. City Clerk, the results of the vote.
On item 12, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Valdivia, the second by Mr. Charette, and the item passes 7-0.
Thank you. That concludes consent calendar items. Next is item number 16. This is to review and discuss the completed audit financial statements for fiscal year 2017 and receive an oral presentation. Mr. Mason?
I was just going to say, I'm sure that this is the presentation you have been waiting for. Without further ado, Brent.
There we go. All my great jokes fell on deaf ears. Anyway, good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I am actually thrilled to bring this to you. The annual audit is a requirement of all cities and other government agencies. The state law requires that we have all of our accounts audited every year, so it's routine.
Mr. Mason, could you speak a little closer to the mic?
Oh, sure.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
There you go. Okay. The audit was completed, has to be completed by March 31st every year, roughly 270 days following the end of the fiscal period. That's a federal grant requirement as well as a requirement of the State Controller's Office. We're developing a trend. This is the second year in a row that we've filed timely within that time period, so yay for us. It wasn't me; it was staff behind me, but it is good, and it's part of that progress we're talking about making and doing things better and timely. So, also, I've included in the report here the single audit as well this year. It was done in the same time frame and submitted also by March 31st. So the single audit is the federal grants audit. Our auditor is the Poon Group. They are our city's independent auditor. They're under contract currently to perform through 2019-20, the annual audit process. They are a good partner at this point. They've done several audits with the city, helping us get caught up after the audit with the MGO group did for 2013. They've done all the audits since then. And again, are contracted through 19-20. Typically, an auditor's opinion is an unmodified opinion. What that means is indicates the auditor could perform all the test work necessary to verify the financial statements reflect the city's financial position. As I've shared in previous years of this same report, the city's current audit opinion is a modified opinion, which is not a good thing. And I'll describe a little bit more about that. But a modification indicates that there was some limitation on the auditor's ability to perform all the necessary test work to come up with that conclusion that the financial statements are presented accurately. But I'll describe more how it's narrowly defined. And in this case, the modification only relates to the federal grants fund, the low and moderate income housing fund, and the what's called the aggregate remaining non-major governmental funds. But it's other smaller funds that didn't make it to prime time up in the more front part of the department of the report. Okay. This is not new. The same situation occurred last year and the year before that I presented as well. At that time, we had 4 specific modifications in there, 4 particular items for which the modification opinion was provided. We're down to 2, so we've made progress in that regard. That's good. The items that remain are the collectability of the successor agency notes receivable. We have some of those that are commercial, and then we have others that are residential oriented. There's hundreds of them, and the documentation that we're going through, we are continuing to go through, and the auditors need better documentation of that. And we're working with the staff currently still to do that, but that's one of the items. And the other is the proper valuation of the successor agency property held for resale. Also, when the balances were recorded, the documentation was not sufficiently thorough to be able to provide support the auditors need to be able to give their opinion on that. We've had a conversation with the auditors already about this subsequent to the wrap-up of the audit, and staff are already working on strategies we developed in order to remedy these, hopefully both for next year would be the plan. What's important to note also is what's not part of the opinion modification. It's the general fund particularly, which is 90+% of the city's operations. Also other large city funds like the gas tax fund, the Measure I fund, our internal service fund. So, I don't know what the exact number percentage would be, but the high 90s is what is included in the clean opinion portion. It's a smaller portion that's under the modification opinion. I wanted to talk briefly about the general fund results specifically. The general fund's net position grew by $37 million over the last year, from $34 million at the end of the 2016 audit to $71 million at the end of the 17 audit. That's a large growth. Of course, it screams for some explanation and understanding. The prior year balance of $34 million included a component that was like a designation of $13 million that we had set aside or figured we would need for handling bankruptcy-related costs that were not yet incurred. And so we really had a $21 million available reserve. So of the 34, 13 we'd earmarked or designated for bankruptcy costs still, and we're spending part of that in the new year, and then that left us with 21 for spendable. During the year of 16-17, which is the audit we've just completed, we added $41 million to our fund balance to the transfer from former EDA properties to the city, consistent with the property management plan that has been approved by the state of California and so forth, and the council as well. And so that's not a spendable component of fund balance, and it's reflected as such in their statements. It says unspendable, but it's still part of the net position of the city then. We spent about $8 million of that $13 million against the bankruptcy, and then we had about $4 million of positive operating results. And then we put all those things together, add 41, subtract 8, add 4 back, you get to the roughly the $37 million of growth in the overall reserve. What that leaves us then is a general fund unassigned reserve, meaning no commitments against it, of $30 million, which is about a 25% reserve overall for the general fund, which is a good number. We've talked before about having additional work done on that to kind of define that, and how much we want to have for economic issues and how much for other things. And so that will come too. But all that work we do is internal decisions. We have $30 million of spendable funds today, or as of June 30, 2017 last year. Of that total, $5 million we're still suggesting is what we ought to be looking for bankruptcy-related costs, and so that gets you down to a $25 million spendable reserve of the 30 total available reserve. We have not historically spent much time talking about the single audit report, but because it was filed more timely this year, I wanted to spend a few moments talking about that as well. The single audit report is required for grantees, people that get federal monies that receive more than $750,000 in any given fiscal year. That's every year for us, because we think of our HUD funds that we receive. We always get more funds, more than $750,000 in that. The report that's provided on the single audit has no findings or question costs specifically associated with the federal grant programs. That's important because there are findings, but it's important to understand, distinguish that those are not related to our grant program specifically, and we are managing those programs accurately. The report is, in previous times, the auditor would provide a management letter to indicate their internal control concerns, but used to attach that to the single audit, so the audit gods got wise and said, hey, why do 2 reports? Let's just do 1 report, and they put it all in one now. So there are 6 findings in this particular year's report, 1 new and 5 repeat findings. That's down from about 17, not about, it's exactly 17 from 2 years ago. So making progress, that's a good thing also. And we'll walk through those in a moment, or now. The 1 new finding has to do with, we restated the workers' comp fund's opening balance, which requires an audit adjustment of the prior year's numbers. We looked more deeply at the liability for workers' compensation claims and so forth, and my assessment is I thought that was higher than it needed to be, probably. And we had a conversation with that. We talked with the risk management folks and understood from the third party what all the details meant. And sure enough, yeah, we reported too high of an obligation last year, and so we brought that down to what everybody agreed was the right number this year. And so as a result of that, they booked this entry and they have this finding then. And that will clear itself up because we won't have that in the subsequent year then, so that will go away and be a 1-year hit then. The repeat findings, the first 2, have to do with the report modifications I mentioned a moment ago on notes receivable and property held for resale. Excuse me. As those get squared away with staff's efforts, they will fall off the findings list as well because they'll be resolved. Another item is our internal service fund deficits. Internal service funds are things like workers' comp, our liability insurance, where we incur costs kind of in a single bucket and then allocate costs to the other departments. These funds have a fund deficit position, and it's an accounting nuance, but because of the accounting methodology they apply, the pension liability for the staff that are there is recorded in the fund, and that's to be paid off over the 25 years or so of paying down our pension obligation, and so there's no way we're going to have those funds available today. And so we're discussing with the auditors ways to possibly handle that differently so that we don't have to have a finding associated with our single audit for that, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. Another item is the accounting manual. I've recently hired a deputy finance director who is tasked with putting structure around the accounting function in the office, and one of the tasks she'll be working on is developing an accounting manual. We've had that conversation already. And then lastly, as information technology, the report indicated at the time, from that period of time, that we needed central governance and a disaster recovery plan. Well, we've hired an IT director, and one of the things he's working on is a disaster recovery plan. So that too is going to fall off naturally through a natural death in the next year then. So all that said, those are the findings in the single audit. And the only action associated with this report tonight is that you would receive and file a report.
Thank you. Councilman Valdivia?
Thank you, sir. Brent, I really appreciate all of your teams and the city manager. We really appreciate all the hard work. So how do we get the gold star? Is it just not repeat the findings on the single audit?
Yeah, for the gold star would be the clean opinion and the unmodified opinion.
Sure.
And those two items I mentioned would be the gold star then.
Then how do we, what protocols or policies and what's the actionable items here for your team to get that? Because this is now the second year, I understand.
Right, it is.
So how do we?
On some of these, it is
Yeah,
the
yeah.
second year, and one of them, it is a new finding. It really is maintaining the path that we're on, where we're trying to correct all these items. Some of these had to be corrected before others, and so you're seeing these ones that really needed to have some pre-steps done before we could actually get to these. But we have a plan of action for each one of these items, and I really don't anticipate
Okay.
that into the next year we're going to
Good
continue to
enough.
have an issue.
Final question is.
Just one other
Yes,
little
sir.
comment on that. These are not a couple of years. Those have been on the report since the RDA dissolved.
Yes.
So they've been on for many years and
Since
are
2012.
now being resolved.
Final question on the single audit report. So it's a federal government, anything above $750,000 of grant money. Is that in all federal funds when it comes to transportation funds, or is it CDBG, or is it, how is it isolated? Is it?
It's a cumulative total.
It's cumulative total. And what's the aggregated total value of the single audited report? I mean, we've exceeded the $750,000.
Sure.
What is that amount?
That's an excellent question. It's.
I mean, approximately.
Yeah, it's in the millions. It's $3 or $4 million.
Yeah.
It's I want to say 3.7 maybe.
So we're the
something like
benefactors of about $4 million.
Yeah.
We've exceeded this threshold, and that's what prompts the single audit
Yes.
report.
that. Yes. And that number goes up or down every year.
And it's
So,
$4
but
million
always-
from various federal agencies
Yeah.
and grant monies,
HUD,
from police department grants to all sorts, bundled into one.
Yes,
Okay.
and I think that is actually a low estimate. I think as we continue to show progress in our community, we're more aggressive about partnering with other agencies and things, I think that number can even go higher.
Thank you. Good job.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Bear. Excellent presentation, and thank you for you and your staff. I know I've been here for 8 years, and at one time, we were not doing well. There was no accountability. A lot of the records had to be reconstructed, and that was a huge nightmare. So I know we didn't get here just by overnight. I do have a specific question regarding the funding that is recommending to be set aside for handling remaining BK-related costs and settlement obligations. Do we see light at the end of the tunnel soon?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Good. Give me a timeline.
Most of the cost this year will be incurred. There's a couple of the agreements that run out 5 years, and so we've done 2 years, so we have 3 years left on those, but they're not a material amount of money.
Wow. We've come a long way.
Oh, huge,
We've evolved.
Huge.
Thank you.
To follow up on Councilman Valdivia's question, on packet page 422 related to schedule of expenditures for federal awards, it's approximately $5.7 million.
Oh.
Thank you.
Right. Any other questions? Councilman Nickel?
Just that, with some of the comments I received, I think we're doing much better now than certainly we were doing 4 years ago in terms of ensuring that these audits are done on a timely basis, and so I applaud the work you're doing. There were some questions, however, on some of the extraordinary sources of revenue and so forth. I mean, these are largely one-time sources in many ways, right?
But
So
an extraordinary item by definition is
yeah,
one time.
so
not
I'm just
recurring.
looking at packet page 246 and 247. So more or less the bottom half of the page is showing us some of those extraordinary sources of revenue and other items. So so rolling that up more the midpoint in the report, it looks like we're sort of stable right now from what I can see. We're sort of right at expenditures meeting revenues more or less. And I just want to make sure that, we're cognizant of that. I mean, the numbers look great, don't get me wrong. I'm glad we have some extraordinary sources, but my sense is that as time goes by, those extraordinary sources will begin to largely diminish, and we're going to increasingly be focused on the top half of this page and ensuring that our strategy going forward is to really address how to grow those revenues over time.
Yes, I mean, one of the discussions that we've had internally and we need to begin to have, we're preparing good data and information to help the council to really embrace the magnitude of the challenges that we have. We are in a stable financial position, but you're right, these numbers are too close, and especially given the fact that the council has established a goals and objectives sheet for the organization that really has a very clear vision about encouraging investment in the city, and that means that we need to have the dollars to be able to invest in ourselves and create a stage for all that. And we're too close for that now. So over the next several weeks, as we approach the upcoming fiscal year and the need to adopt an annual budget, we are going to have discussions about our long-term fiscal health. I think we're in a much better position than a lot of our neighboring communities in that through the bankruptcy process, we had to go through a very difficult task of developing a 20-year financial model, and we update that regularly. We have that updated now based on what we anticipate our revenues and expenditures being in the upcoming fiscal years. But it is critical that as an organization we remain absolutely focused, laser focused on what our goals are and really identifying those handful of priorities. For too long, this organization has tried to do a lot with a little and not done anything very well. We've really got to focus our energies and our resources on those things that we want to accomplish that we think are going to yield results and grow revenues.
Yeah, and I think that's my bottom line here is we've got some windfall revenues, which is great.
Yep.
I love the fact that we've got that, but we've got to be super, super smart in terms of how we allocate those windfalls so that we grow that revenue component, that top component of these two sheets. So thank you for that, and great work, and I'll go ahead and support whatever motion's on the floor. Thank you.
Councilman Schroed.
My comment is just simply kudos to you, Brent, and your staff and the city manager. With all due respect, Henry, I have to disagree with we're better than we were a couple of years. We're light years ahead of where we were a couple of years. We're phenomenally better. And what we're seeing here as findings are minor and are surely being dealt with and will go away. And I don't anticipate seeing audits with findings in the future. So is that a guarantee?
I was going to say, I think if you look back at my years as city manager in other communities, I'm not used to findings.
Yeah, no,
so they need to go away.
Yeah,
I don't like findings.
And I'm confident they will. City management staff and your staff, of course, which is a part of all that, have done a phenomenal job over the last couple of years in getting us back on the right track, and we are indeed on the right track. We have to stay laser focused on revenues and how we spend our money. Without a doubt, but we're phenomenally and light years ahead of where we were a couple of years ago. So congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Barrios?
Thank you, Mayor. On the general fund audit results, you say that we have a unassigned reserve balance of $30 million. And I'd like to see a lot of that go to our streets because as was presented earlier today, we have a lot of issues with our streets. And there shouldn't be any kind of reserve balance of any funds if our community is not in order. It should all be allocated to tree trimming, potholes, street lights, those fundamental things that we need in our city to operate. And so I'm just recommending that we push some of that money. If there's a plan to do so, go ahead and explain it.
This is something that we will be discussing in the upcoming weeks. A caution I would give to you, though, if we were to have a major earthquake in this community right now, we've got to have that reserve because of the way our revenues, and we're going to spend some time talking to you about how revenues come in because they are periodic. It's not like we're receiving money every day. It's much like payroll. comes out in different increments depending on the type of revenue that it is. But every prudent agency has a reserve of some amount for unanticipated issues like earthquakes. And again, if we had no reserve, if we had a major earthquake, we really would not be able to even pay employees to be here. So we want to talk about those policies because I do think the council needs to set a reasonable policy, one that reinvests in the community, but also maintains something in the event we have a catastrophic event. Or if the state of California, I've been I guess I'm getting old. I started to say that, that makes me sound really old. I can remember times in my career where the state of California, and I can think of about 3 different occasions where because of a change in state policy, and we have Gary McBride here, who the county CEO, he's going to talk in a couple minutes. I think Gary, I bet he's shaking his head back there. There have been policies at the state that have been implemented in such a swift fashion that it dramatically affected the financial position of government agencies. We need to have that for no other reason than to make sure that if the state changes a policy about how revenues are provided to the cities, that we have some ability to operate for a period of time while we will continue to work through those issues. And if Gary wants to ditto or add anything to it, he can certainly do that. But he's thumbing up. For the record, he's got his thumb up because it is really, from my perspective, you're going to expect if we have a catastrophic earthquake or something, you're still going to expect police officers to get to where they need to be and us to fix things so that people have water service and utility services. We may not have the resources to do that if we were to spend everything. So we are going to be presenting to you some policies and talk through some of those policies about reserve accounts and how you reallocate so you have enough but not too much.
I look forward to those conversations. Thank you.
Any other discussion? If not, it's a receive and file, so there's no action to take. Next is item number 17. This is the fire annexation financial update and approval of the renegotiated vehicle license fee swap agreement.
Mayor, members of the council, this is another exciting item. In July 2016, we annexed into the county fire district. That was the effective date of our agreement with them. We now have a period of time under our belts where we've had a chance to look at our revenues and expenditures, what the city would have been paying, what we are currently giving up in order to fund the fire protection services that we receive, and talk about some of the operational changes. So with us this evening, we have Gary McBride. I introduced Gary a second ago. He gave a thumbs up. The county CEO, Gary comes from a strong finance background. Mark Hartwig, our fire chief, is joining us this evening. John Chamberlain, our deputy fire chief. I think I saw back there Dan Muncie, our assistant chief. And Brent is going to begin the presentation by talking through the agreement, the finances, but certainly the gentlemen are welcome to come up. There is a section where we want to spend some time talking about the amazing changes in our service levels that we've been able to achieve by annexing into the district. And so, again, I don't know how you have it worked out, but they're certainly welcome to come up to the front and assist you in the presentation.
Also coming up now and kind of wait their turn. There are
and wait their turn.
I say it because there's a number of things to chat about here, the numbers themselves, but there's some actions that come out of that too that are a little complicated, and I'm going to explain them and so forth, and then take questions, I guess. But when I'm done with the financial aspect of it, then they have a presentation to make too on the operational side of the fence. And then from there we'll take questions, I guess. Okay. Well, good evening again. Welcome. We have this item has been long in coming. We've been working on it for several months. We'll start with some background on the agreement with the fire annexation. The city approved its plan of adjustment. The city's approved plan of adjustment called for the regionalizing or contracting for fire services. And in spring of 2015, an RFP was put on the street to issued for fire protection services and EMS services. Those proposals were reviewed over the summer of 2015, and ultimately the decision was made that the county fire district provided the best cost of services option for the city. The county fire provided what was a stable, sustainable service model, and they took advantage of the economies of scale or the larger operation that we could take advantage of to best serve the city and its residents. Specifically, the county's fire proposal required annexation into the county fire protection district. By doing so, it would then relieve the city of the responsibility for management of the operation, the unfunded costs associated with capital and equipment, and they would also cap the liabilities, meaning primarily the pension liability at that time and now. Annexation in the fire district also would provide a valuable resource in the form of the parcel tax that has been talked about a great deal. And at the time, that was about $140 a parcel and was anticipated to generate $7 million of offset funding. So that less property tax and revenues from the city had to be transferred to the district to make them whole then. The city anticipated with this agreement that we would see improved response times, improved funding for the various things we were not able to fund thoroughly entirely, things, facilities, equipment, training, workers' compensation costs to be avoided then, so it worked in the positive direction. We were eliminating legal costs and labor negotiations and litigation that was occurring with the operation. We also capped our future unfunded pension costs and liability exposure largely, because there's things that can still cause that to change some of it. Largely, we capped it because we don't have that ongoing obligation anymore to fund the additional years of service being added. It was estimated at the time that the fully funded city fire department would cost $36.3 million in the 16-17 year. And since that time, too, with PERS growth that we'll talk about in the budget process, but you've heard many times about how significantly that's growing, it would have added at least another $2 to $3 million of pension costs associated with those years alone. For the subsequent years, 17-18 and then 18-19 that we're budgeting for now. On July 1st, 2016, the approved arrangement with the county fire district began, and they started providing services to the city residents. So with that little bit of background, we'll get into the financial analysis. This has been the big question that people have been asking, really since the first year ended. Then, how did we do in relation to what we anticipated doing? And so that we've been working with the county and the fire district staff to kind of cull through those numbers, make sure we get them right and so forth. And then we have them now, and we are excited to present them. The results are very positive in lots of respects, the operational as well. So it's been a good situation, and we're excited to share that with you. But they did demonstrate that the degree to which our deferred costs for maintenance and capital equipment were in a bad way. The county fire service was designed to be funded through 4 primary categories of revenues. The property tax transfer, which is our primary 1% type of tax, things that come, it's called ad valorem. But that's the most significant piece of the transfer. Also, because there was not enough of that revenue, the vehicle license fee, or the VLF you hear referred to oftentimes, in lieu property tax, that also was transferred in a portion. We had a 65-35% sharing arrangement, which is the subject of a lot of conversation this evening still. The city would keep 65%, and the fire district would receive 35%. That was, again, all set based on the calculations then of what was anticipated to be needed to make the situation balance. The parcel tax revenue I mentioned, that was a new revenue source, and that was a significant piece, and then also operating revenues associated with the fire department in the county doing what they do. Important to note, under the model, the county bears the risk the revenues may be insufficient to fund operations. On the flip side, too, there's an upside that if the revenues are stronger, that's also in their favor then, too. The forecast projected that, the forecast that came out of the LAFCO report, which approved the annexation, that's the forecast we'll refer to several times, projected there'd be a $633,000 surplus roughly when you tally up all the revenues and tally up all the expenses, and that $630,000 would then be transferred to a reserve and begin building a reserve. And the 5-year plan shows the reserve building to about $2.5 million. The result, I guess, unfortunately, was that the operating results for the year that we're talking about, 16-17, was that there was a $1.8, nearly $2 million deficit that is absorbed by the fire district in that process. It's not charged back to the city per the arrangement we have with them. There were included in the costs that resulted in that situation, I guess you call them unanticipated, but just costs that they would probably have anticipated spending at a later time on stations and equipment. They really had to spend more up front then. And so they're more startup in nature. I wouldn't call them one-time necessarily, because you're going to always have ongoing. That's the whole purpose of the arrangement, is to be able to fund those things as they're needed. But rather than having a more drawn-out path, there was more costs up front required. An important piece of the conversation is going to be this, embedded in the actual operating results is the opportunity for the city to recover $1.8 million associated with 1617, associated with the VLF sharing agreement. And we'll talk about that in a lot more detail later. Not a lot more, in more detail later. But that is part of how you get to that deficit. And you're going to find that number 1.8 million pops up a number of times, and it's several different things. It might be confusing. I apologize, and we'll deal with questions later then if it's not all gelling first time through here. But $1.8 million is the amount the city is able to recover per the existing terms of the VLF swap agreement. It does require that you amend the agreement, which is the action item tonight with this report. The numbers are there. My next slide has more comments on, so I'll turn to my comments and leave the numbers on the screen for you there. You'll note at the bottom line there the overall picture of revenues alone generated about a $3.2 million surplus is the wrong word, but the revenues generated a positive variance of about $3.2 million. That's a good thing. Now, embedded in that, though, if you look at the line, the second line down that says $600,000 LAFCO for city residual, and then $2.4 million almost on the actual side, that's the piece that we'll talk about for the VLF swap in a bit. But so that's the portion that's going to be the city's going to be able to recover from the operations that year. So at the end of the day, when you put those two pieces together, you have about a $1.4 million net positive situation on the revenue, positive variance in relation to what the agreement projected. The city's ad valorem property tax, or the regular 1% monies, is the single largest positive item on there. It's the top line. You'll see projected about $10 million, and it came in at just over $12 million. And so that $2 million is the primary reason for the good news we're talking about. On the kind of offsetting that then is on the bottom portion, the operating revenue section. You'll see that the subtotal of that category was planned on getting about $10.5 million and received only $9.5 million. And the biggest piece of that discussion is in the operating charges for fire prevention and others, how I listed it there, and there's more pieces to that in detail, but they were those charges that had been anticipated in the LAFCO agreement didn't all materialize in the same way here, offsetting some of the positive gains on the tax side of the house. And so with that, that's the revenue side of the house. On the expense side, we'll do the same thing again. You'll notice the expenses at the bottom also. Expenses came in much higher than the forecast planned, just like revenues did, but we'll walk through those. Salaries and benefits are the single largest category, obviously, of almost any government operation, but that's certainly true here for the fire operation, too. They were pretty much on target. There's a little bit of savings associated with some vacancies they had, but that's basically just came in on target. The next largest category per the plan was services and supplies, the things they use in doing their job day to day. And you'll notice that generated another 1.8, that number pops up again, $1.8 million deficit overspending situation, because that's the line item in which they incurred costs that were not anticipated when they came into the situation. And most of that is maintenance on stations. That's what I've been told as I've talked with the county. It's what resulted in those costs. And those are maintenance-oriented items, not capital items, per the way the county defines those terms. The next item I want to chat about is the anticipated transfer of about $1.8 million to the Station Vehicle Replacement Fund. You'll notice that only $400,000 was transferred, and that really is just the corollary to the item I just mentioned. The anticipated spending, setting aside $1.8 million, but the costs were needed now instead of later, so as a result, those costs were incurred, and therefore there was less money available to set aside into a reserve fund. The transfers line item is the next one of some interest to chat about. You'll notice it was planned at $1.3 million. That's designed to primarily be where the overall district places overhead charges, and they incur some of those allocated charges for the overall organization. And that came in at $4 million. And so it's not they put more operational charges there. The way their accounting operation works, when they have capital items that are larger in nature, those are not incurred by people in the fire operation incurring the cost. They contract with their county, if you will, to have capital things done the same way that finance wouldn't do its own major work. We'd call Public Works, and they would do it for us then. So in that same way, those costs come to them as transfers as they pay the county proper. And so as a result, there was a lot of significant capital costs as well. And some of the details on those things where they had a new squad truck purchased, air packs, cardiac units, a lot of technology upgrades too, and I'm sure the fire folks can talk more about that in greater detail. Lastly, the LAFCO reserve requirement line I want to comment on. As I mentioned earlier, the original plan was that the revenues would exceed the expenditures by roughly $630,000, and that didn't occur. But the idea is that had that happened, they would have set that money aside into a reserve account. So they went and they did that as well. So they, in a sense, dipped into reserves deeper to fund that reserve. And so that's why it looks a little weird. They didn't plan on spending something, and they did spend it that way. But that's how they get to the total amount of spend of $35 million. So Roy, those are the variances on the expense side then. I wanted to spend a moment talking about the residual or legacy fire pension costs. Those are an item that's been discussed in some depth at different times. The city is responsible for the future pension costs that are associated with the period of time the firefighters were employed by the city. Again, they're called legacy fire costs. They are borne by the general fund. They are incorporated into our annual budget process. It's not a surprise. We're aware of it. It's something we've been planning on all along. The annexation essentially caps those costs, and so while if interest rates are higher or lower, there's some things that can cause that number to change, but it's not growing any further by virtue of people adding another year to their pension costs then. And so in that large sense, those costs are capped at where they are now. The next logical question, well, how much are they? And so that's an awkward question to answer because we don't know. PERS does all their safety employees together, and so fire and police are all embedded into one number. So all you can do is really estimate. But we're thinking that each year we're spending at least $2 or $3 million against that legacy fire cost then. But those costs are all accounted for in our long-term financial planning. Doesn't make it easy. It's still a big chunk, but that's part of the fiscal planning you've been shown throughout the bankruptcy process. Then the last issue I wanted to speak about tonight before I turn over to the fire folks is the VLF swap agreement, which is, I was saying, that's the action item tonight that has the good news part of it for the city, I guess, is that the current agreement I mentioned sets the sharing rate for the VLF revenue at 65% to the city and 35% to the county. Again, that was what the math proved out to be when all the original projections were made of what it would cost and revenues that would be generated. Of course, it's a projection, so the one thing you know for sure, it's not going to be right. It'll be higher, less, that kind of thing. So the agreement, in its foresight, had reopeners to allow the city and the county to discuss that component that they had very little opportunity to know about. And one of those reopeners is it's called RPTTF residual, but what it is, as the RDAs have been winding down and they generate their tax increment revenue, they pay all the bills for the ROPs that you've heard talk about from people, and then whatever's left over gets distributed to the taxing agencies, and we're one of the taxing agencies. And so that money also gets distributed to the fire district per the agreement. But at the time, they had no idea what that would look like long term because it was still fairly early on in the dissolution process. So an estimate was made, and the reopener was allowed for to say, should the money come in higher than this, the city can recover that portion. And so the LAFCO forecast had projected that component of the revenue at $600,000, and it wound up generating about $2.4 million, the delta being $1.8 million. And so that is from the 16-17 fiscal year, now in 17-18, we can recapture that with kind of a one-time concept to it because we're pulling the money from a prior year back into this year, and that's good news for us then. Additionally, it allows us to reset the sharing percentages also. And so that also, not only do we recapture the 16-17 revenue, we're resetting the 17-18 percentage such that a higher percentage of the funds flows to us again as well. Those we've interacted with the county, and you could say negotiated, renegotiated, but really it was more just a conversation and looking at the numbers and seeing what they are and just doing the math. And that came out to be that the new proposed shares are at a city share of 73.5 million, 73.5%. I'm not sure it was millions. And then 26.5 to the county. And so at this point in time, that 73.5 is projected to generate about $1.8 million a year on an ongoing basis. And it too will grow as when property taxes grow by 4% in the city, or 6% or 2%, that piece of the pie grows with it too. So it's a healthy chunk of revenue. Collectively this year is anticipated to be about $15 million and closer to 16 next year then. So it is a big chunk of money for the city still. Lastly, the reopeners, as I mentioned, we had one for year 1. There's also reopeners for years 2 and 3, and then 5, 8, 11, every 3 years thereafter. So that allows us to kind of really take a good look and make sure it's set properly. And by that time, hopefully things have settled down and we can just live with it, forever that way. Lastly, the last piece of the amended agreement talks about the city's share associated with the sale of successor agency assets. So as part of the wind down of the RDA, the assets that were left with the successor agency are being sold. Proceeds get sent to the county. They distribute the proceeds amongst the taxing agencies. And again, the city is a taxing agency, but for the agreement, those taxes all get sent to the fire department. The agreement specifically allowed also in the terms of exceptions that these things were not known how they could be predicted at the time. They were not built into the plan to recover costs from the city to fund the fire department. And so as a result, we get our share of those. And this agreement, when adopted, will allow that to also occur. And that is roughly $50,000 right now at this point in time for the properties that have been sold to date. So with that, that's the financial update, if you will. And I'm going to ultimately ask you to approve a resolution, but and then there's a whole operation, not whole, but there's additional comments the fire district staff would like to make. And so I don't know if you want to let them go and then do questions, or.
I think Councilman Mulvihill has a question.
Yeah, just to, for my own clear thought, the whole process is costing the county $1.8 million more, is that right?
In the 16-17 fiscal year, the net result, yes, was $1.8 million deficit.
And how are we making up for that?
We are not.
Okay, they're just absorbing that.
Yes. Part of that is, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Some of that, as I was mentioning, is that costs they're incurring in advance of timing they would have incurred at a later date. So it's just moving the needle forward. Again, they're a much larger organization. I mean, they're no more thrilled about it than I am about saying it kind of thing. But at the same time, that's part of what the annexation did, is that what it's going to cost is what they're committed to doing. And so if it was $1.8 million every single year forever, that would not work. And so but that's not their plan. And they can talk about some of that, I guess, too then.
And I guess my next question is, as you said, the last year with the city fire department, it was 36 point something or other million dollars.
Not the last year. That was the projection for the 16-17 year.
Okay, and we could tack on a couple $1 million each year for that.
Yes, compounding cumulatively.
Comparing the cost, can you tell me, comparing the cost that the city fire department would be costing us now versus what we're paying the county, what's the difference between it?
Well, what we paid the county is what we gave up in revenue, and that was a 30, well, you go back to the slide, sorry.
Okay.
It's
The
about
revenues?
35.
They generated 35.2, but we're getting back $1.8 million. So
What page are you on?
I'm looking at page 8.
Okay.
And so if you look at the bottom right column, the actuals, they collected 35.2 million, but again, we're going to recover 1.8 million of that. And so 33.4 is roughly what they received in revenues. The portion that we paid would be the top portion, really, where you're seeing the 25.7. That's the taxes that were transferred to them. Mm-hmm. Again, now less than 1.8, because that's where that money really comes from. And so you'd say more like 24 million, probably 23.9.
That's the tax revenues that we're transferring.
Yes.
To them, yes.
Okay.
And remember, just to go to your first question and make sure we're really clear in the answer, part of the benefit of annexing into the district is they're bearing the cost. We know what the service levels are for this community because we've established those. They're bearing some risk that we no longer have to bear in terms of providing the services.
Mr. Schreck?
No, I'm done.
Are you done? Mr. Schreck?
Thank you. This was obviously a decision that was not an easy one to make, to close our fire department and move on. But I guess my question of somebody is, had we not done what we did in annexing into the county, we would have probably never exited bankruptcy. Is that a fair, or at least close to a fair statement?
The bankruptcy court made it clear that we had to find some way that was going to put us in a stable financial position. Given the size of that department, that and refuse, I don't know that we could have found two other things short of the police department to create the kinds of efficiencies that we were able to create. Just the size of our budget and the size of those city departments, we didn't really have anything else that was of that magnitude that could allow us to create the efficiencies that those departments allowed us to create.
And of course, I think we all know it's been reported that our calls for service have improved. I know
They're going to walk through all
there's going to be a presentation, but I don't want to steal your thunder, so I won't say a word, John. Okay? I won't say a word. I think I'll let you quote the numbers, but I think they're greatly improved, and I think we understand that. And I guess that everyone was looking for, and of course I was fairly involved over the last number of years in making statements about savings and $8 million versus 10 versus 12. And yet we probably wouldn't have exited bankruptcy. It would have been very difficult. And what price do we put on property and lives with the improved services? And that is not in any way at all to disparage the staff that we had, the fire department, the personnel. Excellent fire department, did an excellent job for us for over 100 years. It was just that we were unable to sustain them at that level, and we needed the bigger agency to be able to provide the services that our citizens need. And so I'm having a hard time showing a real simple number. In other words, it was $36 million, and it's costing us now $28 million, so we're saving X. I know it's not that simple, and I realize that, but in terms of value, we are saving significantly with the county, and they're performing excellently for us, and we know that, and we've seen incidences that really spoke largely for what you all are doing. So with that, I'm pleased with what we're doing. I also think I hear in real simple terms that it may get better as things level out and go along. But as we all know, costs go up, generally not down, and we want to continue to provide the service that our citizens deserve and need. But we want to make sure that we're doing it in a cost-effective way, and I'm convinced that the county and staff and management at the county level is doing that for us. So I'm happy with the decision, albeit a very difficult decision that we all made a couple of years ago. So thank you, and thank you for the report, and I'm anxious to hear yours.
Councilman Valdivia.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to know if the county fire is here, are they responding to any of this presentation, or?
And that's why, Gary is here. Gary McBride was instrumental in addressing this at the time. He was responsible for the county's finances and worked with the district. So certainly Gary can add to the financial discussion and answer any questions.
Yeah, I would like it structured. I know that they have an operational PowerPoint, and they're going to talk about efficiencies of time response, and I would imagine. But
Yes.
I want to know the reaction before we get into their presentation of operations, which I imagine is great, and I'm anticipating hearing good news. But I'd like to know what is the county's response to this proposal, to more of the aspects here, recommended by our city staff.
Sure, and Gary, why don't you come up? But I guess keep in mind, this is not necessarily a proposal. The contract that you've entered into allows us to look back and recognize that there were some things that were unknown to all the parties at the time. So really what we're recommending this evening is based on that look back that's in the contract that you agreed to, we think these are the numbers that best reflect what that additional revenue piece should be. Gary?
Brent, before you start, would you turn off your light, and then would you turn yours on? Push the button. There you go.
Perfect. Thank you. Gary McBride, CEO of the county, so thank you very much for having us. So a couple of things, and this is a little different than most of the annexations that we've done because of the revenue streams that were shared. And so the fact that there's VLF swap money involved with this actually creates a good opportunity for the city, because this reopener is the only one that we have in the annexations that we've done in the fire department for the city to actually, through good stewardship of the dissolving RDA, come back and recapture some of that revenue through this agreement amendments. That is not an option that's available to other annexations that we've done. And so this is a bit of a unique situation, and it's, I think, a big benefit to the city, because one of the things that the city did anticipate as we went through these negotiations is there were a number of things coming up in terms of the RDA dissolution and refunding of debt service that would have been the savings for, so let me back up a little bit. So the city RDA had a number of bonds outstanding. To the extent that those got cheaper, there would be more money available to come to the taxing entities, as Mr. Mason mentioned. In a typical annexation, all of that money would have come to the fire district in this case, and would have essentially been windfall to them. It would have been above the LAFCO expectations when we did the transfers. And so due to all of the good things that staff did to control costs during the RDA dissolution and create savings, the city, instead of the fire district, because of this agreement, is allowed to recapture that money. And so while I would be more than happy for you all to vote no and we could keep the $1.8 million, I think it is a unique situation to recognize some of the good financial stewardship that the city put into place at the time that we negotiated the agreement that is going to accrue to the benefit of the citizens of the city.
Well, thank you, Mr. McBride. I appreciate that. My other question is, when we first entered into the LAFCO process, I remember distinctly the mention that this is a unique opportunity and that this VLF swap is a unique thing. In fact, LAFCO had never really understood it or done it, according to some, that this was the first time the city had ever done it. And so I'm just more curious on this reopener clause. Where did we find it? Was it ever anticipated? And how did we find and discover this reopener clause?
Well, it's not so much that it was found or discovered. It's just as we were negotiating that agreement, we realized that there were some unknowns. We had bonds that we recognized could be refunded for lower interest rates, creating some savings. We also recognized that we held uniquely, by the way, City of San Bernardino has always had a lot of redevelopment or redevelopment property that ultimately flowed to the successor agency. So unlike a lot of redevelopment agencies, maybe they had one parcel or maybe two that they were going to have to dissolve or dispose of. We didn't. We have lots of property that we were in the process of selling per state law. So we recognized the unique situation that this city happened to be in with its redevelopment agency, with the fact that we had bonds that had higher interest rates than what we thought we could get by refunding them, and a few other unique situations. We were in bankruptcy, probably the other annexations that you've done. I don't know that the cities have filed for Chapter 9 bankruptcy. So it created kind of a unique environment for us, and we negotiated as part of that agreement that we needed at some point as part of this agreement between the parties to come back and reopen, recognizing that there was the potential. There was going to be significantly greater revenues than what we anticipated when we walked through the LAFCO process.
On the slideshow number 4, on bullet point number 2, the fully funded city fire department estimated to cost $36.3. That is, boy, I wish we could actually do that.
Right.
In our city fire department, as I recall, it was always undercut, understaffed, and while that number is a 36.3, I mean, that's a great number. However, we never achieved it.
No,
as I understand it, the city council always, and through various tactical moves, always somehow seemed to underfund our fire department. Furthermore, what grows a little bit more apprehensive for me in this entire discussion is the sad reality that we still have 3 fire stations out of service. One of which is in my district, station number 10 at Mill and Arrowhead, completely closed and shuttered. Station number 6 up on Medical Center and Highland Avenue, completely shuttered. And yeah, there may be some analysis from some that say, well, Muscoit Fire Department serves that station. But nonetheless, the reality is that we have 2 less fire stations as a result of this. The other growing apprehension that I have is the Kendall Fire Station, station number 5, I believe. That has been browned out for about a year now. And so my concern and question to you, Ms. City Manager, is so you're seeking the $1.8 million, in essence, a refund.
Mm-hmm.
What is the anticipated spend on the $1.8 million? How are you going to repurpose that money? Where will that money be going? And how can we somehow provide a better fire service delivery so that our residents actually benefit from this entire agreement?
So the $1.8 million would be coming in as general fund funds, so it would go back into the city's general fund, and it will be in the numbers that you are going to be reviewing over the next several weeks in preparation for the budget process that we're starting, which would take effect July 1st. You'll have the opportunity as a council to decide how you want to use that, because it will be a part of that general fund complement of funds that you see.
Well, I would like to see this $1.8 million repurposed into our fire service. I think that's really the how the sale of this entire agreement was had. That the monies would be spent on fire protection services.
Now, we didn't agendize a discussion about revenues, but I will earmark for you when we talk about what we project our revenues to be for next fiscal year, because given the agreement with the county that is money that should return to the city, we actually have that programmed into our proposed general fund, and so you'll have a chance to allocate and talk about how you want to spend those.
No, I understand. Yeah. And that's my wish, that if we're going to proceed with this tonight and approve it. And your ask is very simple, to allow you the freedom and the authority to execute that agreement. That's the essence of your request.
I'm asking you to give me authority to
Sure.
go get our money.
Okay.
Because you provided for it.
Good idea.
You provided for it in that reopener. The other thing I think would be really relevant to this discussion, I recognize that there are fewer fire stations. But I think when you see the dramatic improvements that we've made to response times and calls for service, and we can even show that by area, I think as we talk about your other priorities, because tonight alone we've talked about the need for street maintenance, which I agree with. We've talked about park maintenance issues over the last several months. This is a discussion. We need to think about what that level of service is that we want and identify where our revenues are best
Well,
used.
and I appreciate the sympathetic nature of providing the services. I understand that nonetheless, when I get residents calling that their fire station is closed, that medical services are somehow, in their minds, they're paying more for less service. And so I have to explain that.
Right.
So my wish is that we enter those discussions on that $1.8 million until, I don't think it's fair to the taxpayer is to somehow be burdened with an additional property tax and yet see additional fire stations closed. And so I want to do everything in our power here as a council to ensure that our fire protection unit has the necessary resources and tools to do their job and to provide efficient services. I'm appreciative of our county fire. I thank them for their service to our community. This is the route in which we have decided to go, and I'm very supportive of our county fire. I thank them for their service, but I want to somehow see, and we'll talk about that, the $1.8 million, but I want to see squads. I know that station number 4 and station 1, there's a proposal out there to have squads, paramedic squads come back to our city. And if that's a better use of that $1.8 million, that's what I'd like to see. Thank you.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. To our city manager, for the purposes of tonight's agenda item for number 17, this is to provide you to execute amendment number 1.
Yes.
That's all we're doing tonight?
Right.
Okay.
And again, because the contract that you entered into allows for that opportunity for
Right.
us to recapture additional revenue as it's available.
Right. 2 years ago, we were under the gun. We had to come up with an agreement because Judge Jury wanted us to produce, and we did. And okay, thank you.
Right, so,
And so, Mr. Mayor, if there are no further financial questions, then I would like to have the fire department come forward, walk through the operational changes that have been made. They'll talk about some of the fire stations and things, and I think they have a PowerPoint. Chief? Hurry, hurry, hurry. No, I'm just teasing.
Thank you, Ms. Miller, members of the City Council, Mr. Mayor. I don't have all the answers, but I have people that know the answers. So if I could introduce them real quick, and if I could start it, I wanted to tell you really from my perspective, I was heavily involved in the initial discussions with the city, with the fire department, with the management team about what a partnership might look like, and whether a partnership was even good to start with, because as you've mentioned, and as you know, you had a very capable fire department, very capable firefighters, men and women of this organization that you had for many years, provided great service. The county surrounds, in many cases, the city. And everybody in this environment today, especially with the unfunded liabilities that continue to increase, and the desires for service, increased service, and the capping or the limitations on revenue, trying to figure out how we can get together and do things better. Neighbors are talking to neighbors about how we can pool our resources, maybe stretch that dollar a little bit, and resources as well. As a taxing authority now within your city, as the fire district, we are invested in the success of the city. We only improve our services. Our revenue only increases as this city prospers. That is different than a contractual relationship that we have with other cities. We don't have an investment there, quite frankly. We get paid regardless of whether the city is doing well or not. And so we came to the conclusion very quickly that we could achieve some efficiencies, some effectiveness to not only by providing maybe a broader array of services here in the city, but also a deeper level of services, a deeper pool of services. John Chamberlain, our deputy chief now, was the fire chief here when we transitioned here, the city services to the county. He is now our deputy chief of administration and our technical expert on LAFCO annexations. And then, of course, Dan Muncie, who is your current fire chief and assistant chief here, runs as your fire chief, acts as a member of your city staff. And, of course, you probably have way too many fire chiefs here because right over on 5th Street is our headquarters, of course, and then you have our ARF training facility, the only one on the West Coast, the Air Rescue Firefighting Training Facility. You have our training center down at the airport, and then, of course, you have our wildland program up right in Devore. So the access that the city has to services is, quite frankly, the other cities that we serve ought to be jealous because it seems as if they're really just added stations to you here in this city. So I don't want to say any more other than I can tell you from my perspective, and I have the pleasure of being able to look out my window and see the Arrowhead on the hill. I'm only the second floor, but I do get a good view of the city and the front country and really the beautiful city that we serve. I call this my work home, and I am proud of the men and women, many of which came from your organization, and the impact that they've made not only here but in the county fire district and made us better. So I'm not going to talk anymore. Chief Muncie has a PowerPoint presentation to talk more specifically about the operational impacts, and then I'm around to answer any questions you might have.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, and constituents. My name is John Chamberlain. I'm the Assistant Chief that assumed the helm in the immediate transition, since promoted to Deputy Chief. And despite what he says, I'm not the LAFCO resident expert. I do actually interpret stuff. One of the things that was pointed out by Brent, he did a very thorough job. We met a couple times, and he met with staff, and I commend him for that. We inherited an extreme amount of deferred maintenance that was probably the biggest challenge. We talked about $3.2 million in absorption or over expenditure for the Valley Service Zone, which runs for the Los Angeles County line basically to Mentone up to about Highway 138. That's the Valley Service Zone all encompassing. We had to buy the air packs. We wanted to get you upgraded technology related to cardiac monitors, et cetera. We had almost $1 million in deferred maintenance on your equipment, on the rolling stock, even though the city had signed an agreement related to actually getting some of that maintenance completed prior to the transition. It just was not enough. So to Councilmember Valdivia's point, yes, that there was deferred maintenance that occurred. You had scuttled some of your operational ability already prior to our assumption of the service. The facilities were lacking in ADA compliance. Obviously, there was some deferred maintenance there. Station 225 on Kendall, we actually went through and looked at it due to mold and asbestos remediation concerns. We actually scuttled the station operations altogether and are looking to dispense of the property. Just was not, and that actually was one of the transitional facilities. My understanding was that was a mobile home dating from the 60s or 70s. It was planted there on a temporary basis that became a permanently fixed foundation. So no fault, I understand, and your guys' circumstance with the BK, but we did have to absorb that up front. That being said, putting the LAFCO hat on the backside, keep in mind that the service plan that is funded for what we took over, not for what your city fire department had previously requested or what your previous service delivery was. So moving forward on that, as you're looking at it, I outlaid a plan kind of what I thought it should look like. I think your Assistant Chief Muncie has basically tweaked that even a little further, taking a look at what he believes it should be long term. You've already recognized the full benefits as he gets into his report about regionalization and what that means. But if we don't continue to look at long-term infusion, we're going to erode away those benefits and those gains. And I would just encourage you to take that in, at least in an annual basis in your transitional talks when you're looking at the costs. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Dan. He's got a pretty good PowerPoint for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. It's surprising when the fire department's talking. It's probably the least attended council meeting of this year. I'm happy I don't have to talk about the exciting things, the finances, but I would like to talk to you a little bit about the last year and a little bit about the future. I don't like death by PowerPoint, so I'm going to be speaking to a lot of these slides. But County Fire, we really strive to be a data-driven fire department. We make decisions based on the greatest outcome from the citizens. Now, I'll be honest. The number one question I get from the council members is, when am I going to get a fire station in my ward? And what they're saying is the fire stations are really important community centers that our neighborhoods want to be proud of. And I would love to put new fire stations in every single ward, but we look at some factors when we're making these decisions. What is the fastest response time to the incidents occurring within our city? Because the quicker that we can get there, we're going to save lives. And I might be able to put a station in a ward, but if the calls, there's not that many calls there, or there's already a nearby station, then maybe in another part of the city we have a longer response time. The second thing is we have to look at target hazards in the city. And a good example is the downtown area here. As you drive through, you see a lot of vacant buildings, and I'm happy to see a lot of those actually coming back and people moving in. But at the end of the day, those vacant buildings right now have a lot of transients in it. We work with the police department. Police department goes out, clears these transients out of the buildings, and guess what? Unfortunately, they come right back in. That's a target hazard. Other examples of target hazards are senior citizen housing or a senior high-rise that we have in the city. We want to make sure that we have resources that we can put on these hazards really, really quick to minimize the fire damage, the loss of human life. Finally, we want to look at the at-risk populations. Where are the senior citizens and the children's? And those decisions really kind of drive our reliability. So we're looking at response times. This is taken from a program that we call DECIN. It does a CAD analysis. What CAD is a computer-aided dispatch. It looks at all our calls, and it looks on how long does it take the fire department to get from the fire station when they receive that call to actually on scene. It tells us how long we're spending on the calls. It tells us what types of calls that we're running. It tells us where those calls are running. So DECIN is the modeling that allows us to look deeper in the CAD, because if you just look at CAD, you're looking at rows and rows and rows and rows of Excel documents, and only Brent would like looking at that kind of thing. It's true. Oh, and of course, never mind. As you look here, this is in seconds, so you need to convert the seconds. But if you see the tab that says Metro, we consider San Bernardino City a metro area. We use NFPA 1710, which is a national standard. That national standard says that on average you want to have your fire engines on scene within 5 minutes. Does anybody know why we want to be on scene within 5 minutes of a call? Very good. Very good. If you stop breathing within 5 minutes, your brain becomes brain dead, number one. Number two is that we have to get to fires before they flash over. Flash over is where everything in the room, because of the heat of the fire, catches on fire simultaneously. All your furnishings, all your valuables, all your loved ones are now dead. That is a critical timestamp. The rest of it just tells us how we're doing at that. Now you'll see the percentage compliance. Remember, average is 50. That means 50% of the time we're less than 5 minutes, but 50% of the time we're greater than 5 minutes. So we really, really want to get away from looking at averages and look at the 90th fractile. Fractile really just means percentage. 90% of the time we're arriving in 455 seconds. So we want to drive that 90th fractile down to 5 minutes, which would exceed NFPA 1710. It would be also very expensive to do because you have to increase a lot of your resources and a lot of your staff. But the city has great response times compared to its neighboring cities. As a matter of fact, it's much below what the previous city reported in 2013, which was somewhere over 9 minutes. It was about 9 minutes, 32 seconds. 9 minutes, for comparison purposes, is 5 minutes and 40 seconds. So even if our 90th fractile is below that amount. The second thing I want to point out is that County Fire responds to all 911 calls. When a citizen picks up the phone and if it's for a medical or fire emergency, if they say those two words, we respond. That wasn't the case always in the city of San Bernardino. They only ran the high priority calls. So in 2013, the city ran 38,000 calls for service. Today we run 54,000 calls for service. So it's a significant increase in our responses. Our capital improvements are just immense. As Chief Chamberlain came up here and stated, the deferred maintenance on the city stations, unfortunately, as the city was approaching bankruptcy and going through the bankruptcy process, you couldn't maintain everything that you wanted to. So one of the first things we did when we came in is we hired our project management division. We put our firefighters, we tasked them at looking at the condition of the stations. And what do we need to do to bring the stations up to a livable condition? What do we need to do to make sure that the concrete's not going to be a trip hazard or that they're going to be safe in the event of an earthquake? And when you look at that, just this year alone, we're requesting $8 million in CIP funds just to bring up the existing infrastructure. And there's one item in there that's for a new fire station. I'll talk about that new fire station in a minute. Some of the completed CIPs that we focused on over the last year, Chief Chamberlain spoke about, but it's really that structure and stability of those fire stations. We did a lot of catching up on the deferred maintenance. I want to speak real quick on the presentation that Brent did. He showed $4 million in transfers. And he explained that those transfers go to other county departments to support the county fire. Well, when you look at that $4 million of transfers, a lot of that money went to the project management division for things like roofs for our fire stations. Well, because of our workload of CIPs, the capital improvement programs that we have, PMD wasn't able to complete all those projects in 1 year. So while those transfers are $4 million, a lot of that was carried over into this budget year, and we're going to start seeing the stations catching up. Concrete and trip hazards repair and electrical and plumbing repair. We just did the bare basics on those fire stations to bring them into a livable condition. Unfortunately, as Councilmember Valdivia pointed out, the fire station on Kendall, Fire Station 225, had to be closed. And it had to be closed because we found significant asbestos and black mold to the point that it would have cost over $1 million to remove that and make that station habitable. But that area is very important to us. That's up by the college, and we understand how important it is to get a fire station up there. We also spent a lot of money on safety equipment last year. We saw extractors coming in, which are washing machines for the turnout gear. One of the #1 killers of firefighters is cancer. And there's not a year, matter of fact, probably 4 times a year, we hear about people in our fire department getting cancer. Those extractors are demonstrated to remove the contaminants from those uniforms and make sure our guys don't get cancer down the road. And also spending money on things like station backup generators, which are really important. So data-driven decisions are more than just financial. And here we're looking at the current map of San Bernardino City, and we're looking at our response times. There's a graphic next to it, and anything that's bright green is within a 3 to a 4 minute 30-second or 4 minute 10-second response time in the city. Anything that's a little bit paler green is between 4 minutes, 30 seconds and 5 minutes. Yellow is 5 minutes and 5 to 5:30, so that's an area we might need to concentrate on. The orange is from 5 minutes, 30 seconds to 7 minutes, and the red is over 7 minutes. But let's compare that to where our actual work is. Response time in an area that doesn't have any calls doesn't really matter. We want our fire engines to respond where the calls are. So when we plan fire station, we could say that we want to plan our fire stations so they're spread out evenly across the city to give the best response time to the city. But there's certain parts of the city, like Little Mountain, that there's nobody there. We're not getting any calls there, or the airport. No calls there. It doesn't make any sense to have fire stations there. It makes sense to put the fire station where you're going to have the greatest amount of calls and where we're going to have our target hazards. This slide shows some of the potential fire station locations. Now, this is just an example that I used Deccan to look at some modeling today. Here we see a fire station in the southwest part of the city. Who knows what city this is right here? Rialto. Rialto. Look how close that fire station is to the border of Rialto. Where do you think they spend about 40% of their time? That station provides 40% of its call load into Rialto. Now we have reciprocal agreements with Rialto. That's a bad placement for that station. I know that that fire station right there, Fire Station 229, was built almost 60 years ago and is going to cost me about $7 million in maintenance over the next 10 years. Does anybody know what a new fire station costs? Now remember, we got to pay prevailing wage. $4.2 million. Roughly. You're on it. Okay, you're very close. So the basic fire station 2 years ago, we built one in Needles, was $3.5 million. So you can add inflation to it. A basic fire station would mean that that's one crew. Now, Chief Chamberlain spoke about these fire stations were built, they were modular, and they were put on, they never really intended to be permanent structures. We're not in the business of doing that. We're in the business of making sure that we're going to build fire stations once, and it's going to outlive anybody in this room. We look at 50-year fire stations, if not 100-year. So as we're doing the modeling, we have to look at population increase. We have to look at, is there going to be an industrial growth there? Is there going to be high-rises that are coming in? And we have to plan the fire station footprint so it can be designed to house the amount of firefighters it's going to need in the future. Roughly on a scale of things, about $4.2 million to somewhere around $6 or $7 million is what a fire station would cost in the city of San Bernardino, depending on placement. So it doesn't make sense to put a lot of money into a fire station that was built 50 years ago that's not going to be there more than a decade anyway. The second fire station we could look at is this fire station right here. That's Fire Station 222, and the same scenario exists. This modeling shows these two fire stations, 229 and 222, have removed the fire engines from those stations. I've told the computer to select me the best location for one central station in that area, and it did. And it picked a fire station location right here on the corner of 5th and 4th Street. That's where Nunes Park comes together. A fire station in that location, you can see how green it is around here. A little bit towards Rialto, we start exceeding our 7-minute response time. But what's right here? A Rialto fire station. What's down here? Another fire station in those areas that can help us through automatic aid reciprocal agreements keep the response time down in those areas. So this is what's possible on the left, and this is what's current. Remember, the light green is our fastest response times. By bringing that more into a central location, it allows us to better serve that population, especially when you compare it to the workload study. Now, how many of you guys have ever wondered, when you pick up the phone, anybody else called 911 here? If Few people have. And when you call 911, sometimes you'll say, hey, I just need an ambulance. But the fire engine always goes. Why does the fire engine go to these calls? Some of it is that the fire engines tend to arrive at medical emergencies quicker. And we're there to provide help. Unfortunately, in today's climate that we live in, ambulances may be delayed at hospitals for hours and just not available. Getting a fire engine there and being able to assess the emergency is very, very important. But people also say, boy, that fire engine costs a lot of money. Why are you going on all these emergencies? And that's a true statement. So we have alternate delivery methods, and our primary one's a paramedic squad. And those of you who remember watching the show Emergency, remember the paramedic squad with Johnny and Roy. There was 2 guys on that small rescue truck. We have one of those in the city right now at Fire Station 226. Expanding the use of the squads will allow us to continue to have response times, but we'd be able to remove the 2 engines from that central station and move that engine into an area that has worse response times. Also include our 5-year apparatus plan. We're thinking ahead. Spending $1 million on apparatus per year to maintain it isn't going to work. Now, fire engines are very, very, very expensive. And you got to remember that they're designed to start cold, run as fast as they can to the medical emergency or fire, operate the pump, and they have to be completely reliable. The amount of equipment on a fire engine is outstanding. The amount of emergencies and the rescues that we do every single day, there's something new every single day. It's a lot more than just putting out fires and taking cats out of a tree. Those fire engines are about $700,000 each. So in perspective, if you're spending $1 million on maintenance, why wouldn't you start buying new fire engines? So there they are, 2 brand new fire stations. And this I received today from our guys. This is at KME back in Pennsylvania. We have a total of 4 fire engines coming next year. Those are 2 of the brand new ones. Matter of fact, you can see that they don't even have the stickers on the door yet. But those are 2 of them that are going to be serving the city by the end of the year. We also have 2 new paramedic squads. We announced this earlier. It was in the community newsletter. Those paramedic squads carry all the paramedic equipment. They carry the Jaws of Life, which is used to open up cars, and they carry basic rescue stuff. But that's a light, fast vehicle. And when you have a medical emergency that may not require a 3-person fire engine crew, you want to send that because that's a more cost-effective option. So I've gone through a lot of what's going on in the city. We're looking at building 1 new fire station next year. Over the next decade, we really need to replace 5 fire stations. We're looking for money wherever we can. To be honest, it's hard to give money back to the city for me. Not that the city doesn't need it, not that the city isn't going to use it. It's knowing that we need to do a little bit better. We need to add new equipment. We need to find money to build fire stations. We need to find money to staff those squads to provide a more efficient service. Is there any questions from the council?
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. A lot of information in a short period of time. I'm trying to take it all in. You mentioned the possibility of a new fire station down the road between 4th and 5th. Is that the area of the no man's land across from BNSF, adjacent to Ruben Campos?
I haven't called it no man's land, but it's surrounded by fields.
A lot of fields.
Nunez Park, and I've been meeting with the city manager and Jim Tickmeyer. One of the park, half of it's been fallow for a number of years.
Yes.
So I've asked the city manager if I could talk to the city about partnering. And I'll go back to the fire station being a community building. It is. And if we could put that fire station next to a park, I think that's a win across the board.
I agree.
And that's a great area to serve. You can see by centralizing that fire station, we can serve a better San Bernardino City population.
I agree. I want to be your partner. Don't forget that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Well, the whole council will be the partner.
The entire council.
The entire council will be the partner. And Dan, just because I know San Manuel was here, can you talk about the significant contribution that San Manuel has agreed to make?
Absolutely. Don't quote me on the date, but it's the second Board of Supervisors meeting in May. I believe that's May 22nd. There's an agreement going forward between the tribe, San Manuel, and County Fire San Manuel's agreed to provide $7 million worth of funding to be used for 2 new fire stations. The stipulation that they've requested is that we build these 2 fire stations within 10 minutes of the reservation border. And it's a reciprocal agreement. County Fires agreed that in the event of an emergency on tribal lands, we're going to treat it as if it was County Fire District. We're going to give them everything we have to protect the tribe. So what to break it down, what they're worried about is that casino catching on fire. San Manuel does have a fire station. It has 1 fire engine and 1 truck. But if that casino catches on fire, you're going to need a lot more than that. You're going to need 5 chief officers. You're going to need at least 5 trucks. You're probably going to need 20 fire engines. So they're saying, we know that we may have a need for this someday. We would like to give you an agreement. We're going to give you $7 million for these 2 fire stations if you agree to do this. Now, to be honest, this is a great deal for County Fire. The casino hasn't caught on fire. It's up to fire code, and it would be a very rare event if that were to occur. Now, that's one example, any tribal emergency. For instance, those of you who live in San Bernardino, have you guys ever seen a fire come off the hills here? It happens. It's come down and it's burned tribal lands before. Now, in that agreement is also the fact that County Fire serves a wide area, including the city of San Bernardino, and we can't guarantee you everything if there is a large fire. We're going to be able to give you what we can in the fire. So County Fire operates on a regional basis. So if there is a major incident in any of our zones, we're taking apparatus from all over, from the North Desert, from the South Desert, from the mountains, and we're bringing them into the area. And so our fire engines leave their fire station, and they'll go fight those fires in the hills. And when those big fires are going on, trust me, your fire stations are backfilled. And what backfilled means is that we call Oak Hills, and we say, Oak Hills, we need your fire engine to come down into the city of San Bernardino. And we call Upland and Fontana and say, would you send us a fire engine each? So we start putting apparatus into our stations to make sure the city's covered.
And you even have the capability to do that with LA County Fire, Orange County Fire Authority, other large agencies.
So within County Fire, it's real easy because County Fire is one big family. But we also have automatic aid agreements. Automatic aid means that through dispatch, they automatically send an engine. We don't have to ask for it. And then we have mutual aid agreements with LA County, Orange County, Ventura, and so on, all the way to Arizona, that says that if we need an engine, we'll request it. And then they make a decision whether they're going to send the apparatus. Generally, that occurs.
Councilmember Richard.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief Muncy. I listened to your presentation, and it's wonderful, but I don't want to be a Debbie Downer, I guess, to say. But you talked about, but you talked about shutting down the fire station also adjacent to Rialto. That's that's in the fire station that's in the 6th Ward. So that means that's 2 fire stations that will be closed in the 6th Ward. It'll be without a fire station, period. And I understand that it's coming to closer at Nunez Park is a little closer, but to talk to the residents about them paying a parcel tax and still not having a fire station in their ward. That's going to be quite hard to do. We see that there's I think that we were, the 6th Ward was code red, I believe, in the graph, and still here we are losing another fire station. So I know we have talked offline about a fire station coming to the 6th Ward, and we definitely need it. But you talked about one coming, and maybe another one maybe in about four years from now. How do we justify that?
Sure, and I'm willing to get out to the neighbor groups, and I go around regularly to the neighborhood groups, and I talk about using data to make the best decisions. And while Fire Station 229 is in your ward, right on the border of Councilmember Valdivia's in your ward, it's in a really poor location to serve our citizenry. And I can show them using modeling the better service they would get if we moved it over. Coincidentally, that location on 4th and 5th is almost in 3 wards. It's almost in yours, almost in Valdivia's, and it is in Councilmember Marquez's. Mm-hmm. When we look at the modeling, if I go any further west, then I can look at our response times, because with the modeling, it not only shows us the pretty greens, but it also spits it out in Excel documents. And I'll go over that with Brent later if you want. But it'll actually show the differences in response times. So when we look at it, we can make a decision to shift it west, but we might see a drop in our overall response time of 15 seconds. And 15 seconds doesn't sound like a lot until you're in the end of a 911 call waiting for help to get there. So I'm willing to answer those hard questions and demonstrate to the public that I'm not making a political decision. I'm making decisions based on the best data that we can get to meet the needs of our citizens.
So how is that going to impact the response time?
I can show you that modeling, but that's a decrease in response time in that area for our city. Where you see an increase is right along the border of Rialto, but like I said, there's a fire station from Rialto. There's two fire stations right on that come in under automatic aid. And we can do modeling for that to demonstrate how fast that would be too. It's just not in our modeling that we showed you tonight.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Nickel?
Yeah, well, we had a fire flare up in the hill behind my house in, I think it was, late October, early November, I'm trying to recall. I think it was right around my birthday. And it was terrifying to sit at the office and look out the window and see the hill behind our home go up in smoke. But I was completely satisfied when I finally got on scene and saw the response. I mean, we had dozers on the hill, we had helicopters, we had units throughout the area. That's something that we just didn't have before. So I think in terms of the capacity that we have now, it's certainly without question that we have access to resources that we never had before. But that said, I think there is a continuing concern of mine in terms of one of the things that was part of the discussion, certainly when I came on board, was the per capita response and the relationship between the rate of poverty that we have in the city and the amount of response that's required to address that. And you showed the graphs up here in terms of response times, but then you layer over that, actual demand. And it seems like that as you get in areas where income levels go up, it appears like the real demand for that service begins to decrease in terms of overall calls for service. What are we seeing in terms of those numbers? And we're talking about getting into a corporate paradigm of really operating our city in a way that makes sense in terms of ensuring that over time we're improving the quality of life, that we're improving our revenue, but also I think there's a relationship that exists in terms of public safety costs and what we're dealing with. What are you seeing in terms of how we as a city relate in terms of per capita calls for service, demand for service, and perhaps other cities within the county system? And what do those numbers really look like?
So based on population, the percentage of responses, and San Bernardino is clearly higher than like cities in the area. And it's almost incomparable, to be honest. It would be very similar demographics to parts of Rialto and Colton, but you couldn't compare it to Ontario or Rancho Cucamonga. Fontana has very, very, very close to the same population, but their responses are probably about 15,000 less than what we see today. Fontana also has 4 more stations in San Bernardino in the city because, frankly, the property tax is higher to pay for it. San Bernardino City is, and I'll borrow a term from our fire chief, he often will say that this is a bootstrap fire department. We're not here driving Cadillacs. We're here to do the best darn job possible with whatever we have. And the guys that we have working in the city, frankly, I've never worked in a fire station that's ran 7,000 calls. And I regularly tell them that, and I can say that and kind of be proud of that because I can also go to Detroit and Pittsburgh. Matter of fact, the Pittsburgh fire chief, I was back east in the National Fire Academy, he said, Dan, come down, I'll put you in one of our busy stations. And I said, yes, sir, how busy is it? And he said, now remember, I just said our busy station's 7,000 calls. He said, man, they're busy, right about 3,200 calls. Now, 3,200 calls in the fire service, anything over 3,000 generally means that you need to add equipment or build another fire station. We're not there. Even with the annexation plan, it was to sustain what you had the day County Fire took over. But at that point, you had already closed Fire Station 223 in Bassine's ward, and you had already closed the Orange Show Fire Station, and you had already removed the fourth guy from the engine. You did everything you could to make sure this city was solvent. And we've done everything we can to take and improve upon that, and you can see that dedication in the response times. These guys are amazing that work in this city, and they're doing a great job.
I'm sorry, and I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to take one thing, because I heard quality of life before. I've heard some different things like that, the paradigm phrase. And Councilmember Marquez is aware, I'm currently stepping up, working on the Interagency Council on Homelessness. One of the things that we've noticed trending really county-wide is the homeless issue and obviously mental health issues. I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you that we spend, as a county fire district, well in excess of $1.5 million a year responding to emergencies that are oftentimes medical related, but not necessarily people that requested medical assistance. So when we look at that, and as you're looking at that, and Dan brought up specifically the medic squads, that is another resource that's a lighter resource that we could utilize to help do that. It would take some of your fire load problem or your fire engine problem off. You do have an extreme fire problem in the city. Obviously, we've made multiple arrest-related arsonists, stuff like that. We've contained a lot of that along the way. But the mental health issue along the way and that extreme amount of resource allocation to that. And the city of San Bernardino is probably the biggest user within the county system of services based on homeless people. So I just wanted to bring that up. I wanted to make sure that was a point. I figured that's probably where you're going with it. We are working aggressively to try and address that. But it's going to be very time-consuming. That's a multi-year project for us. So.
All right, thank you. We do appreciate the report and the improvement in the service levels that the county fire service is providing the city. And do we have any? If we have no other questions, do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
A motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
On item 17, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Nickel, the second by Ms. Marquez, and it passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next is item number 18. This is to receive an oral presentation on crime analysis, response times, and calls for service.
Mayor, members of the council, certainly there's been a lot of discussion about the crime rate in the city of San Bernardino. Our police department over the last several years has, much like many other city departments, experienced a reduction in staffing related to the financial condition. As the council's aware, you adopted a 5-year policing plan which intended to get the city police department back on target with respect to its staffing. We thought it was appropriate at this time, and on an annualized basis we'll be bringing this back forward to you where we talk about our crime trends over the last several years, so you have an understanding of where we are this year as compared to prior years, what trends we see emerging, some of our arrest and citation data, so you have a sense of how our officers are doing in terms of their productivity and our response times, because as we just heard with the fire presentation, and as a person who lives in a community, you're right, those seconds when you're on that phone at 911 can seem like an eternity if we're not getting there quickly. So again, we want to present this as really a data analysis. The chief will provide some context for some of the data that you're seeing, and our intent is to bring this to you periodically, certainly each year, so you have an understanding of where we are in terms of our service to the community. And with that, Chief.
Well, Mayor and Council, good evening. Audience, good evening. The city manager just stole my entire opening statement right there. So I'm going to cross that part out. Each of you have in front of you a staff report that was provided. And within that staff report are a number of graphs and tables that outline crime, response times, comparisons in terms of our population. I'm going to, essentially, I've got a handful of slides that just has those graphs. I'm going to talk about them a little bit just to provide a little bit of context. as the city manager had noted, we know that there's a discussion about San Bernardino surrounding crime and the perception of crime and whether it's going up or down and that type of stuff. And I understand that's a byproduct of what people see. This is intended to be a conversation to provide you with the actual facts, what the data actually is, so that you've got talking points when you're in the public talking. And it's something that quite frequently, when I'm out in front of the public or when our staff is doing a variety of our events, whether it's Coffee with a Cop, whatever it might be, where we're actively talking with our community about these types of things virtually every day. First slide I have is just very quickly, this is our mission statement. The mission of the San Bernardino Police Department is to provide progressive quality police service, safe environment to improve the quality of life, and a reduction in crime through problem recognition and problem solving. This is a mission statement that the department adopted back in the mid-1990s, and I really think that although sometimes mission statements can be cliche, I really think that we're a department that in many ways really follows this. We know that based upon academic studies that have been done, when people look at communities, they talk about crime, they talk about workload, they talk about all of those dynamics. We know that we are not a terribly well-resourced city when it comes to police services. We know that we are in a position where we've got to do a lot with the resources that we have, and we've got some demands that are a little different. And I'm pretty proud of this agency in the sense that we have found ways to be efficient in ways that a lot of departments have not even had to consider. Some of the programs we've implemented, some of the ways that we provide avenues for people to report things, we're really pretty efficient and pretty kind of forward-thinking on a lot of those types of things. Very quickly, the department at a glance. Our operating budget for 2017-2018 is just a little bit over $76 million. That is the adjusted number to account for the inclusion of code enforcement, which happened midway through the year. So we took essentially the entire code enforcement budget, incorporated into the PD. That number represents all of the traditional police department operations that people would normally think of a police department, patrol units, investigations, all of those types of things, crime scene, evidence, those things. But it also includes code enforcement operations, animal control services in the city, parking services in the city, which at a time prior to the bankruptcy was its own part of another department in the city. We also manage all city security operations, whether the security guards here at City Hall, security guards at the library. We manage all of those contracts, and the money flows through essentially our budget at that. And it also includes special funds and grants. By special funds, what we're really talking about are contractual services that we have with entities like San Manuel or Dignity Health to provide extra patrol services or extra services to those entities that they pay. It is also for funded positions that we have within the organization. So, for instance, there is a component of your vehicle registration fee that funds an auto theft task force. That auto theft task force is countywide. It runs out of our police station, and it directly funds 2 San Bernardino police officers and a sergeant that's part of that task force. That's one example. We have multiple task force officers where we get overtime reimbursement. We have a position that works with at Rialto High School that is 50% funded by Rialto Unified School District. So those are the special funds. Grant funds, in particular, $2.3 million out of this year's budget. A lion's share of that $2.3 million are the 11 positions that are funded by the DOJ COPS grant, COPS hiring grant that we obtained a couple years ago, and it's also inclusive of a lot of the traffic safety grant money that we get. From a staffing standpoint, our authorized sworn staffing in the department right now is 261 sworn officers. Our actual number as of, I think 2 weeks ago when I pulled this number, was 250. That included several people that are actually in training, so our LETs that are in the academy right now, as well as our police officers that have graduated but are still in the FTO program, they're included in that 250 number. Professional staff, we have 177 authorized positions. We only have 145 of those filled right now. Part-time positions, we have 55 authorized. We have 28 filled. A lot of our part-time positions are things such as the security officer positions that we quite often offset with contracts with our security provider, the folks that you see working here at City Hall. They're also inclusive of things like background investigators, some part-time dispatchers, things like that. Not a high priority to keep them filled, but we use that as a funding source to offset certain labor components. On our professional staff, I should back up. Our priority in our personnel and training unit has been to get our sworn staffing up to full staff. We anticipate that by the end of this fiscal year, we should be at or near within striking distance of that 261 number. Enough so that it's going to have the discussion that we are essentially there. What is the next step? Once we get there, we will shift our priorities to try to fill a lot of those professional staff positions that we use to offset a lot of the workload to our sworn officers. From a historical context, I wanted to say our highest staffing in the department really was back during 2008, where we had taken our authorized staffing up to 356 officers. You never quite reach full staffing because of attrition and movement and things that are happening, but we actually at that time did, at one point I think we got to about 345 total officers in the department, but actual authorized was at 356. You can see the impact of what bankruptcy does in terms of what our authorized staffing was. Our lowest number in the last 20 years came during 2015, where our authorized staffing was at 248. Our actual staffing, when you took into account vacancies and injuries and those types of things, was actually closer to about 200 when you carved out all the injured officers and stuff we were dealing with. Next slide here I have is 10 years worth of UCR statistics. Now essentially, UCR stands for Uniform Crime Reporting. It is a mechanism that the FBI uses and agencies from throughout the country, whether it's city police departments, county sheriff's departments, university police departments, whatever it might be, they voluntarily supply information to the FBI to compile UCR crime statistics. What you see in front of you are essentially what we call Part 1 crimes, and these are the big ones that typically get measured in every community to talk about how a community is doing. This is our 10-year number, and you can see that the numbers move all over the place. For the most part, you can see like within the murder number, that is something that is obviously a very accurate number, and I'll talk about accuracy in a second. But in the murder numbers, for instance, we, at our height, and you'll see this on our next slide, at our height back in, I think it was 1992, we had 82 homicides. You can see that that is significantly lower now. It was significantly lower back during 2000. A tremendous amount of work has been done to drive down that violent crime rate, to drive down the homicides in the city. But that number ebbs and flows. A vast majority of the homicides that we see in the city, the murders that we experience, are either drug-related, homicide, or gang-related, drug-related, and in some cases, prostitution or human trafficking related. A vast, vast majority of them. And in fact, in some other statistics and analysis that we've done, we've shown that even within that category of murders alone, the offenders, the known offenders, are in many cases, in fact, I looked at just year-to-date this morning before I came over to do this report, but historically our known offenders, 80+% of the time, are folks that have extensive criminal histories, that have been in and out of the criminal justice system, and have been a part of all of those lower categories down there, the robberies, the assaults, the burglaries, the thefts, the auto thefts. They've been a part of that. They've been arrested for that. They've been through the criminal justice system. They've been out, and ultimately they're graduating up to that particular crime. The point is that within law enforcement, within the policing structure, a tremendous amount of work has already been done to have possibly prevented a vast majority of the murders and the violent crime that we actually see in our community. But we've got other issues within the criminal justice system. I tell people all the time, we understand that we are at the forefront of this discussion, police department. We understand that we are the ones that are asked to answer for crime in every single community, but in many ways we are one small component of a criminal justice system. You've got a prosecution component, you've got a court system, you've got a jail system, you've got all of those types of state policies that add all kinds of other dynamics into that discussion. I'd venture to say that law enforcement is doing a pretty remarkable job at trying to control that as best they can within the context of the entire system. I also want to point out that out of all those numbers, keep in mind these are UCR numbers, this is what is reportable. I'm fairly confident that obviously our murder rate is very, very accurate. And we know that auto theft is very, very accurate, because if you get your car stolen, you're going to report it. But when it comes to things like theft and burglary and assaults, we know that there's a lot of those types of things that happen, and some people simply don't report them to the police. They don't call the police. They don't want to get involved. There are issues there. So these are the reportable crimes and what we get. I also want to point out the rape numbers. You see that on rape, it has risen significantly over the years. And there's two reasons for that. One is when we do our analysis on this, one is that in the middle of that time period, there was a change in the definition of what UCR calls a rape. It used to be that there was a very narrowly defined definition of rape, and even some things like child abuse and certain types of sexual assaults might not have gotten included in that category before. The FBI changed that definition. They changed the way that that is reported, and a lot of additional things that previously were reported in other categories get reported there now. So that's part of the reason you see that increase. But interestingly enough, one of the things that our investigators have found, one of the things that they have discovered in the last couple of years, and we're all familiar with the attention that sexual assault has received in the media, we're attention of all those types of things that we're seeing on the news every day, the hashtag #MeToo movement and things such as that. Our investigators said that they've actually believed that they've seen a significant increase in that number because people are more willing to come forward and report those things, where previously they weren't necessarily willing to do that for a variety of reasons, whether it was shame or whatever it might have been. So that empowering message that has taken place has probably resulted in some of those numbers and some of the increase that you see. One of the other dynamics is when you see a thing like rape, a lot of people immediately, their attention immediately goes to a stranger rape or those types of, really horrible things that you might see in a movie or something of that nature. The reality is we see very, very few of those types of cases. An overwhelming majority of the numbers that are reported there are quite often related to an assault by somebody that the victim knew, or whether it's a date rape or a family member or something of that nature. An overwhelming majority of those cases, and even some of them are ultimately get related to human trafficking and prostitution type activity. Next slide is a graph, and what it basically is, and let me explain first of all, this is 23 years worth of data, and that's a weird number to use. My preference would have been to round it out at 25 or 30 years, but I wanted to show a long historical context. The reason that this is 23 years is because 1995 is the farthest we can go back to get our hands on FBI digital records. They didn't have records that predated 1995, and our digital record database did not go back further than that either. So we gave you back as far as we could go within the easily retrievable digital database. But it shows essentially the relationship between the population in the city and how the population has gone up. Those are the blue stripes that you see in each year. And then the relationship of crimes per 1,000 people. And you can see that effectively the Part 1 crimes per 10,000 people. The Part 1 crimes per 10,000 people in this community has reduced by half in the last 23 years. So crime has continued to trend down over the years. This slide here is essentially the same exact data, but it separates property crimes from violent crime. So the bottom line that you see there, the red line going across the blue stripes, that's violent crime. That too is lower, although not as dramatically lower as the property crime. The top line, the green line, essentially denotes property crime and that trend over that 23-year period. So you can see that there's been although there are peaks and valleys, there are times that it spikes up and goes up, you can see that overall it has continued to be a downward trend over time. This is an interesting graph right here. This is essentially our response time. And I know that response times is something that each of you hear quite a bit from your constituents. I know that it's something that we hear quite a bit. And the reality is response times have gone in the wrong direction in the last 10 years. And the reason of that is directly related to essentially personnel. I showed you those personnel numbers. I showed you the height of when we were essentially at an authorized strength of 350, a real strength in our 340s, all the way down to our present day numbers. And you can see that on emergency priority calls, which are the big ones, those are the ones we call the tone beep, those are the ones that of an emergency nature, an actual shooting, a stabbing, a person seen with a gun, something that is of great importance. It's quite often going to warrant a Code 3 response from a police officer, a lights and siren response. That time has gone from just over 4 minutes back in 2008 to over 8 minutes in recent years. And it is a direct reflection of simply the volume of calls that we have and the number of officers available to take those calls. When you look at it, the last category in each of those tables there shows the number of officers. That denotes the actual number of sworn police officers on staff with the police department as of July 1st of each of those years. And you can see that the separation between 2011 and 2012, there was an extraordinarily and dramatic shift in terms of response times within the police department, our ability to respond. And that separating number is essentially when we went below 300 officers. And the response time continued to tick up as the number of officers continued to trickle down. The bottom graph is, I'll talk about the bottom graph for a second. The bottom graph is the sheer number of calls for service that we have in each of those categories. Overall, you'll notice the total near the right side of that category. Back in 2008, we responded to a total of 94,000 calls for service in the city. The next year, 90,000 calls for service. The year after that, 94,000. But it's trended down to 84,000 calls for service last year in 2017. That is not indicative that it's fewer calls for service. It's indicative that we are finding different ways to handle calls for service. So we offer an online reporting mechanism. We offer the ability for a lot of people to be able to call the front desk and make police reports. We also have at different times offered the ability that if you call and simply we don't have an officer and it's going to be an extended response time, which is frequently, we'll try to set up a mechanism where we can make an appointment and get somebody out to your house the next morning to make a report. We've offered all kinds of those services to our community, which has driven down that total calls for service time. But I want you to look over to the priority E category and see that there's been a significant uptick in emergency calls for service that we've responded to. That number continues to rise simply because we are receiving more of those types of calls into our dispatch center. Our priority 1 calls have risen dramatically, and there's a couple of reasons for that. You can see that it went from 17,000 priority 1 calls for service back in 2008 to essentially 26,000 last year. Priority 1 calls are very, very important high priority calls. They in many cases involve an observable crime in progress. And our response times in that is, in my opinion, completely unacceptable, but it's a byproduct of the volume. The volume of those calls they've gone up for 2 reasons. One is because simply there are more calls. Our dispatchers are saying they're just receiving more calls of that type of information. The information that the caller is given, and based upon what the dispatcher is entering into the system, simply prioritizes it in that way. But the other dynamic that we're seeing is that in an effort to improve response in some cases, what happens is our dispatchers are shifting calls, if they've been sitting on the screen for too long, they're shifting them from a lower priority up to a higher priority to try to move up that response times. So an example would be in that scenario that I just gave you, if you called and reported, say, a suspicious person in your neighborhood, that would get entered in as a priority call, the priority 2 call within our system. And it's going to go into that queue of priority 2 calls. At any given time on a summer evening, for instance, when our calls for service are at our highest, we might have anywhere from 60 to 100 calls for service sitting on that screen waiting for an officer to come available to take those. If it goes in as a priority 2, it sits at a priority 2, and all the priority E's and the priority 1s have to be handled before we're going to get somebody to that priority 2 because of the nature of that call. So what our dispatchers are doing is if it's sitting there too long and it's still an issue, they will change the priority from a priority 2 up to a priority 1 to put it up into a higher category to make sure that we can get an officer to it eventually. What's pushing the numbers of those calls up. So that's why you're seeing those calls are increasing, aside from the fact that we're just getting more, and why you're seeing some of the very, very low priority calls are reducing in the agency. And that's a byproduct of, A, we've shifted some from a lower priority to a higher priority, but we've also created other mechanisms where people can make reports in other ways. And I know that to some degree may be a little confusing in the way that it's explained, but it's a dynamic that we're constantly dealing with to try to find a way to deliver service in a more efficient way with the resources that we have. Finally, the last that I have here, and you've got a little bit more information in your report there, but the last I have essentially shows the historical arrest data over the last 10 years. Each category there is a little bit different. The highest category that you see essentially are adult misdemeanor arrest. The second one that you're going to see are adult felony arrests in most cases. You can see that in each case, those numbers have ebbed and flowed over the years. The height that we saw during 2008 through 2010, significantly higher staffing levels. Staffing levels drop. It's reasonable to say that arrest numbers are going to drop, the proactive work that goes on. You can see that reflected through the number of years. And then we start to see an increase in 2017 in those arrests, and you also see that in our citation data in your report. The reason we're seeing that is that as our numbers have begun to come back up, we have been able to allocate additional resources to our proactive teams. We've built up our set teams. We've consolidated the way that we do that type of work. We're starting to see the byproduct of more officers out on the street, more work and more capacity, and more proactive work going down. So everything is trending in the right direction, even insofar as our calls for service. When we've looked at our first quarter of the year with the additional officers we brought on board, all of those calls for service times are starting to trend in a positive direction. With that, I know that that is an enormous amount of information. We could talk for days on each of these graphs and go on for some time, and simply in the interest of time, I know that we can't do that, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
And I did want to add one additional comment. We recognize the importance of people playing their roles on the team, and we talk a lot about that. We're working now to try to identify those positions within the police department that can be civilianized. A lot of agencies are effectively doing that because our goal would be to return sworn officers to being able to a position where they can actually respond to these calls and help drive those numbers down further. And there's more effective ways for us to police the community. We're continuing to look for those kinds of opportunities.
Councilmember Nickel.
Yeah, have we witnessed in the numbers any effect as pertains to Proposition 47, which was the downgrading of certain felonies to misdemeanors?
So, you know, it's interesting because AB 109 and Prop 47 and Prop 57 and all those criminal justice reform things are of, you know, a great debate. So on one hand, we show that statistically crime continues to trend down. Even this particular year, just looking at the first quarter of our UCR stats, we're seeing a 5% reduction year to date in the first quarter than we did versus the first quarter last year. But keep in mind that's a reportable number. I believe that where we are seeing a lot of the impact is in our recidivism rates. When I talk about that number of people, just like, for instance, in the homicide category, let me read something for you very quickly. This is just this year to date, our known suspects in homicide cases. These are the ones that we've actually identified. And by the way, according to this report, I think we're 10 or 15% down just in homicide numbers year to date from this time last year versus this year. But only essentially one offender out of all of them, so 8% of our total known offenders had no criminal history. 91%, 92% had an extensive criminal history, and that, 25% of those offenders were actually on active parole. 16% of those offenders were actually on probation, which were a lot of those Prop 47 type folks that you're seeing and the AB 109 folks that you're seeing. People that are directly listed in the system as being a byproduct of AB 109, we call it a PRCS designation, that when we're running a criminal history, they're listed as PRCS. 8% essentially fit that classification. So we see it there, but where we also see it is in a lot of the nuisance-related type stuff. People are talking about what their viewing is an increase in homelessness and those types of things, or whether we call them homeless or urban campers or whatever we want to call them. We believe to a large extent the byproduct of that is the fact that we were traditionally trying to deal with those folks with a criminal justice type system, and county jail is not holding people for lower level offenses like that. There's a revolving door process, so the punishment mechanism or the enforcement mechanism has been weakened significantly in how you're dealing with a lot of those populations.
Thank you. Councilmember Marquette.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Chief. This is a really good update. It gives us a snapshot of where we've been, where we're at now, and hopes for the future. My specific question to you is, do you believe that the violence intervention program will be an asset to the city, and how long it'll take to implement? Because I know that a few of us were in Sacramento, including yourself. Oakland. I'm sorry. It's somewhere up north. And we were impressed with the results from Stockton as well as Oakland, and I'm very hopeful that the VIP program will be positive. It'll impact us in a positive way.
So you're asking for my opinion, and my opinion is yes, I believe that it will. We understand within the system, when we talk about the changes in the system, that there's a lot of these things you can't arrest your way out of it. And police departments in and of themselves, the way that we function, we're not there to, we simply don't have the capacity, the ability to try to find other avenues and other outlets for people that are at risk. For the most part, we spend a vast majority of our time responding to calls for service and dealing with those emergency functions that are happening within a community. What the VI program is really designed to do is to take data, to take analytics, to try to identify those people based upon all of our data that we have in our system that exist within the criminal justice database system to try to take those people that are most at risk for being involved in a violent crime, a shooting or something of that nature, to try to figure out through an algorithm who those people are that are most at risk, and then let's intervene in their lives somehow. Let's find a way to steer them in a different direction. So when we look at our stats and you see that we have such a large percentage of our known offenders that are a byproduct of the criminal justice system, in many cases we know who those potential offenders are. VIP is designed to try to find an avenue to intervene in their lives to find a different mechanism before they go down that road.
A different lifestyle.
That's at least the hope. And so allocating resources is not a traditional police type of response, but I think it's something that communities all over this country are doing. They're doing in different ways, and a vast majority of communities that have implemented such a program have been able to show some type of success through the use of that type of mechanism to at least intervene in some cases.
I hope so, because what we're currently doing is not working, and we need to do something different like the VIP program.
Keep in mind, our crime rate it's not where we want it to be, but it is going down. And fortunately, our murder rate has come down as well. But I agree, there's more we can do to be proactive and try to provide better. One of the programs we talked about very early on in this meeting was the fact that our Public Works Department is partnering with agencies to have offenders assisting with some of the cleanup of the streets. And I think the more things that we can do to give people positive outlets, make sure that they have the opportunity to be employed, develop skill sets for them so that they have the opportunity to participate actively in our community, that's important. Those kinds of things will help. We have Jim Tickmeyer in our Parks and Recreation Department. We're talking about ways that we have hundreds of kids that participate in activities in our community centers, finding ways to make sure that our rec leaders are trained in conflict resolution skills, how to be good mentors, how to develop good self-esteem. So as we're running those programs, we have a chance to mentor and develop them and hopefully give them the opportunity to make better choices than maybe other people that they're surrounded by are making. So, it's not one solution that's going to work in changing the trajectory. It's really finding all those ways that we can influence people's behaviors and connections and give them the tools and resources to be successful. And through the VIP program, when we say we want to intervene in their lives, we're really hoping to identify what are those challenges that they've experienced that have been barriers to them being successful and helping to work through those issues with them and eliminate them so that they can be.
I agree. Thank you, Chief.
In addition to the VIP program, Chief, could you give a little overview of some of the community policing type work that you've been doing for our youth in our community, the leadership academy that you held, the camping that you've done, the basketball work that you've been doing, and also all of the outreach that you've done for business watch, our community Coffee with the Cop. There's a lot of additional things that I think that you're doing that you probably can't quantify, but I would imagine that it is having some impact in terms of the communication and the relationship that you're building with members of the community.
Yeah. So I'll take that in a couple different veins. I'll start with the youth component that you did. Many of you are aware that we, Chief Handy actually, the chief that preceded me, started a foundation, Samuel Police Foundation. He had just started it, and then I became chief, and I had to figure out what to do with it. But we've used the Police Foundation as a way to raise money within the community. So when community members, when businesses, for instance, Stater Brothers was a big donator, they wanted to make a donation to youth engagement type stuff. We've been able to use the foundation as a mechanism by which to fund a police activities league. Some of the things that we've done with this police activities league, we have done a youth leadership academy where we've taken really some of the high achieving students in the city and within our school district, and we've brought them in during a summer program for a full week with the police department. We've exposed them to a whole number of things. We talk about social issues. We talk about leadership type stuff. We expose them to the business community. We expose them to a lot of different things in the hopes of at least starting to build that relationship with that really that high achieving group in the city. And then in addition to that, we know that a lot of folks want the police department to get involved with kids that are underachieving, so to speak, or maybe they're getting in trouble, or they're a byproduct of those types of problems in life. So we have our officers, and we gave our officers the freedom to come up with different things and ways to engage the youth, as opposed to just trying to take a canned program off the shelf. We've got a lot of officers that are kind of into the adventure scene when they're off duty. They do a lot of camping and off-roading and kind of a lot of those extreme sports type stuff. They're into backpacking and hiking and just a lot of that type of stuff. So a lot of those guys have stepped up, and they've taken a lot of kids from this community up to the local mountains. They've taken them on camping trips. They've formed activities around that sort of stuff. We've done it with both a boy population. This year we're adding a girl population of youth into with many of our female officers. So we've inserted a lot of those types of programs. In addition to that, we have also, it's been a priority of mine that I've really tried to professionalize and civilianize our community affairs unit. Where we've tried to bring in people that have an expertise in social media and civic engagement and those types of things, to bring them on board to manage our social media platforms, to manage a lot of our community outreach. Many of you have met them. It's Eileen and Sadie. They come from a background in education in that. They've expanded our social media outreach probably tenfold in the couple of years that they've been on. I don't have the metric in front of me as I speak to you, but we literally reach, when we put things out on social media, we have a reach that goes into the tens of thousands in this community, in the surrounding area. Very, very effective in their way at communicating with people through those mediums. We've started inserting video types of things into that community outreach, trying to find different ways to reach people. And then in addition to that, we've got a lot of our traditional types of stuff. We've got our Coffee with a Cop program. We do it every Wednesday at different areas of the community. We have business watch meetings. We do an evening coffee with a cop. We will make ourselves available to any group that wants the police department to come talk to them in this community. We will do anything we can to make sure that we've got those relationships in place, to have that base of support and to have people connected to essentially the message that we are all part of making San Bernardino a greater place. It can't be something that is just wholly relied on a group of police officers or a police department to create the environment or the community we want to live in. Everybody becomes a part of that process, and we create those engagement mechanisms to try to make that happen virtually any way that we can.
I appreciate you exploring that a little bit with us, because I think it is important that you have taken on a role that I think has been pretty proactive, trying to make sure that we are building those relationships, and also then your ongoing engagement with the community in terms of becoming prepared for emergencies. Could you talk a little bit about the CERT program and the Emergency Operation Center that you've taken over?
Sure. So many of you have seen it. The city's Emergency Operations Center has always been in the police department. When we had a city fire department, that was traditionally a function. The EOC was managed by the fire department. Many, many years ago, there was actually an emergency manager. He was an employee of the fire department. Over the years, that EOC had become very dated. There had not been any infusion of money into it. And then several years ago, we were responsible for essentially taking over EOC operations in the city. Through grant money, we have really used no general fund money on this. We have found grant money. We have found other funding sources. We have completely modernized the city's Emergency Operations Center. If you go in there now, it is a state-of-the-art facility, all modern equipment, all completely equipped and ready to handle an emergency in the city, whether it be another major wildfire in the foothills of the city, whether it be a flood, whether it be an earthquake, whatever it might be. That Emergency Operations Center is up and running. We have handled emergency operations through sworn personnel up to this point. So I've had essentially a sergeant or a lieutenant that has acted in the role as a de facto emergency manager for the city. We have a funded emergency manager position in the budget. We've gone through a couple different recruitments. The first round, we'd actually offered the job to somebody, and then at the last moment, that person pulled out because of other opportunities they had. We are in the middle of another process right now to find a professional emergency manager for the city. So again, an effort to civilianize and find a way to put our sworn staff back into simply the crime-fighting business. So we have moved that emergency management function from from where it was several years ago to really a fully modern and prepared. In addition to that, the city has fully updated, the officers in the department responsible for this have fully updated the city's emergency operations plan and the hazard mitigation plan. So everything is in accordance with state and FEMA regulations. So if there were a disaster in the city, we are well positioned to be able to receive any and all state and federal help and recoup cost for doing business on that. The CERT program is a little bit of a different dynamic altogether. We have taken, we have started and established a CERT program, which is essentially a group of citizen volunteers that would come forward in the event of an emergency and serve a purpose and a role in terms of helping the city through that process, through the response and through the recovery process. We've managed that up to this point. It is essentially funded as a standalone type of thing in the city. And I don't have the exact number of CERT volunteers that we have, but it is a group that we are continually adding to and continually providing training to in terms of volunteer service at the PD.
Thank you very much. I do think it's important to recognize that you continue to try to find ways to not only serve efficiently, but more effectively. And I do appreciate the work that the police department's done and not only the hard work that you're doing, but the improvements that you're making in our community. So thank you very much.
If I could add just one note in closing.
No, you're done.
And I promise I will be done, but this is only going to take a second. I talked about our staffing numbers, and I've talked about where we were several years ago, where we went to, and the fact that we've been rebuilding that in recent years. It's part of the reason some of those response times have gone up is because we've really got a new workforce out there. In the last 4 years, we've hired over 80 police officers. And there's a lot of new police officers that are out on our streets providing service. And there's some challenges that come with that. They're a new group of people that are learning how to do the job. It's incumbent upon us to train them how to do the job properly, to train them how to do it efficiently, but to also make sure that they're providing service in the way that this community expects and the way that we expect. But a lot of people talk about the difference in generations and stuff like that, and we know that every generation complains about the next generation. I will tell you what, those police officers that we've brought on, those newer guys, I'm extraordinarily impressed by this group of young men and women. They've got a desire to serve. They're doing it for the right reasons. They understand that they're coming into a community with an enormous amount of challenges. They know they could have very well picked a community with far fewer calls for service and far less work to do in the course of their shift, and they elected to come here because of the challenges that are here and the fact that they really do have an opportunity to make a difference. And I think you're seeing the byproduct of that when you run into really a tremendous group of young men and women that are serving this community, and that we think will be here for the next 20 to 30 years serving this community. And I think it's a good thing to talk about.
Thank you. Councilmember Richard.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for that presentation. I'm excited about the VIP, and I want to see that rolling in the near future. But when you talked about community service, last Thursday was Bring Your Child to Work week, work day throughout the whole country. And so with the County of San Bernardino, we celebrated. And I had an office full of children, and I called and I said, hey, look, we need to have these kids to have something to do. So they took a tour to the police department. And, they asked so many questions. They were calmed down. I always wanted to say that we want to change the perception that the kids think about the police department. And so after we got back to the office, and they were like, wow, that was really cool. And you know what? And I just say thank you, because the lives that you guys changed that day. And so they have a whole new perception of the police department. So thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
How many times did you tase them? It only took one.
It's not reportable.
Some of them
Are you
needed
supposed to?
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Take a break. We have a request to take a 10-minute break? 5-minute break? 7.5. All right. Thank you. Hearing is now open. The subject is a development code amendment, zoning map amendment 17-08, subdivision 17-06, tentative parcel map 19914, and development permit type D 17-03. Three items on this issue, and we'll turn the time. Yes.
Through the chair, I'd like to request, if it's okay with the council, these are so similar, they're the same developers, I understand, they're virtually adjacent to each other, if they could be discussed as, if it's possible to discuss it as one item or take them together.
We can discuss it as one item. Just please make sure, though, that there may be people who have items or issues particular, specific to that particular item, and so we'll need to make sure that we identify that.
Okay, well, it's just if, in the interest of time, if they're that similar, or if we could do that, if legally we can.
Following the city manager's suggestion, the recommendation I would make to the mayor is when you do have witnesses who are giving testimony that are speakers, that they identify which
item.
Project that they're talking about.
Right.
All right, thank you. Then with the permission of the council, we'll consolidate items 19 and 20. Travis?
Okay, thank you, Mayor, and
So if you can
council.
speak to both.
Yes, I will be happy to discuss both items.
Is there anyone here wishing to speak on item 19 or 20?
Move for approval.
I had a speaker slip from Thomas Ruiz. So you don't want to speak? Okay.
Oh, come on. Well, wait a minute. We better rethink that, huh?
All right, thank you.
I'm teasing you.
So let's swear you in anyway, just in
Just
case
in
you have a
case.
change of mind.
Yeah.
So, city,
I'll
you
be
can
good
stand
at it.
there.
Just stand there.
City clerk can swear you in.
If you speak.
Thank you.
I guess I should speak now.
Well, you'll get a chance.
Well, you'll get a chance. You'll
Yeah.
get your chance. Oh God, look what I started. Sorry.
We're gonna follow a process, and so we'll first allow that was the first process, was to swear in public comment. Next, we'll hear from the staff report, and then we'll have an opportunity for council to ask questions, and then we'll allow for the developer, if the developer so chooses, to come forward and make comments and presentation, again, giving the council an opportunity to then question, and then we'll allow the public to speak, and then they'll take action on the items. So we're going to take both items 19 and 20. Travis?
All right, thank you, Mayor and council. Items 19 and 20 tonight, as you know, are two very similar projects, both development code amendments, subdivisions, and development permits type D. They are for the proposed project on both of these items is to change the zoning of two separate properties. They're currently a mix of office industrial park and light industrial. One property, approximately 9 acres, about 5 of which is office industrial park right now, which we would propose to change to light industrial. The other property, around 16 and a half of which is currently office industrial, that would go to light industrial as well. I'll refer you, I apologize because we do not have a PowerPoint this evening. I'll refer you to the exhibit. It's the black and white exhibit that was set in front of you. This identifies both project sites. These are directly opposing each other on South Waterman between Orange Show Road and Central Avenue. The project site on the right, which is identified as number 19, is the one that's around 9 acres. The 16.5 acre site is number 20 on the left side, which is the west side of Waterman. Both of these projects, the project number 19 is currently 20 separate parcels. Project number 20 is currently 24 separate parcels. They're proposing to consolidate both of those.
Say that one more time, please.
I'm sorry. I know.
Okay.
Try to make it not confusing, jumping back and forth. The two projects this evening, they're both currently.
No, just the number of parcels on 19 and the number of parcels on 20.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Number 19 is currently 20 separate parcels.
Okay.
And we would be proposing to consolidate that down to a single parcel. Number 20 is currently 24.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yes. And upon consolidation, the developer is proposing to construct an industrial warehouse building on both sites, two separate buildings. The project site number 19 would be just under 200,000 square feet. The one on project site number 20 would be just under approximately 390,000, so just under 400,000 square feet. Both of the project sites, as I said, do require this zoning map amendment in order to create the consolidated industrial light zoning in order to permit this type of development. Sorry, I'm skipping through. As far as the site plans on the project, you can see them on the exhibit that was provided. The project site number 19, I said the smaller industrial building, are only around 200,000 square feet, oriented kind of east to west, fronting Waterman with the truck dock to the south side. So still screened from the street, but facing the south side of the building. Number 20, oriented north to south, between Waterman and Lincoln Avenue, with the truck dock facing the western side of the building, directly fronting Lincoln, so both opposing Waterman. As far as improvements that these projects would be proposing, in addition to the standard improvements for street widening, curb gutter, sidewalk, street lights, things of that sort, there would be storm drain improvements done in the area for both projects to address the drainage concerns. These would be running kind of collectively westward from the project sites, incorporating Lincoln and Ennis Street, running over to the river, Twin Creek, I believe it is, just to the west of the project. Additionally, jointly between the two project sites, the developer would be installing a signal at the intersection of the project sites, at the intersection of the two on South Waterman. It would be kind of towards the northern end of the number 20 site and the southwest corner of the number 19 site. You can see where there would be an intersection where the two buildings line up. That would be utilized for both sites. It would provide direct access, full movement access on Waterman Avenue to both project sites, and that would be then where the truck traffic would be routed through so that it would be able to avoid the side streets, both Foyce for number 19 and Lincoln for number 20, to keep the truck traffic on the major corridor that's better suited for it.
Before you leave that, I'm
yes,
not quite sure. On the map, property 20?
Yes.
The Waterman side?
Yes.
Is that you're moving south to north? Are you talking about the intersection being at that juncture? Or the juncture at the furthest most northern part?
It would be at the furthest northern part. If you look at, we'll say, building number 20, the very top end of the building, there is a drive aisle that runs east to west across the project site. The intersection would line up with that.
Okay. Just south of the parking area?
Correct.
Okay.
Which would then line up with the entrance to the truck court and that connection for the building site 19. That's currently a part of Waterman where you do have turn lane or turn pockets going north and going south. So nothing in Waterman would need to be significantly altered. It's already kind of set for it. They designed the projects to line up with that, so the signal can just go right in, very minimal impact, but providing the benefit to that area and then both projects. Next. Sorry. As far as the environmental on the projects, both of these have been subject to an initial study and mitigated negative declaration. The process that this went through was back in December. We did distribute it for public review. That was a 20-day public review, which closed at the end of December. We did receive comments during that time from the typical outside agencies, County Flood, Caltrans, things like that. All of those were reviewed by staff and by the consultant. Responses were made to those and included into the final initial study in MND. That was then subsequently reviewed at the Planning Commission along with the proposed developments back in the middle of March of this year on the 13th. And the Commission did, having reviewed both items, make a recommendation on both to move forward for approval of the MND and then adoption of the development permits. And with that, I will open it up. If there's any questions, I also have the applicant and their team here to answer anything.
Yes, any question, Councilman Nickel?
Yeah, I know we've had this discussion in the context of some other projects, but do we have a sense of the pro forma, what kind of revenue this is going to generate for the city to obviously ensure that we have a mechanism to, on an ongoing basis, fund the infrastructure, maintenance, and improvements that are required to accommodate these types of facilities?
Based on some of our earlier conversations, we are in the process of engaging someone to not only work on the development code proposed changes, and so we understand what the impacts, financial impacts to the city would be in terms of the proposed changes, but then also work with us on an ongoing basis. With respect to these projects, they were kind of already in the pipeline, and so I don't know that we have the level of sophistication in terms of that data analysis. But it is something I think long-term we need to start thinking about as we look at reuse of property and changes to zoning, and because there are different impacts, obviously, and you're certainly familiar with this, for residential type construction as opposed to industrial office space. So I think in the future you'll see that, but that is analysis that we're going to have to do and provide and work with the developers to ensure that it's validated.
Yeah, well, and I think it just gets to the bottom line of the bottom line.
Yeah.
I mean,
And whether it's
I completely support this type of development, but it needs to be paired with a mechanism to ensure that the city has adequate resources, and that this does end up being a net benefit to the city, which I believe it is. I think, certainly looking at areas of the city where we have, clearly need to improve the quality of development. I just want to make sure that, again, that there is that commitment, that there's that buy-in, that, this is really a partnership. When we make adjustments to our code, I think it needs to be in the context of really understanding that this does result in a net benefit to the city. So I don't know if the developers might be able to speak to that, but I think certainly I'd like to hear, how is this good for the city, which I'm sure it is, and maybe you can help us better understand, because that's a common complaint. I'm just going to tell you right out of the gate. I get a lot of constituent complaints and concerns about warehousing. Now, personally, I think the numbers make sense, and having seen the numbers, I think they do. But I think getting our
more sophisticated,
getting a response from those that are moving forward with these projects, and I'd like to get your perspective to find out exactly what is the net benefit to the city.
Councilman Charette.
My questions are kind of related to that, but more about the aesthetics of this thing, particularly item number 20, or building 20, as it were. It's hard to tell from this little graphic. It looks like it's almost right up against the back wall, or the wall would be right up against Sierra Way, or Waterman. And I'm just wondering what's the offset, and is there landscaping? Is it just a solid concrete wall with some, it makes a perfect graffiti canvas?
But we do have, and Travis is looking for the elevations in the council report.
Okay.
But while he's looking that up, I'd like to go back just briefly to what Council Member Nickel talked about, the change in zoning. The change that is being proposed here, I think, is a little bit different than the typical zone change. We're going from office industrial to industrial light. It's really a distinction in the zoning code that doesn't make a lot of sense to have two zoning designations that are that close together. And as part of the development code update that we're currently working on, or have been working on, we're eliminating the office industrial designation. So this project, this zone change that's before the council, if the project came forward to staff 6 months from now, this wouldn't require a zone change. It would be consistent with the new code. I think when the code was adopted back in 1990, there was a greater differentiation of office uses from industrial uses. But over the last basically 20 years, the type of development and the type of operations, those two land use categories have really merged, unless you're talking corporate office that we have on down in Tri-City. So the really changing of the zoning designation, I think in this case, is really a difference without distinction, if that makes sense. But certainly the developer might be able to talk about the benefits. It certainly does create jobs which we do definitely need. And it will also pay for development impact fees and then all of the permit processing fees. So from a cost to the city, this project does fully pay for all of its costs and impacts to the city while creating jobs.
But it does not, and to your point, we will do a much better job of providing the analytics so that you understand how our recommendations are affecting the ability of us to provide the quality of services that San Bernardino residents expect.
And I think it gets from that single audit report, that
Yes.
revenue component.
Yes, it does.
At the end of the day,
And
those are the numbers that I'm really concerned about,
because
and we have to grow those numbers.
We have to grow those numbers, and we cannot think that just covering our costs is sufficient if we are going to grow the economy and provide the services. Councilmember Barrios commented earlier that he would like to see dramatic investments in the community. He's correct. We need to do that. The only way we're going to be able to do that is to grow our revenues, make sure that we're making decisions and recommendations. So anytime we have something before you that has the level of discretion and you're exercising your policymaking authority, we want to provide you with better data to be able to do that.
Sorry,
One other question, Mayor.
the computer's version is
Slightly
a little-
different.
Sideways.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at the mayor's elevations is all.
So it's not that we're ignoring you.
Yeah.
We're engaging with you.
Yeah, and my...
And we interpret it that way. Thank you, Mayor.
And my other question, and then I'm done with questions, and I'm looking at the mayor's copy of the elevations, and I see it is largely blank space, facing, I mean, there's some trees and what have you, but it's largely blank space. I'm not completely opposed to that, but at any rate, is this, the properties for both, are they largely vacant land right now? I mean, it's
Primarily, it's a mix
very
of
little.
some vacant and underutilized land
Okay,
right
all
now.
right.
To answer your question, though, because I know it is a little difficult to read on the exhibit, the project, we'll say number 20, the setback there off of Waterman Avenue from the property line to the wall is about 22 feet that you're looking at, so that will help to break that up a little bit. And I know the exhibit on the elevations doesn't really show how significant the landscaping would be because it's meant to show the building. We didn't want to obstruct that.
Right.
But there would be significant landscaping put in there with 20 feet to help break up that mass and to provide some additional screening from those walls.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Mulvihill?
Yeah, I thought I'd just add to extend one of Councilman Charrette's questions, is that the building is shoved over towards Waterman because all the trucking activity is going to take place out of sight.
Right.
And you don't really want to show that
No,
on
I agree.
Waterman. And so that's a good aspect. And the question about, again, people ask about the warehousing activity, so much warehouse. And from my personal point of view, I worked in a warehouse. I never, when I was in high school, I was a slow
That was
starter.
a long time ago.
It was a long time ago. In UPS, it was a stagecoach day for UPS. But at any rate, no airplane at that point in time. But the point being is that, 33% of our population over 25 does not have a high school diploma. And unless you've got some innate talents, carpentry or, IT specialty or so forth, your opportunity is really limited. And so warehousing is the opportunity for people. And again, from my point of view, being a kind of a directionless high school graduate, a warehouse was a good place to start and figure out you didn't want to do that the rest of your life, and as a career ladder. So it's not a big issue for me. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, does that conclude your report? All right.
The conclusion of my report.
Thank you. Then do we have a representative from the builder here?
Yes, we do.
Yes. Did you have any comments?
I'm going to move approval. I'll second it.
Well, we still have to. Yes.
Mayor, if I may, the mayor is attempting to follow the procedures that the council passed by calling the applicant to come up. And I know that, it may seem non-controversial, and certainly you can move it, but I just wanted to let you know why we're going through the steps.
Yes. Could you state your name, Thomas Ruiz?
No, my name is Jason Krotz. I'm actually with the developer Real Estate Development Associates. I'm one of the principals of the company. We can go to move.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Mayor Davis, members of the council.
You certainly can make it very brief.
Sure. Mayor Davis, members of the council and staff, thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Jason Krotz, as I previously stated. I'm with Real Estate Development Associates. We are the applicant. We're really excited about our partnership with the city. We believe strongly in this community, and we want to help try to bring jobs to this community. My consultants are here. If there are any questions related to the project specifics or the mitigated negative declaration, we'll be happy to answer any questions.
One of the questions that I have is, what are some of the other projects that you've been engaged in the near past, and what are some of the businesses that have occupied your development?
Between myself and my business partner, we have about a 15 million square foot past. It ranges from, well, my partner's not here right now, but he started in the early 70s building projects around the world. He's built everything from high schools to high-rise office buildings to industrial and to the Cabazon outlet centers. So we have a broad spectrum or a broad background in what we've developed. From an industrial standpoint, we currently have about a 6.5 million square foot development portfolio, of which the 600,000 square feet in San Bernardino is just a small portion of. There's been a fundamental shift in distribution warehouse uses over the last several years. We're obviously now moving towards more e-commerce uses, which is a higher employee count. It's a higher paying job or a living wage job. These buildings will be built on a speculative basis because it's the old adage that you build them and they will come, or what came first, the chicken or the egg. So we cannot attract a user to this community without having a building in place. There are several users actively seeking places for their requirements in the market. There's probably about a 20 million square foot active requirement list of users anywhere from 100,000 square feet to over 1 million square feet. You've seen the success of the redevelopment of the former Air Force Base, and you've seen some of the jobs and some of the users that are there. We want to capitalize on that, and we want to continue it. We've targeted this particular area as a catalyst for growth and a catalyst for change to capitalize on that area.
You mentioned some of the higher paying jobs as a result of the movement in the economy. Do you have any idea of the potential businesses that may have an interest in these two particular properties, or?
I don't. I can't say for with any specific what type of end use will end up being there. We've designed the buildings to be attractive to either a manufacturing user, a pure distribution user, or an e-commerce logistics type user. So all three of those have a different employee count, two, a different utilization of the building, and a different wage scale. Obviously, manufacturing is a higher skilled labor pool, higher paying jobs. There are some of those users floating around. We have discussed some potential opportunities. However, we cannot say for certain when our buildings would be able to be delivered without knowing that we have approvals and we can give a time frame of delivery. So we can't really lure any of those people in or those groups in.
So you indicated there's about 6 million of industrial properties that you've already developed.
We have an active pipeline of 6 million square feet right now.
And so some of those are already occupied?
Yes.
Any manufacturing in any of those? Or?
No.
Mostly distribution, logistics, or?
Correct. Actually, I take that back. There's a building in the City of Commerce that we developed that has a small component. It's a food grade user, or it's a food grade building, and there's a small manufacturing component to that in that facility.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Shred.
One further question. Could these buildings be divided after they're built as open 400,000 square feet? Could they be cut into 4 100,000 square foot sections or users?
Yes, actually, each building is actually intended to be, well, the intent is that we'll get a single user in both buildings. However, if push came to shove, we could divide both buildings down to 2 users. You could get creative on both of them, and maybe if you need to, divide them down further to 3 users. But the intent is there, or the functionality is there that it'd be allow for it.
And at one point in time, people I had talked to, it was 500,000 and above was really the number. People weren't interested in anything less than that, really. Has that changed over the last little bit of time? I'm talking maybe the last couple of years where you could almost guarantee building 1 million square feet, and that's what people were looking for. And is that changing now? Is it getting smaller? Because you're looking at obviously a fifth of that or a half of that.
Right.
So.
I think coming out of the Great Recession or coming out of the economic downturn back in 2010, 2011, you had a lot of companies looking to consolidate and have larger facilities. That's still the case with some of the larger companies, but you do have a lot of the I would say hub and spoke type users that you have a large Amazon population here. They're in multiple buildings, 3 or 4 buildings here in the city of San Bernardino. And you have a lot of people that provide products to Amazon and or utilize Amazon services. So you have those smaller users, and that user demographic has really matured over the last, call it 36 to 48 months, which has allowed for a lot of these buildings to be built on a speculative basis.
Thank you.
Councilman Nickel?
A couple quick questions. What is the ceiling height?
On item 20, the 400,000 square foot building, which we call Waterman South, that building will be 36 foot clear at the first bay depth.
Okay.
So in the building, there'll be a 30 foot speed bay. I'm sorry, 60 foot speed bay, which is basically where all of the pallets are stored and offloaded and unloaded. And then at the first column line that's where it would be 36 foot clear. So the ridge line gets to, I believe, about 42 feet in total.
Okay. And the other
and then
one?
The other one would be 32 foot clear.
Okay. Because I've been hearing that they're actually building up now.
Yes.
Is that sort of the industry standard, is starting to build up with higher?
Certain size ranges, yes. So historically, a 400,000 square foot building or even a 100,000 square foot building would have been somewhere between 30 and 32 foot clear. Over the last, call it 48 months, you started to see groups start to move towards 36 foot clear. However, we've blown by that now, and most buildings of a certain size range or above a certain size range are going to 40 foot clear.
Right. I've been hearing,
Amazon's requirements are now up to 65 foot clear.
Yeah, I've been hearing 90 foot clear in some cases, which is...
That's typically for a food grade building.
Okay.
But I think if you look at it, these buildings are on a per square foot basis, and in the United States, we don't measure on a cubic volume or a metric basis. So if you have a sophisticated user like Amazon, they've figured out that they can use the cubic volume if they put in mezzanine structures. So they'll take a footprint of a 100,000 square foot building, and they put in a mezzanine structure, and they add, 50, 60, 70% more usable space.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of what I'm getting at is I'm looking at usable space long term. I mean, obviously, we are where we are with this project, but from what I understand, talking to people in various aspects of logistic and warehousing industry, that the technology is kind of changing the configuration of these facilities as well, and we'll probably reach a point where going up makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And then one final question. Do you work in most communities where you're building these types of facilities? Are you working with the site selection teams, so be they from the city, from the county? What is typically your relationship as a builder with some of those economic development entities that exist on a regional level and a local level?
Well, first, we rely heavily on our brokerage team, our marketing team that lists the property for sale or lease. When it comes to a site selection team that's either driven by a state or local municipality, we typically field the responses or field the calls or interest level from a representative, whether it's a community development director or economic development director, and then we engage and work directly with them.
Yeah.
We actually had a case like that on a project we're doing right now in the city of Paris. There's a user requirement that came down through the state, and we are in response and negotiating potential opportunity on that site we have down there.
Because as was discussed earlier, the city increasingly is going to be dependent upon sales tax revenue. So point of sale is something that's very important to us. So when I look at these types of projects, I'm looking through the lens of, will this generate significant sales tax? Obviously, jobs is a good thing for us too, but what we found, like for Amazon, we have people commuting from Palmdale to come into work. So, certainly if we can create those jobs locally, that's great. But certainly if we can generate some of that sales tax locally, that's wonderful. So, going forward, that's going to be, at least from my perspective, that's going to be a question that I'm going to really start asking when I look at these types of projects, because I do see them as having great beneficial potential for the city in the context of sales tax, in addition to job creation. But thank you for your answers. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And one other question. So the development, you will potentially sell it or lease it?
Our capital partner is indifferent on whether or not we keep it long-term. Typically, what happens is we have an institutional investor that partners with us. Some of them are long-term hold-oriented, some of them are short-term hold-oriented. This one is indifferent. So, for instance, if a user such as DHL wanted to come in and buy the building from us, we would have no objections of selling the building to them. Not that we don't want to have a long-term partnership with the city or the community, it's just you'd rather have them as a long-term owner.
Very good, thank you. Any other questions? All right, if not, we'll now open up to public comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thomas Ruiz?
So I'll keep my comments short, but I appreciate you guys allowing me to speak. My name is Thomas Reese. I'm a representative of the Laborers Union, Local 783 here in San Bernardino at 104 West Benedict. We're in support of this project. We've been working with a lot of developers throughout the area and the county. We represent nearly 1,700 members. Several hundred of them actually live here. And we'll have the opportunity to work on this project. So when we talk about creating good jobs and creating work for the local area, this project will actually do it. And so with that, I just wanted to let you guys know we're full support of this project, and that'll be my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other discussion? We have a motion to...
motion stands. Move for approval.
And we have a second? All right.
On items 19 and 20, the motion to approve was made by Mr. Charette. It was seconded by Mr. Barrios, and the items passed 6-0.
Thank you. Public hearing is now closed, and just for a quick report, we did follow the guidelines as outlined.
I kind of maybe threw it off a little bit.
It's all right, we didn't let you. So we have another quasi-judicial hearing. We'll follow the same process. This is an appeal, 1801, of conditional use permit, 17-22, drive-through restaurant at 2855 North Waterman Avenue. And turn the time over now to staff.
Mr. Mayor,
Oliver.
as I'm the appellant in the case, I'm going to leave the dais.
Thank you. Thank you, and I do appreciate that. And so that is one of the needs for council members to disclose. They've had any communications with the appellant in this case, and I too have had some brief discussion over the probably 2.5 months ago. Most of that discussion I don't recall at this time, but there was some discussion with the Councilman Mulvihill regarding this issue. Any other council members needing to disclose?
I will just, in an abundance of caution, I think I know where the appellant stands on this, and I think I know that obviously due to some discussion, but I can't be specific about it, when or where that discussion actually happened, but I'm aware of his particular concerns about the project. So,
All right. Thank you. Oliver?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. The item before you is an appeal. It's of the Planning Commission's decision on conditional use permit 1722. It involved a restaurant with a drive-through containing approximately 2,200 square feet. It also had a multi-tenant retail building that had approximately 3,000 square feet. And it's located at 2855 North Waterman. And before you, I have a couple of exhibits. One is an aerial photograph of the location of the property. As you can see by the aerial, it's on Waterman just south of the 210 freeway. And it's between 29th Street and Country Club Drive on the west side, on the east side of Waterman. This item was presented to the Planning Commission, and again, there were we talked about the hours of operation. Again, the proposed tenant would be a Cowboy Jr. as a drive-through restaurant with their hours between 6 a.m. and 12 a.m. They would have 4 shifts with a manager and 4 employees, and the employees would use various modes of transportation to get to and from the site. During our review of the application, we did have a traffic study that was prepared for the project. The findings of that traffic study and analysis were presented at the Planning Commission meeting. It was included in the report, and along with that, there were some additional conditions or some comments that came out as it related to the comments or dialogue with some of the residents that spoke in opposition to the project at that time. I wanted to highlight some of the traffic analysis information or mitigation measures, if you will, that were discussed and presented at that evening. Again, there was a traffic impact analysis that was prepared. It was reviewed by both our city engineer, traffic engineer, I should say, and Caltrans. Caltrans had no comments. They concurred with the findings and conclusions of that traffic study. Some of the mitigation measures that were involved in that was that at Waterman Avenue at 30th Street, that the signals would be modified for the timing to ensure traffic flow in and around that area, to minimize or to optimize traffic circulation and minimize congestion. At the location of Waterman Avenue and 29th Street, there would be a crosswalk barriers that would be put on the corners. And if you recall, you might see some intersections where there's like a rail, a curved rail that doesn't allow you to cross, and it says please use crosswalk or go across the street. It directs you which way to go. So there would be barriers, those rail barriers at that location, both at 29th and Waterman, and also at 30th, Country Club Drive and Waterman, to prevent pedestrians from crossing the street at an unsignalized intersection. Essentially, the signal, there's an existing signal that's up at 30th Street, so the key is to route them there. That was brought up by someone that made a comment regarding the school. I believe it's Wilson Elementary School that's on 29th Street, just west of the site. I believe it's a block and a half or 2 blocks west of Waterman. And so the concern was that children coming to and from the school would try to cross, or that there has been some cases where they have tried to cross there at 29th Street or maybe 30th Street or Country Club Drive, I should say. And so again, we're trying to best we can route those pedestrians up to 30th Street so that they can cross safely there at the exits. There's also conditions that there was currently, if you look on the aerial photograph, there's currently, if you're coming southbound on Waterman Avenue, there is a left-hand turn pocket that gets you onto 29th Street. So that would be utilized and restriped to get some users onto the proposed project to turn in there, or you can continue south on Waterman and make a left on Country Club Drive. There is not a turn pocket there now. One will be installed as part of the conditions of approval for this particular project. The appellant has raised 5 items, and those I believe that copy of that letter was included in your packet. We also included those comments in the staff report. And with all due respect, staff did work with the traffic engineer to respond to those questions and comments. And briefly, and I'll paraphrase if I will, they're outlined in detail in the report, but essentially, one was consideration of the traffic hazards or potential hazards on Waterman Avenue. The commission did analyze that. Those, like I mentioned earlier, the findings of the report were presented. There was a significant dialogue as it related to traffic. Residents did get up. They voiced their concern. So the commission, I think they did have a grasp of what the concerns were in that area and what the conditions of traffic were. One of the other comments was, Waterman is a key commuter route to the desert, to the resort communities, and whether or not the Waterman has that capacity and what the traffic impacts of the increased traffic from this proposed use would be. Our city's general plan circulation element calls for Waterman Avenue at that location to have a vehicle capacity of approximately 40,000 vehicles per day. It's currently operating at approximately 20,000 vehicles per day going southbound on Waterman, and approximately 36 vehicles per day going on northbound. So there is obviously some capacity there still. We're not at the maximum limit there at Waterman per the standards of our circulation element. The comment was made that Waterman at that location is at a level service F. Looking at the analysis and the findings of the traffic study, the intersections at Waterman and the south and the level of service is approximately a D, level service D, and at the off ramp and the interchange, it's at a level of service E, right at that intersection. Again, talked about drive-through encourages cross traffic across Waterman Avenue, and again, as mentioned in my mitigation measures, there are those provisions to have the railings and routing pedestrians up to 30th Street to cross to prevent that cross traffic, and also that the turn pockets would be utilized in the new one to alleviate any traffic conflicts there. And finally, there was the comment was as to whether or not drivers would circle through or drive through the residential neighborhoods to avoid this particular location. Looking at the circulation system, the other arterials, I mean, it would take kind of a nice little drive to cut through the neighborhoods, and whether or not that would be worth someone's while to stopping what stop signs to try to make their way around. So again, those are brief responses. Mahmoud from our traffic engineering department, he is here to answer any specific more detailed or technical questions if you have those. Again, the Planning Commission adopted a resolution to approve this project. So we just simply forwarding that recommendation to the City Council. I would be glad to answer any additional questions if you have those. The appellant is present, and that concludes my part.
Thank you. On packet page 614, regarding the many drivers exiting drive-through who choose to avoid Waterman, and then there's a discussion about the number of trips. Indicates the project is forecasted 26 and 21 trips outbound during the morning and evening peak hours respectively. Was that information provided by the appellant, or is that?
No, that information on these. If it starts on packet page 613. Yes. The heading is it says responses to appeal. Yes. And so I numbered them 1 through 5.
So those are the city's responses.
And so the italicized portion, the first part of the sentence, that is that's the appellant's comment. And after that is the response that we have to that condition.
And so those projected number of trips are related to the usage of the business?
As it relates to the business?
For customers?
As it relates to a result of that business going in, and that is taken directly from the traffic study that was prepared.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Nickel?
Well, I think I'm going to continue to ask this question. I'm going to get in the routine now of asking what is the net benefit to the city on this project, and I'm going to hope that we have a reasonable answer to that question. how might staff or those proposing this project respond to that question?
Taking note of your comment that you've made at, last couple of meetings, so we've recognized that. If you look on your, what we're starting to do, if you look on your packet page 617, and actually this was a suggestion of our finance director, under fiscal impact, where we talk about what are obviously there are no impacts to the city as it relates to construction and the operation of the project. However, we talk about an incremental sales tax that would be generated there as a result, from a vacant site to a commercial site. So there will be some sales taxes that are provided there. Some of the other projects we will look at development impact fees as applications are processed. There is a recovery there from the staffing standpoint of processing the applications through our application fees, whether it's a conditional use permit or a development permit, if you will. There are also fees that are collected as part of the permit process. The building impact fees. Whether there's the traffic mitigation fees that need to be paid to the county, local and county, regional fees. There's also the building permit fees that plan check and building permit fees that come along. And so that's one area that we're going to start looking at in terms of some kind of cost recovery, if you will. But you're right. The next component is what are the long-term costs as it relates to the operation of a business or a development and cost benefits and those kinds of things. So we don't have that response to this particular one, but that's a basic answer.
Quick follow-up, if I may. What was here before?
Beg your pardon?
What was on this site before?
It's vacant.
Before it was vacant?
It's currently vacant. I believe it's been vacant for about 7 to 10 years.
What was there before it was vacant?
It was a gas station there before.
Gas station.
And a restaurant.
And a restaurant. Okay. All right. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Councilmember Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. Oliver, I'm concerned with the traffic in that area, specifically with the information that was provided by the appellant regarding the number of accidents for the years 2017, 2016, 2015, and 2014. I traveled that road on my way to TJ Maxx twice a week, and I'm shopping here, right? You are welcome. And I'm just concerned of just the number of accidents there. I'm just hoping that we'll never hear of a fatality there, but it can get pretty bad, not to mention the wear and tear on that street. So I have some serious concerns about that. Can you address those issues?
If I may, I don't have the benefit to that package. That was not submitted as part of the appeal application. The only thing that was provided was the one-page application that was attached to your staff report. So,
it's a packet that was submitted to all of us, and it's very comprehensive. And in it, I know the appellant has done his due diligence by providing us with a lot of stats and data.
Okay.
And I'm just concerned about the number of accidents reported during that timeline. I'm sorry, I assumed you had the packet.
No, it's okay.
So I'm concerned that, and then you have Wilson Elementary School, which is in the adjacent area.
Right.
So just wanted your thoughts on that.
Well, I think that, I suppose that the numbers speak for themselves, kind of thing. And so there's two sides to the evaluation. There's kind of the technical review. The number. There's two sets of numbers.
Sure.
One. A traffic study says that, here are the traffic conditions in terms of volume, what have you. But the traffic analysis in itself does not analyze collisions.
Right.
Or any other conflicts in and around the area, and so. Like I said, there's been a number of people that have gone out and spoke, in opposition. I would think that I would hope that with the mitigation measures in place are sufficient. However, this is a discretionary action. Sometimes you look at, what is the technical support and what's the discretionary, and I think that's a position that, if you will, as a council, that's what you have. You have an ability to evaluate kind of common sense.
Sure. I'm just kind of curious to see where the accidents, the information was gathered from our city engineer or our traffic division from our police department.
I think it may be helpful. Mahmoud is here tonight and can probably answer. Mahmoud,
Sure.
as you know, is our traffic engineer. He works closely with our police department. He might be able to answer some of those questions.
Sure.
Yes, as far as the accidents report, I took a look into the list that we provided actually to the councilman from the state. It ranged between 2014 to part of the 17. Majority of the accidents happen on the interchange signals, which is the eastbound off-ramp as well as the Warman and 30th Street. Because of the congestion into the interchange, most of the accidents I looked at in detail is rear-end accident, people crossing the light too late, in that nature. So there is high accident, yes, like you're saying.
It is.
It is in the area, and we know that the traffic is congested on the interchange. If you go 5 o'clock in the afternoon, go on the freeway, you will see the queue all the way to the main line. So there is a traffic concern there, and there is a high volumes. The whole interchange, I believe, it's on the Nexus study as an interchange to be fixed in the future. And there is, it's on the list for SPCTA. It's coming up for in the future to be improved and improve the whole area as far as the traffic.
Thank you.
Councilmember Charette.
Yeah, my concern is our reputation of being business friendly and approving projects that go through the process. There is, I'm looking at some pictures that were provided by the appellant, and they're on their surface by themselves are quite concerning. I travel that area quite often. My understanding was that the traffic study indicated that there was going to be not really a significant impact. Is that correct? I mean, it isn't going to change things very much from where we are today.
There is significant impact on the eastbound off-ramp, which is what's required to mitigate that is a Caltrain type of work, which is widening the off-ramp to provide additional lanes for the traffic movement. That will relieve that intersection. As far as the Waterman and 30th, the recommendation is to add the left turn eastbound and westbound phasing to the signal, so it will help the circulation more often and increase the kind of the capacity or, relieve the congestion by coordinating the two signals together, which is under Caltrain jurisdictions.
But that happens whether we approve this project or not, correct? I mean, that we still need those mitigations, whether we approve this project or not.
That's correct. I mean, the traffic is there. We need the
traffic is there, and it is a significantly high traffic, and it depends upon the time.
It is.
These pictures, again, they're significant, but they're also somewhat disingenuous because they're at certain times of the day, and it's not like that every day. And the traffic coming eastbound on the 210 getting off there, lined up down the freeway, that's the case at Highland Avenue, that's the case at H Street, that's the case at Sterling, that's the case at Del Rosa, that's the case all the way along that 210 corridor. And I just, with growth and with development comes traffic. And Southern California hasn't caught up with the with utilizing mass transit like we would like to see, and hopefully it someday will. This is a piece of property that it's as far as benefits to the community, it's going to create how many 4 shifts with how many jobs per shift? I didn't pick that up. Roughly, 20 people, 30 people are going to be employed there. It is going to provide some some tax base. Now, that's talking about just the restaurant itself. There are 3 other suites that are going to be built that could be a nail shop or a insurance company or what have you. It's hard to go against a colleague. Is he a colleague or a citizen tonight? He's a citizen and a friend. And it's hard to go against that. It's also hard to go against the Planning Commission and staff that has done their due diligence and has come forward and recommending approval of this.
Excuse me, they're actually recommending denial of the appeal.
That's correct. Denial of the appeal,
Correct.
Approval of the project.
Right.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification, but yeah, that's what I meant if I didn't say it exactly that way. I did happen, the night of the Planning Commission, I happened to catch it on Channel 3. I wasn't really planning to, but I did. And I paid close attention to what was discussed that night, and all the mitigating factors had been addressed and were dealt with. So I certainly am. I'm going to be supporting this, the denial of the appeal, and support the project. And I understand. I think there was a case made back when we turned down. We finally got it, but down at Inland Center Drive, and one of my colleagues who doesn't happen to be here any longer said, "Gosh, there'll be traffic," and I said, "Yeah." Great thing to have, traffic, people moving, people doing things, people spending money, buying gas and doing things, going to stores and it is, traffic's an issue. We all live with it every day. But to me, that seems as though the only issue here, now I'm certainly concerned with traffic safety and students crossing. I don't know what's going on there now.
I think Stephen Graham, did you have a comment that?
Sure, I was content to wait for the council member to finish.
Okay, you were nodding at me. I didn't know if you wanted
out of
to
line or
answer.
something?
No,
Am I going to get in trouble?
The only thing I was going to recommend was that we wait until receiving the testimony from the appellant and the applicant before making any decisions about whether to support.
That's fine. So if I need to retract that, I will. Again, I don't know how these students are getting back and forth now, but I don't think that there's going to be that significant of a difference from what we are experiencing now, and we should be putting all this responsibility on Caltrans and SCTA to improve that corner and improve those situations. So I'm supportive of business in our community and development and new, good, quality development. I think this will be this is a new, from what I understand, this Cowboy Junior is a new small chain that is doing quite well in a few areas, and they're expanding. I think there's actually, I've heard talk of maybe looking at some other locations in the city of San Bernardino. So I'm supportive of business and of supporting our staff whenever possible. And supporting development in our community and sales tax and jobs and what have you. So with those things sometimes comes some other issues, such as you look like you're dying to talk. What?
I'm also going to ask to change my location so I can sit closer to the council.
To hit me or what? What, to slap me, kick me, what?
No. So I suggest that we ask any questions of the staff and then let the appellant speak.
So I'm not asking questions, I'm making a statement.
Correct. If you have questions of the staff, we'd be more than happy to answer.
Well, I think my question was largely about these issues of traffic that are being concerned. They're going to be there, and the mitigation is going to come with Caltrans and SCTA somewhere down the road, and we're going to have them whether we have this development or not.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Barrios?
My question is, as far as the traffic, when there is a lot of when it's congested, during what times of the day does that happen?
Typically, the peak hours between 7 in the morning to 9 and between 4 to 6. That's the general time.
And that's the times where the accidents have happened?
No, it's not the accident, but just it was the traffic. When we look at the development and how much traffic coming out of the development. We look at it in the peak hours to make sure in the conservative volume, looking at those trips. The accident could range from night to daytime. It all depends on the situation.
Okay, so having 5 accidents last year was, I think, 5 too many, but it wasn't that many. Thank you.
Councilman Richard, Councilmember Richard.
Yes, thank you. Well, I was going to make a comment, but I think Councilman Charette said it all. So, with the exception of the traffic, so he frequently drives down that street. I stay away from it because I know there's traffic. But the question that I have is you mentioned rail barriers. So there's going to be rail barriers going across 29th and Waterman. I didn't understand how you guys.
The barriers, they're like rails, so that'll be curved along, like in front of, like behind the curb, like on the sidewalk. And so you might have seen them. It typically says cross on other side, when you walk up, and so it won't let you. If you're determined to cross, you have to walk around it, and that way. So the goal is to direct them up to 30th. So that they can cross at the signal and cross.
Yeah, to deter the mid-block
Okay.
crossings.
Okay, and do you have, did anybody propose, do you know of any of the retail tenants that are coming into the area?
We don't. The applicant's representative is here. Maybe they can answer that.
Maybe it could be a Marshalls instead of a TJ Maxx?
Or both.
Or both. Right there in that, I know it's not big enough, but yeah, I was just interested if there was some interest there, because it doesn't make sense to build another retail building if you don't have tenants in it. So he'll answer that later?
Yes,
Okay.
he'll come forward in a few minutes.
Okay.
Councilman Nickel.
Yeah, and I think it's important to realize that Waterman is pretty much one of our primary corridors in the city. And if I recall, it was about a year or so ago that we approved a specific plan that includes a good majority of the Waterman corridor. So I think just, to be cognizant of the fact that this corridor is going to grow. It's going to grow in terms of demand. What exists today is certainly going to need to be addressed in the future in terms of addressing additional capacity. If we make good on our plans to truly develop the Waterman corridor aligned with the specific plan, we are going to have increasing traffic demands here. So it just goes to the bottom line that we will need to improve this corridor at some point, but I don't think that is a reason to prevent us from optimizing the potential of this corridor. And I think certainly having a vacant piece of property that close to the freeway is a definite net benefit for our city that I have a hard time not supporting a development there that is going to generate sales tax revenue, probably significant sales tax revenue, in addition to jobs. So I'll be supporting this, but I did want to get a response from staff. You mentioned that there are some improvements for that interchange at some point. What's the long-term plan for the Waterman corridor? What do we see in terms of ultimate build-out? Because I do get a lot of complaints about the congestion there, and it does seem to me that at some point that's going to have to be significantly widened and improved. What is the thought at the staff level, and what's occurring?
It is, like I mentioned before, with the SBCTA, it is on the Nexus study, which is part of many interchanges within the city. It will be coming online as soon as we have the money to build it.
Is that a state highway on that?
Is it a state highway? However, the city will be the lead agency to start that project with some share, of course, from the city, fair share. And once, SBCTA started that process, the city will be engaged with the agencies to make sure that, we go into the improvement for the future.
Okay, thank you.
No further discussions or questions? All right, well now, anyone that wants to speak on this issue, if you please stand and be sworn in. All right, so at this time, we'll ask the appellant to come forward.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that several of the council members have already biased because you're supposed to be an impartial panel until you hear from all sides. And so I with attorneys here, and you warn them not to state. And so by stating, this is why I'm sitting out here, because being the appellant, I'm not an unbiased person. So, Mitch, if you could put on the PowerPoint. So I guess I do have some issues with people already making the decisions before a presentation has been made. Again, we're talking about a Cowboy Junior restaurant. One of the problems with that I've criticized the planning department about before, and I guess I got 15 minutes, that you can probably start that. I've added a schematic to this. The bold north-south is the Waterman Avenue, and the east-west is the I-210. You've got 30th Street. 29th Street crosses over Country Club Lane, stops at Waterman, East Country Club Lane stops at Waterman Avenue, and then you have 28th Street crosses over. The project area is on the east side or the right side of Waterman Avenue, and the project itself is at the northwest corner of that. Wilson School is a short block, 2 houses, 2 lots from Waterman Avenue. This is a residential area. People are talking about commercialization. This lot is besides the bodega and the gas station across the street, this is entirely a residential area that was built up in the 1950s, in which Waterman Avenue was not the main north-south route to the mountains, it was Sierra Way. In other words, these streets are extremely narrow, 2 lanes wide, and you're going to put a fast food drive-through on it. My appeal solely concerns the fast food drive-through component of the project. I'm just going to read up because there's a lot of technical information I want to pass on as quickly as possible. One central concern is the pro-approval slant of the materials provided to my appeal and to the original staff report in the conditional use permit. The issue is the way the format of the development review process evolves, where often extensive interactions take place in pre-application conferences away from public review with no opportunity for public comment. So when the application reaches the public planning commission, the facts have already been determined as they have been here. If serious consideration of potential negative impacts of the project on traffic congestion or on the neighborhood, they've been resolved through agreement upon mitigations. One example of a serious problem not mentioned in the materials are the number of accidents that have occurred even without the complications of the fast food drive-through. For example, 2017, and I'm including the 28th Street, Country Club Lane, 29th Street, I-210, and 30th Street. This is all within, I would say, a quarter mile of one another. East 30th Street, you had 5 accidents, and in parentheses, 3 accidents had injuries requiring medical response. One had 1 injury, another had 2 injuries. This is on East 30th Street. The I-210 intersection had 4 accidents with 2 one-person injuries. East 29th Street, that 2-lane, where the exact point of where the fast food drive-thru are going to be, had 3 accidents. 1 accident had 3 injuries. Another accident had 2 injuries. Country Club Lane had 0. East 28th Street had two accidents, each one had an injury, one had 4 injuries, another had 1. And I think you can pretty much read the others here. East 30th Street had 10 accidents in 2016. 6 of those accidents had injuries. 210 had 2 accidents. East 29th Street, again, 2 accidents. 2 accidents. Each one had an injury reported, one had 2 injuries, and so forth. Accidents reported 2015. East 30th Street had 6 accidents, 1 fatality, 2 others had injuries. I-210, 4 accidents, 1 with injury. East 29th Street, again, where this is going to be located, 3 accidents with 1 injury, etc., and 14 and so forth. This, again, biased. Traffic congestion takes place at rush hours. We build freeways because of congestion that takes place at certain times of the day. That's important. Don't flip it off. You can see here, I don't have a pointer on this, but the congestion here, and this took place, this was before the time change, and so this is about 4:30 in the afternoon. You see some lights on. The traffic backs up all the way to 28th Street and beyond 28th Street. What's interesting here is that you see this is the northbound traffic. There's nobody on the southbound lane. With this fast food drive-through, there's going to be people attracted from the westbound, eastbound off-ramp onto that. Also, too, there's a left lane pocket. Where is it? There is none because the traffic is backed up through it. 29th Street, you can't identify it, but you can see from the left-hand side, you see that power pole that has the transformers on it? That's where 29th Street is. It's completely blocked off, and there is a left turn lane pocket there. Turning my camera, I was standing at the intersection of the I-210. This is what it looks like. Biased. This is traffic congestion. Given the obvious problems, traffic congestion, accidents, were accident reports ever seriously considered? From the responses, I guess not. That would have biased the panel. You don't present data that's going to weaken your case. And the approval has always been, once it got to the public, to approve it. Tonight's agenda, page 613, number 1, the project traffic impact report highlighted the project's impact and mitigation measures based on the project opening base year 2018 and the future built out year of 2040. Really, what we're talking about here is a build out of 2040. Maybe we should wait and be more certain about just what 2040 holds. Now, hopefully, we'll get changes taking place, but keep in mind that bridge needs to be replaced. It's the hourglass. That's going to cost multi-million dollars. I don't think that's going to take many years to take place. So major changes on this intersection with the bridge is an hourglass. The congestion is going to remain. A TIS, a traffic impact study, as with other studies from consultants, are rarely written to threaten the approval of a project. And I'm sorry people have already voted to deny this appeal. 2005 general plan cites, the 2005 general plan cites on page 6, 15 and 16 that Waterman, in 2005, at the SR30, now I-210 eastbound op-ramp, currently operate an unacceptable level of service. Now, we get into the weeds on level of service. I've got at the end of this presentation. I'm not going to talk about it. Level of service at these intersections from the 2005 general plan is worse than level of service D, which is jammed. That's what a 2005. And now, again, this agenda tonight, page 613, item 2 cites the 2005 general plan describing Waterman Avenue as having a roadway capacity of 40,000 vehicles per day. Today, we've got, as mentioned here, Waterman currently carries 20,000 southbound, 36,000 northbound. That sounds an awful lot like 56,000, so it's 16,000 above capacity, or I believe 40% above capacity. Vehicle south and northbound on the I-210 respectively, thus, again, I'm sort of repeating myself. So traffic on Waterman Avenue has increased 40% since our general plan was written 13 years ago when the lowest was unacceptable. Tonight's agenda, number 4, the project is forecasted 29 trips, 32 trips inbound during the morning and evening peak hours. This apparently refers to the whole project, I think. It wasn't. Now they say it's just for the burger stand. Commercial offices included. Where do these numbers come from? Are they coming from the proponent? Again, the intent is to say the drive-through receive a relative handful. We've got 56,000 cars passing this, and we're going to get just 29 trips in I guess the afternoon, 23 in the morning. That's going to be crossing over that impacted. This is the rush hour. That lineup of cars going back to 28th Street. There will be real consequences at the intersection if traffic counts are purposely miscalculated. The findings of fact provide also written support for for project approval. And again, that's what happens to the Planning Commission. Agenda 620, first bullet under finding number 1 reads, enhance the quality of life and economic vitality in San Bernardino by strategic infill. Third bullet, seek out and retain businesses that create jobs and generate sales tax. Pro-business. Let's go with it. Yet the 2000 general plan states, page 120, we want to create a place where homeowners and renters take pride in their surroundings and contribute to the beautification and upkeep of their community. Let's not forget we are planning for people and neighborhoods, not simply tax revenue and minimum wage jobs. Somebody mentioned that, we had traffic by the Inland Center. This is not the Inland Center. This is a residential neighborhood with 2-lane streets. And a school, an elementary school. And those abutments they're talking about, at Cal State, the Promenade, Watson's project across from Cal State, they put up digital signs, do not cross here, cross the intersection. We've got students crossing there all the time. These are elementary school students were thinking they're, abutments, I better cross an intersection. I don't think so. The general plan could be used for a finding of fact negating approval of this project. We want to create a place where homeowners and renters take pride in their surrounding, contribute to the beautification and upkeep of our community. Let's not forget we're planning for people, etc. Agenda item, page 620, under finding of fact number 5. Characteristics of the proposed use are compatible with the existing and future land use within the general area. Really? This is a residential neighborhood, elementary school, and will not create sufficient noise, traffic, or other conditions. Imagine more traffic coming off the eastbound off-ramp and going to that fast food drive-thru, trying to cut that left lane pocket when it's all jammed. Objectionable, detrimental to other permitted uses in the vicinity, etc. It takes a leap of faith for a resident of this neighborhood to agree with this fact. Alternative, see how the 2005 general plan, page 1-20, would be used as a finding to support denial of the Cowboy Jr. drive-thru. We realize that a pattern and the quality of development of our land that determines major issues such as the safety of our streets and neighborhoods, the location, design, aesthetic quality, and character of our neighborhoods. There are no findings presented to support project denial, ever, in any of the support documents. Who is Cowboy Jr.? A Google search found Cowboy Burgers several west of San Bernardino. Several until the one in Rancho Cucamonga closed and the one in Ontario recently closed. Also, in terms of Yelp, out of 165 responses, Cowboy Burgers received 3 out of 5 approval points. They approved to provide a very mediocre product. The development review process and planning process overall is not a science. It's not uncommon for a culture that will develop in which frequent contacts between planners and project advocates take place. Familiarity increases because they speak the same language. Often, consultants were former planners. And obviously it's to the proponent's benefit to develop those close friendship bonds. But it happens that the judgment of the planners, regulators becomes, quote, don't say anything that would endanger the project. Rather than being objective regulators, planners often become project advocates. And this is the point with the level of service that we don't need to get into. At any rate, again, this project should never have reached us. The planning department should have realized the danger that this provides. It's a residential neighborhood. If they looked at it, it was meant to be a quiet neighborhood before Waterman Avenue became the main route into the mountains. And again, the traffic congestion is the reason we plan for traffic controls. And it's jammed. And it's the bridge that won't be changed anytime soon that causes it. And you're going to be putting a fast food drive-through on a very narrow residential street. That's where it's going to empty into. And they're going to try to conflict with traffic getting onto Waterman Avenue, in which there's no space. Even with a left lane turn, there's no space. So from my point of view, and I've been a certified planner since 1990 in good standing with the American Institute of Certified Planners, and I see this as being an obvious one that should have been denied, should not even have reached the Planning Commission. Thank you.
We have questions. Mr. Mulvihill, do we have questions? Yes. I mean, no. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Concern was raised to me by the representative for the applicant regarding the presentation that you gave to us, Councilmember Mulvihill. Was this presentation that you just gave and basically walked through verbatim the same packet that was handed out to the council that they were reading from earlier in this hearing?
Yes, this one.
Okay. And this was handed out at the beginning of the hearing?
That's right.
Okay. It wasn't handed out before the hearing began?
That's right.
It was given to me and I handed it out.
Okay. Okay. Did you give a copy of this to the applicant before the hearing?
No.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Councilman Shred.
Just a very quick comment regarding that, along those lines. It was indicated that I had already made my decision without hearing the presentation, but I did have a chance to go through this prior to Mr. Mulvihill coming to the. So I had a good idea of what was in this and what the presentation was going to be.
Right, but I do.
Any questions?
Clarify though, it's my understanding that it was handed to you because we handed it to you when he provided the copies to me. That's correct. So you did it right here on the dais, correct?
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Tonight.
Okay.
Yes.
But not days ago, not this morning. Just now you flipped through
within
it.
the last hour or so, or more.
Did you have questions for the appellant? Mr. Mulvihill, could you come back?
Yeah, I think I'm getting conflicting information from staff and the appellant. I would just like clarification as pertains to that 40,000 vehicles per day. Now that is what are the legal ramifications of violating that 40,000 vehicles per day as pertains to this project?
Well, from a planner's point of view, again, planning is an art, not a science. You look at a project, you look at the area, and you look at the numbers, and you have to put all this together into a package. And one of my complaints is that the package was biased. There was nothing in the package that supported any kind of denial, and that's sort of typical. I can tell you stories about traffic impact studies. One in your district, North Park School, when the traffic light went in. That is just scary. And yet the planning department let it go through until I brought up the issue. But anyway, what I'm saying is that capacity, I show you the slide. That's the capacity. Traffic is backed up all the way past 28th Street. And that's common at rush hour. And it's backed up on, I wanted to go one day because I just simply don't have a whole lot of time. That was just one day. I thought, I'll go over there, take a picture. There it was.
Yeah, I guess my question is just what is, in terms of the legal obligation that we have, if you reach that 40,000, what happens as would relate to a project?
The legal obligation is if you see traffic accidents. I mean, it's the results. In other words, congestion. Think about yourself, not just yourself, but the average American driver. We've had all kinds of stress and people wanting to pull out. a lot of the accidents were broadsides. And that's, again, a lot of the major accidents are broadsides, as well as rear ends. There's some side swipes. I mean, I've got that data too. But again, it's not a science. It's not something that you can chemically put together and come up with an answer for. But the point is, you got to use your head.
I
think though the question is more
better
appropriate.
directed to me.
Okay, okay.
So, and I would ask Mahmood, you have a traffic engineer here, and I think it's important that he talk about what those studies mean and what those capacities are. To the appellant's point, though, I think we should strive consistently throughout the city to understand what the volumes of traffic that our roadways can compare. What is that capacity that our roadways are currently constructed to, and realize that as we become a more fully developed and built out community, we are going to sustain complaints about traffic volumes in various areas. Whether we have a legal requirement related to that, really no. But we do have an obligation to our community, and as we work, going back to our job paradigm, as we work to attract investment in this community, one of the things investors are going to look at is whether or not we have the traffic system in place that will help make sure that their customers are successful, that no one wants to put a business in and not have anyone be able to get there. We also want our residents to feel good about the community and the quality of life that they have here. So it is incumbent upon us to look at traffic and take that very seriously as we consider future roadway improvements. And then Mahmood can speak to how he plans for traffic.
Yeah. At this stage, we're not going to have Mahmood talk.
Okay.
Because next we're going to let the applicant. Right, so we're following this procedure, if you don't mind. So if you'll hold that question.
As long as we get back to having a traffic engineer answer the question.
We'll have him give it. Yes, but I think that they'll come at the end. Right. So I'm just trying to follow the new procedures.
Yes.
Okay. So we're all walking through this together. So who is here from the applicant to speak? Is there anyone else?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who is that? I'm trying to
separate
the...
Mr. John DeFrenza and Mr., I'm not sure the pronunciation of his name, Mr. Gondini, Mr. Gondini.
Gondini, thank you.
At the outset, Your Honor, I'm here to make an objection to this proceeding. And this objection is entirely based on what I've just seen happen tonight. So I don't think this should count against my time for my presentation, because this is a legal objection I need to make on the record.
Well, at this time, I'm allowing the applicant to come forward.
And that's why I'm here.
Well, but I think it's time for the applicant to make their pitch. For
Your Honor, I am the applicant. I
understand it, but you're putting forward not the applicant's project.
Your Honor, I think if you defer to the city attorney, he will tell you that we need to get, I hope he will, that you need to get this objection on the record before you go any further. This is a legal objection that will be introduced in court. I strongly suggest that you hear the objection, sir.
Well, I'm not saying that we're not going to hear the objection, all right?
Your Honor, you've already been prejudiced. My client has already been prejudiced by actions that have taken place at this meeting so far, perhaps irreparably. There is enough on the record now to overturn any decision made by this council if it is against made by this council if it is against the applicant. And you need to hear the objection first, then you can hear from the applicant.
City Attorney.
Your Honor, I would, of course, recommend that if they have legal objections to this proceeding, that we do get those onto the record. It's important that we establish a full record so that if it does go up on appeal, because as Mr. Penman is aware, any arguments he would make against the city could be limited to those arguments that he made before the city council today. He is the legal representative of the applicant, so his testimony and his legal argument and his objections would fall within that 15 minutes that is allocated to the applicant under our procedures.
So you have...
So I would recommend restarting because we've had a little bit of back and forth, but I would recommend that you allow him to make his objection and then to proceed with the applicant and presenting any other testimony that they wish to provide.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Graham. We objected in writing to this procedure. We objected in writing to this procedure before it began because Mr. Mulvihill, member of the council, became the appellant, the protester, if you will, appellant. Our concern was that he would use his influence to persuade the council before we got here. And we've already heard today 2 council members and the mayor did have conversations with him before that. Next, he passed out a document to you, which Mr. Surratt had time to read. We did not get a copy of that. In any quasi-judicial proceeding, at the same time that the hearing body gets the document, so should both parties have the document. Mr. Mulvihill has misused his position as a council member to unduly attempt to influence the council. And the most striking example of that, and I objected to this before Mr. Mulvihill spoke, and I told Mr. Graham to please let me object at that time, or my client's position might be irreparably damaged if he did not let me do that. He did not. Mr. Mulvihill spoke. And where did he speak from? Did he speak from where the appellant should have spoken from? Did he speak here? No, he spoke from the staff podium. The staff podium. The city attorney said nothing. The mayor said nothing. How can you do this? I mean, in 26 years as city attorney, I never would have allowed this to have happened, what I've seen today.
Would you stay to the point?
I am staying to the point, Your Honor, and the court will uphold everything I'm saying at this point, sir. The city attorney should have entered immediately when Mr. Surratt started to state his opinion. Immediately, he should have stopped this proceeding. We object to this proceeding in the way it has been conducted so far. It is very prejudicial to our client. Ms. Marquez spoke about being troubled by information and photographs in this document, a document we did not see until I received it at 9:51 p.m. this evening, after that presentation by Mr. Mulvihill had been made. That is my objection. I reserve the rest of my time for what was going to be my presentation before this travesty began. Very disappointing. I have never seen the San Bernardino City Council conduct a quasi-judicial hearing in the manner I've seen it happen this evening. After we objected to this in writing, and every one of you got a copy of it. At this point, Your Honor, I would defer to Mr. DeFrenza, who will begin the presentation on behalf of the applicant, and I will close after the engineer. Thank you.
Excuse me, you're making reference to something that you just said that we've all seen a copy of the record. Are you talking about this record?
The document, appeal of CUP 7, could we stop the clock, please? I'm answering a question for the mayor. I'm not making a presentation. Appeal of CUP 1722, Cowboy Junior Restaurant, drive-through at 29th Street and Waterman Avenue. This was passed out at the beginning of this hearing. We did not have a copy of it.
Thank you.
I got this copy at 9:51 p.m.
Thank you. Mr. DeFrenza?
Thank you, everybody. Mayor, council members, city manager, and staff.
Hold the time.
Continuing Mr. Penman's time?
It's the appellant's time. No, he's still on that time.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
I don't get my own time. Okay. Again, I would like to thank staff who has worked with us in 3 cycles for this project. We've successfully resolved significant staff issues, many of which seemed very well developed and analyzed. Working with the planning department, working with the traffic engineer, working through conversations with my traffic engineer, city and state, and our own traffic engineer, there is a cohesive sequence of analysis, evaluation, a sequence of common discussion on a common level on all issues, from sewer to vehicular to pedestrian. Our concerns are the same as the community. While in our Planning Commission meeting, we were very interactive and very engaged with the community's concerns about pedestrian traffic. I think it's extremely important to remember and study since 1950 what has gone on this property. At that time, there was a school, maybe, maybe not. But there was a restaurant. There was also a gas station. So the sequence of use on this property has been consistent. The traffic that has occurred there, yes, has grown, as has the community. Now, with these elements as the foundation to what this now vacant property is suffering by vagrants, lack of interest or eyes on this property, it is counteractive to leave it sit as a vacant chunk of garbage in this city. It is essential that this community steps up and allows a new neighbor to come in and clean up this empty piece of dirt. It is essential that this board looks at the little steps that can be made to improve this corner. This is a garbage hole right now. It needs to be cleaned up. It needs to be made solvent to what the community can engage in and be part of. There's over 35 employees per day that will be as part of this development. There is a contractor who is located in San Bernardino that will benefit from this project to build it. He will be using local employees, and the people that come to this kind of facility to work, they don't come by car. They walk. They ride their bikes. They get share ride scenarios to get to this property. At 6 a.m. in the morning when they open, that means that they're there at 5 to start prepping, to start making hash browns, to start doing the day's preparation for sauces. You know what? My wife and I, we own a restaurant. It's down on Balboa Island. And we experience Yelp. We have 5 stars. A miraculous thing because we don't pay Yelp to clean up our reviews. Cowboy Jr. is one of those new little businesses that is working to improve. And they're going to be a great piece of this community. Another quick point. Rear end accidents. 5? That's pretty low. I was speaking with a woman with AT&T today. She lives up in San Jose. She explained that in the last 6 months, she has been rear-ended 6 times. Yeah, this is all loose pieces of information, random stories, random thoughts. Without proper vetting, without accurate documentation, evaluation by experts, it is then left alone to one individual's hyperbole and summation of an art form of analysis. We work with details. We work with facts. We have worked hard with staff to establish detailed analysis of every aspect that we've presented and are willing to move forward as partners in this community. This has not been an easy project to get to this point, but it has been through analysis and solid study and preparation. I thank you, and I'm here for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Council members, any questions?
Your Honor,
Mr.
representing the appellant, I continue to make the presentation for the appellant. That's what I was hired to do. That's what I'm here to do.
I also have a speaker slip for Mr. Gandani.
He's part of our team, Your Honor. He'll be speaking shortly if there's any time left under this unusual procedure. Earlier on item 16, we heard the city manager say we need to focus on goals and gross revenues. She said it is not like we are receiving money every day. We see businesses closing in this city constantly. The Auto Club a few years ago, Trendsetter just in the last month, County Bar Association left, Garner Holt left. Now we have a new project coming in, trying to do exactly what the city manager said, which is to bring revenue into the city. Mr. Mulvihill was present on January 10th at the DERC. He had every opportunity to hear our presentation then. He knew what we were going to say, or he could have. He was present at the Planning Commission on February 20, having every opportunity then to hear what we were going to say. We didn't have that same opportunity. Now, the current maximum capacity for vehicles on Waterman Avenue is 40,000 vehicles per day. That's according to your city manager's report. Find it on item 2, page 2. 40,000 vehicles per day south of the I-210, 40,000 north. Also in that report says currently there are 20,000 south of the I-210 and 36,000 north, all well within the 40,000 capacity in the city's plan, which I believe Mr. Mulvihill has praised and was part of. So we are well within the number of trips that we are supposed to do. The accidents he's talking about have nothing to do with that intersection down at 29th and Waterman, the majority of them. Those accidents are going to happen, have been happening already without that. That's why Caltrans is going to be widening this. This is a Caltrans problem. No criticism to them, but it's their problem. But it's also the city's problem. Are we going to deny a San Bernardino property owner any viable use of his property because a city council member takes the staff podium and talks to some of you beforehand and tells you that this is wrong based on his experience as a planner? He didn't speak at the DERC, he didn't speak at the Planning Commission. Now, your staff did a good job on this project. Are we to believe that all those folks at the DERC meeting didn't know what they were doing, didn't look at this project, didn't carefully consider it? Are we to believe the city traffic engineer and planning department didn't do their job and properly present this at the DERC and at the Planning Commission? Because if you go against the Planning Commission decision, you're going against the DERC, you're going against all those individuals from all those departments, and you're going against your own planning department, your own traffic engineer. They don't have a vested interest in this. Mr. Mulvihill has a mindset. He objected to this project when he was on the Planning Commission, 10 years ago when it first came about? He got the Planning Commission to vote it down and went to the council. The council unanimously overrode the Planning Commission and passed it. This is the same project. I've been rear-ended 3 times in the last 18 months. Once at Mountain View and 30th, once on the 10, and once on the I-210, and every time it's by people on cell phones. It has nothing to do with what they're planning to put into this project. Never was rear-ended at this particular location, although I'm there all the time. I get on the freeway there every morning to go to my law office. My mother-in-law, who passed away January 10, lived over just off of Valencia on San Gabriel, and I went there almost every day. So I went down Waterman and I turned left on 29th. And you know what I found? Not every time, but most of the time I stopped going southbound on Waterman to make that left-hand turn and the traffic was backed up. Guess what? People stopped to let me make the turn. Not everybody. Some people went into the intersection and blocked it, but many people stopped. And this went on day after day, year after year at that same intersection. I would submit to you, you cannot deny a person the entire use of his property because Caltrans has a freeway right there. Freeway, wasn't always there. You need progress in this city. You really do need it. And this project can give it to you. What little time left, our traffic engineer will attempt to answer any questions.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Again, my name is Giancarlo Gandini with the firm Koonsman Associates, responsible for preparation of the traffic impact analysis. And I appreciate the very brief time here I have. I just did want to reiterate that the traffic impact study, in response to one of the criticisms as to the objectivity of the report, the guidelines are established by the City of San Bernardino, which determine all of the requirements and parameters that need to be used in the traffic impact analysis. Our firm hired another firm to go out and collect traffic data counts, so there's another layer of separation there. We're not messing with the numbers in that sense. And then from there, we just turn the crank. There was a question about how much change the traffic would be, and that's really what the traffic impact analysis is looking at. Yes, there are deficient levels of service at the off-ramp intersection, for example. However, the city's guidelines are based on how much more is that traffic going to increase, and based on the city-established guidelines, the relatively small size of this project did not meet that threshold. And so that's where the findings of significance were established from. And where there were impacts, the mitigations have been identified in the staff report and the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe there was a question for traffic that needed
To some extent, he answered it, but the question that Councilor or Mayor Pro Tem Nickel asked is those levels of service. We have streets that are currently operating or being used beyond the capacity of the streets. What's the responsibility or the obligation related to that?
For this specific question on Waterman, it's not really overcapacity. The capacity of the roadway is 40,000. The number that we get from the report that 20,000 in south of the freeway, which is half the capacity, and north of the freeway section is a 36. It's still under the capacity, the full capacity. Therefore, there's still capacity in the roadway as far as the number of traffic.
Thank you.
But that's an overall capacity number, and it's not necessarily by peak travel times. It makes
No, that's a daily, right?
So
Talking
it's
about
an
daily.
average.
Thank you. Any questions from council of the applicant? All right, we will then, Margaret Cisneros. It's your testimony that we're interested in.
Mayor and Common Council, the first I knew about this was just before February 20th when I came to the Planning Commission meeting because I received a notice that they were going to discuss the properties I own directly across the street from this project. I own the house on 29th and Waterman. I own the house just south of that. I own the one south of that one. And the fourth house, 4 in a row. Exactly across the street. And I have to say that some that was presented has not been true. I began owning that property about 1950. I've been in the city, I and my family, since about 1949. It wasn't intentional for me to purchase that property because I didn't know too much about San Bernardino at the time. But it just happened that it was a friend of my husband's that wanted to own a larger house, and he asked him if he would buy his house on the corner of 29th and Waterman. Soon after that, we happened to acquire the others. Just by accident, not by choice. It was by accident. Because we were not in the market at the time, but they were such good offers that we purchased them. And I'll tell you, what was at that corner is a bodega, 29th and Waterman on the east side. Across the street was a service station. Then across the street from that, going south, it was my house that we were purchasing. And across the street was another service station, Chevron. The owner of that lady was that service station practically every day. And then she decided to build a restaurant, real nice restaurant on her same property, right at the corner of 28th and Waterman. Both of those businesses closed because of the traffic and no business. And it came up after I had my 4 houses.
Your time's expired. If you could please wrap it up.
Well, I hope to. And like I say, those businesses went out because of the terrible traffic, and the community was families, and it still is. A drive-in will not succeed. The traffic is horrible. My tenants, I have good tenants that say they have the hardest time to get in and out. They miss appointments. Some of them have developed high blood pressure, they said, because of the traffic, and the people do not respect a lot of the laws there. Just from February to May, starting in May, there have been 3 accidents.
Thank you, Ms. Cisneros. Are you objecting to the project?
I am objecting to it wholeheartedly because it's not safe. We have had deaths of children going to that school.
Thank you. We appreciate your testimony.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry I didn't get any other information on this project either. I only received a notice of the February meeting and the meeting of tonight. I did not get any other information.
Thank you.
Oh, can I mention that when this came before the meeting, before the council, and that in 2007, this is the information that I received at that time, and it was rejected even by the Planning Commission and the city because it was not a safe corner.
Thank you. Any other questions by council members? This time we will entertain a motion.
I'd like to move to deny.
Did you have a?
I did. We are trying to follow our procedures here. The applicant and the appellant are, looks like we have another person who wants to speak as well.
Oh, I didn't have your, would you fill out a speaker slip? No. Yeah, you just fill one out.
I did. I turned it in when I got here.
I don't have it. But Sandy Parada?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. Sorry if some of this seems like it's a repeat of what you might have already heard, but here I go. So the corner of 29th and Waterman, it actually becomes 3 lanes due to the freeway on-ramp, and there's an invisible line, so you don't actually see it, but the cars make it 3 lanes right as you come up to 29th Street. So that's a problem. A lot of cars actually will make U-turns right at the entrance of 29th when they don't want to wait to get onto the freeway. They also make U-turns at Country Club Lane. The church on the corner of 30th, there's an issue with homeless people staying there. There's also an issue with homeless at the La Bodega. There's also, with them standing right there on the freeway. So we feel having a restaurant, it's going to invite the vagrants to come and do panhandling there. So being a homeowner on the street, we're afraid that that's going to make it unsafe for the children to be outside playing, riding the bikes and whatever. So that's one thing that we're concerned about. I already can hear the doorbell for the customers going in and out of the store at La Bodega when my front door is open with my TV on. So imagine sitting, listening to the speaker of the drive-thru. Can I take your order? What are you ordering? I'm going to hear that too. I can already hear people at the 7-Eleven across the street listening to the music in their cars, their phone conversations when they're on the phone. But that's okay. It's still a quiet neighborhood. I'm used to it. I don't need to hear anything more than what I already hear. I've been living in my house since 1997. It is a quiet neighborhood, don't get me wrong. There was a Chevron there when we lived there. You were also able to use both of the driveways on Waterman to go in and out. You were able to use the driveways on 29th Street, the driveways on Country Club Lane. So there was a constant flow of traffic in and out, but the amount of traffic on Waterman now compared to what there was then, it is horrendous. Another issue or concern that I have as someone that lives on the street, and would be 2 houses away from this proposed fiasco, I call it, is trash, cars parking on the street on our neighborhood where we're going to have to deal with them leaving the restaurants, leaving their trash on the street. Who's going to pick it up? Not me. And I have to pay property taxes. I have to keep my yard clean. Why do I have to pick up their trash? I'm not going to. I'll pick it up and throw it in their parking lot. Don't think I won't, because I will. Ask the guys at La Bodega. Do it all the time. This lot has been empty for many years. The traffic congestion, I know you guys know about that. We have early morning risers on our street. You're saying you want to close it at 12 a.m.? We have people that go to bed at 9 because they get up at 1 in the morning.
Sandy, your time's expired. If you could please wrap up.
I have just 2 more things. They said they were going to use Country Club Lane as the cars to come in on to basically go through the drive-through. That road is very narrow, which would make it hard for emergency vehicles. God forbid, someone had to get on that street. My suggestion is, if the restaurant fails, what happens with an empty building? I know it's an empty lot. You don't have to worry about it being garbage looking because you don't live here. I like that empty, dirty lot. It's beautiful. Why can't they go down to Hospitality Lane and use the old Joe's Crab Shack? Go down there. Go where there's businesses. Leave the people in the residential areas alone.
Thank you.
Okay?
Any other public speakers? Yes, City.
And then, Mayor, what I was going to recommend was after public speakers that we allow 5 minutes to both the applicant and the appellant for rebuttal, because that is provided for in our procedure.
Does the appellant want to rebut any of the arguments?
I noticed there wasn't one here before, but I think the basic arguments that I made still stand. Mr. Penman said I was at the Planning Commission meeting. No, I wasn't there. I was at the DRC meeting, and I guess you've been put on notice. You're going to get, the lawsuits are going to pile up and so forth. So there's not exactly a veiled threat there. So take it as you will. But the point is that I think the residents, it's a residential neighborhood. It's not the Inland Center. It's not Hospitality Lane. 29th Street is a two-lane street, and having a fast food drive-through there with Waterman Avenue, the congestion on it, is just impossible. From my point of view, you know, in the early days of zoning judgment, there was always a comparison made of the pig in the parlor. There's nothing illegal about a pig, nothing illegal about a Cowboy Jr., but a parlor is the wrong place for a pig, and this particular location is the wrong place for a fast food drive-through. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant have a response?
Thank you. Yes, John DeFrenza again. If we don't develop and improve parts of the community a little bit of a time, we stay in a stagnant condition. This property, as it develops, will be part of those pieces that are needed to move forward. Yes, the traffic is a Caltrans and city intervention component. There is a dedication of frontage as part of the development of this property that improves Waterman Avenue toward the freeway. This is an integral part of the approval process and the discussions and the foundation that we speak of moving forward from a vacant lot.
I don't know what my client is going to say, but I'm certainly hoping we don't sue anybody. I'm hoping the mayor and council do the right thing. Everyone has looked at this. Your own traffic engineer said Caltrans looked at it, and Caltrans concurred. Everybody has concurred. Are there feelings for the neighbors? Yes, of course there are. When those houses were built, the 210 freeway wasn't there. It wasn't there. It was a whole different situation. But San Bernardino is a growing community. Despite the bankruptcy, despite the crime, despite businesses closing, it's a growing community. And you're the mayor and council of a growing community. If we want to be the type of city that denies a property owner any viable use of his property, because I can tell you, a gas station that was once there isn't going to go again. The only gas stations they're building now have mini marts connected to them. And they're going to be a lot more traffic than there would be with this use. A lot more. Before that, it was a restaurant. It was Pancho Villa's. It was Alfredo's No. 2. And there was another one there as well. Yeah, Alfredo's actually ran No. 2 there for a while. Ms. Marquez, because I went there. And the traffic was there then. Yes, the traffic is growing, but your own general plan says 40,000 vehicles per day. And you're 20,000 below that on southbound, and you're 4,000 below that on northbound. So do you follow your general plan? You should not allow yourselves as public servants to be influenced by a colleague who has taken advantage of his position. That is not appropriate. I'm sorry, but it isn't. Any court will tell you that it's very significant where a person speaks from. That's why council members who are involved are supposed to leave the podium. By the same token, they're not supposed to go to the staff podium and speak. You don't do that. Aside from all of this, at some point in time, somebody sit down with somebody who understands quasi-judicial hearings and get some real training. Because, you know, for purposes of my client, and I have other cases coming before you, and I'm concerned. I mean, this looks so bad, and I know, I mean, I said I don't want it to go to court, but I know darn well what's going to happen if it does. I know what's going to happen. I saw it happen in other cities. Never once happened here in 26 years. Never once. Because you didn't have council members speaking from the staff podium when they had personally filed an appeal. And you didn't have council members passing out documents to council members and the council members reading comment on it before the other people got to see it. This project is as good as you're going to get there. It really is. You're not going to get anything better. They're not going to get anything better. If they get another gas station, it's going to have a mini mart attached to it, and the traffic is going to be far greater. It really is. Every property owner in the city of San Bernardino has a right to a viable use of their property. And you heard the lady say, I'm happy to have it stay as a lot. I'm sure she is. I remember when Bob Holcomb was mayor, he said, I wish when my family came here in the 1840s, they'd put a fence around Southern California and didn't let anybody else in. Well, somebody else has come in. This person spent a lot of money, did everything the city asked him to do, and now comes to you for justice.
Thank you. Any questions from council members? Councilmember Marquez.
You know, this is a very difficult decision. I want businesses to come here, but not at the expense of the residents. A very, very good project, but bad location. Thank you.
I'll move denial of the appeal.
We have a motion and a second.
Yes, but before you discuss and make a decision, I do feel obliged to help create a good record because it sounds like people are feeling particularly litigious over this project. Legal comments were made by both parties, so I just, with the mayor's permission, I wanted to address those.
Please.
From the appellant, Councilmember Mulvihill, he had a comment regarding the apparent bias of Councilmember Fred Charette, who stated his preference for the project early on in the hearing. We did, advise the council member that he should listen to all the evidence, and I believe the council member acknowledged that he would do that. And I wanted to just take a brief second to ask the council member, have you heard all of the evidence and testimony, and have you now formed an opinion, or was your opinion formed before hearing that evidence and testimony?
No, I've listened to both sides.
Okay, thank you. As for the rest, made by Mr. Penman, he did throw out a lot of procedural issues. I'm going to attempt to address them all briefly just for the council, so you have confidence that you're making a decision that will be upheld, whichever way you ultimately decide to go. He did question the appellant being a council member, and that was an objection that he had made in writing when the hearing was first made. There's nothing prohibiting a council member who otherwise has an interest from filing an appeal. He does need to remove himself from the dais, and he needs to be given the same rights and abilities as any other member of the public, and that's been done here. I do understand there was some consternation that he may have spoken from wrong podium. The podiums are identical in size. They're equally distant from the council. There's no advantage given to him by speaking from the left. That just happened to be where he was sitting and where the pointer was for his PowerPoint presentation. Obviously, it's something we will pay attention to in the future. But my advice to you is I don't believe that's prejudicial to the applicant in any way. He also referenced the PowerPoint presentation that Mr. Mulvihill gave out. The handout that was given to the council was a courtesy copy of a PowerPoint presentation. It's very common in quasi-judicial hearings that people who are giving PowerPoint presentations give out copies of those PowerPoint presentations, hard copies. City does it routinely all the time. I don't believe there was any intent to be surprised I didn't see any. It was given out at the very beginning of the hearing, and it was gone through verbatim by the appellant as he went through his slides. I did give Mr. Penman a copy, my copy, as it turns out, of that presentation, the hard copy, so that he could make any notes on it and go through it as he prepared for his rebuttal to that evidence. And that was at 9:51, as Mr. Penman indicated. I did want to point out that Rule 2 of the resolution that the City Council passed on March 21st, 2018, states pretty clearly that quasi-judicial hearings before the Mayor and City Council are intended to be informal in nature and accessible to members of the public. Formal rules of evidence and discovery do not apply. Mr. Mulvihill is not required to give copies of what he plans, his remarks that he plans to give, or his evidence that he plans to give to anyone else before he comes. He's permitted to give it at the hearing, and it appears that he's at least substantially complied with that. Just want to give you confidence in that. I also want to talk about the time issue because that was something that Mr. Penman brought up. Rule 106 of our procedures gives 15 minutes to the applicant to give their presentation and evidence and testimony. They may certainly split that up however they wish, giving some time to legal counsel, some time to professional engineers. Each individual who's representing the applicant is not entitled to 15 minutes per person. They're entitled to that collectively. That's how the mayor proceeded, and it appeared proper to me. Lastly, not lastly, I've got one more here. There was a question about pre-hearing contacts. With City Council, two council members and the mayor had indicated that Councilmember Mulvihill at some point in the past had mentioned this project or his feelings on it. Rule 6 of the quasi-judicial hearing rules and procedures that our office developed with the city manager's office does not preclude pre-hearing communications, also commonly known as ex parte communications. It requires only that you disclose those and the substance of it. It appears that all of you disclosed that those communications existed, and to the extent you remembered, were able to give what the substance of those was. I believe you complied with those rules and the rules that we've set out for ourselves. Lastly, I do want to comment on the role of the city attorney. Mr. Penman at 2 points said that I should have stopped this hearing. My role as a city attorney is to advise the mayor and the city council when they're making their decision, to give you legal advice. If you're engaging in a path that is clearly legally erroneous, I will raise my hand, ask to be recognized by the mayor, and I will indicate that to you, that I believe that what you're doing is contrary to law. I did not see that occur here. I saw some, as we're working through our new procedure that we worked very hard on to make sure that these hearings go smoothly and everyone knows what the ground rules are. I understand that there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve with that. I don't believe that you've prejudiced anybody in any way. And I don't think it would be my role to stop a hearing. That's not what California law or the city charter provides. Mr. Penman did make his objection known to me, and I appreciated Mr. Penman doing that. He's always been very civil in letting the city attorney's office know when he sees legal issues, and we appreciate his, obviously, his insight on those issues. But just as he's required to state his client's legal objections on the record, I'm also required to put on the record the reasons why the city council has acted properly. So thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the opportunity to put those into the record.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may
Thank you, City Manager.
add one thing. It is not the role of any city staff member, whether it's the city manager's office or the city attorney's office, to stop the policymaking body from acting within the course and scope of their responsibilities. It's our job, all of our jobs, to advise you, make sure that you have the best data and information available to you, and ultimately we serve as advisors to the policy makers. And sit closer to you so that I can.
Well, thank you. We appreciate those who have participated this evening, and thank you, City Manager and Deputy City Attorney and Council. We have a motion by Councilmember Charette to deny the appeal, and I believe we have a second by Councilmember Barrios. No further questions or discussion at this time. Please cast your votes.
On item 21, the motion was made by Mr. Charette, seconded by Benito Barrios, and the vote is 4-1 with Ms. Marquez voting no.
The item then is denied, the appeal. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
This time,
We have
one more item.
Move to continue.
And that's really all we're recommending this evening, based on mutual agreement.
Okay. All right, we have a motion to continue the appeal of the denial of the towing carrier Pepe's Towing. Any discussion? Seeing none, please cast your votes.
Ms. Marquez? On item 22, the motion to approve, or to continue, was made by Mr. Charette, the second by Mr. Nickel, and the item passes 5-1.
5-1.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because Mr. Mulvihill is not in his seat, and Mr. Valdivia is gone.
All right. So it's 4-1.
There's two people missing.
You said 5-1. Did you mean 4?
Is it 4-1?
5 to...
There are 5 people here, and there's a 7-member body,
Right.
but the mayor doesn't vote. I'm sorry? But you're counting the mayor. No, the mayor would make the 8th person. There are 7 wards. 2 of the council members were gone, 5 voted yes. So, I'm sorry, it's 5-0.
Thank you.
Sorry. I'm like,
That's what it
sorry. Sorry. I apologize.
Thank you. It's
I
late.
kept counting. I'm like, there's 5.
Council Member Richard?
Yes, I just want to make an announcement, a sad announcement that Councilmember Nickel lost a family member that was murdered in El Salvador this week. And we just want to make sure we just keep him in prayer. And also, if we can end this meeting in his family member's honor.
Amen.
Thank you. And what's the name of the family member? Okay. So we will honor that request and conclude our meeting in honor of the council member's sister-in-law. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned until Wednesday, May the 16th, 2018. We thank the participation of our community. Wish you a safe evening and drive safely. Thank you.